Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Lost Faith in Heroes? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The teacher at Kashyyyk High School collected the career choice slips and noted with a weary smile that almost everyone wanted to be a hero. The students, excited for the final days before the Christmas break, cheered. The teacher called the class to order and reminded them that training under a hero demanded a great deal of effort. As he leafed through the slips, he asked if Midoriya had also applied for an internship. The room fell into an uncomfortable silence before laughter and derisive comments filled the air. Midoriya sat in the corner, used to the taunts. Classmates mocked him for being quirkless, suggested his family didn't care about him, and insisted heroes would never rely on someone like him. He kept his head down and would not argue. He had learned that silence made them lose interest faster. Still, a small, bitter malice had been growing in him since the teasing began. He told himself not to listen, repeating that he could be a hero, that his parents loved him, and that his sister was just going through a phase. He tried to hold back tears and to steady his shaking hands. When a loud, cruel remark slid through the chatter loud enough for him to hear, he wondered when the day of constant humiliation would end. The bell rang, and he took a painkiller before leaving the building. Outside, a confrontation awaited. His sister shoved him toward a group of classmates that included Bakugo and Todoroki. The others taunted him aggressively and shoved him around in a brief scuffle. A classmate spat at him before they walked away, and Todoroki used his ability to freeze the straps of Izuku's bag so it would not open. After they left, Izuku stood in the cold, brushed himself off, and chose a quieter route home. He followed a narrow path beside the storm drain, and then the world turned dark. Something in the drain, a slick green substance with a single red eye, surged and closed around him, pulling him toward the pipe. The mass tried to engulf him. He struggled and felt as if he could not breathe. Panic rose sharply, but then someone screamed nearby and the grip released. He fell out of the drain and blacked out. When he came to, a large, familiar figure was hovering nearby. The number one hero had tapped his head and urged him to wake. Izuku was stunned, overwhelmed at the sight of his idol. This hero had been his comfort and inspiration since he was 4. The hero warned him to be careful and was about to continue his patrol. Izuku called out and then, driven by raw emotion, leapt and clung to the hero's leg as he took to the sky. The hero shouted for him to let go, but Izuku cried that he would fall and die if he did. Realizing the danger, the hero diverted toward a nearby building to help him down safely. In the commotion, a small container fell from the hero's belt onto the rooftop, the jar that had been holding a captured villain. Overwhelmed with a desperate need for reassurance, Izuku began to cry and pleaded with his idol. He poured out how he had wondered his whole life whether he even belonged, whether his purpose was only to watch others save the world. He asked, voice trembling, if it was possible to be a hero without a quirk, begging for an answer that might keep his dream alive. All Might addressed the young man with his eyes tightly closed, waiting. Izuku begged for a chance. All Might apologized and told him that he could not be a hero. At that moment, everything shattered for Izuku. His eyes flew open, his breathing faltered, and his heart felt like it might stop. All Might explained that being a hero was more than looks and saving people. It was a profession that could bring real danger, and without a quirk Izuku would be unreliable. If his hope had already been fragile, that final answer crushed it completely. All Might said he was sorry and flew away. Izuku had known, in some quiet part of himself, that this could happen, but he had desperately wanted to believe otherwise. He had hoped for even a small chance. Instead, the answer was no, and the single sentence brought all the sorrow and weight down on him. Nearby, Izumi watched with shaken eyes and muttered that they had gone too far. Shoka argued with her brother about freezing his backpack. The situation had spiraled beyond control. Bakugo commented that Izuku's stubborn will probably meant he still harbored hope. Katsumi warned that he could be killed if he tried. Shoto apologized. Shoka urged that someone tell him when they returned. Izumi had had enough. She admitted that, since they had been children, They had bullied him and pushed him in every way to prove a point. She decided they had gone too far and that they were going to stop. Grudging agreement passed among them, and they turned a corner. Izumi noticed a jar shatter on the ground. One of the people nearby spoke about another captive and said they had always hoped that particular quirk would be useful. They should get to work. Izuku climbed down the last set of ladders from the fire escape and felt as if more weight had been added to his chest, like Atlas bearing the sky. He told himself he could be a hero and kept repeating it to stay calm and to keep the dark thoughts at bay. He had made a promise to his sister and intended not to break it. He walked slowly, eyes empty of hope. Ahead a crowd and a roadblock formed. When he asked what was happening, someone explained that a slime villain had gripped a group of kids. Death Arms complained that with the quirks those kids had attained, it was impossible to get near them. Then Izuku saw his sister and called her name. Death Arms demanded to know where Izuku thought he was going and warned that he would only increase the toll by interfering. Izuku insisted that she was his sister and refused to back down. Death Arms threatened him, but Izuku hurled a rock that struck the villain, forcing the grip to loosen. He sprinted forward as fast as he could, crying out for Izumi. She raised an arm, and the slime's tendrils pushed her away. The villain shouted for her to leave and lunged again. Izuku tried to pull the slime from her face, causing her to GG, and she demanded to know what he was doing. He replied that he could not leave her and was only trying to help, but the tendrils slammed him aside once more. The villain taunted that with those quirks it would be easy to take them, laughing as he prepared to strike. Izuku drew his all-might pen and leaped. He drove the pen into the creature's glaring red eye, and the villain recoiled. Izuku staggered despite the damage to his body and the loss of his quirk. He had been burned, frozen, and blasted, his shirt scorched across the arms, but he still managed to stand. All Might suddenly intervened, shouting that they should not fear, and overwhelmed the threat with the ease of the number one hero. Izuku watched All Might punch and blow the remaining danger away as other heroes swooped in to secure the scene. He closed his eyes and lost consciousness for the second time that day. When Izuku woke, heroes were tending to him. An lady offered him a reassuring hand and asked if he was all right. Kamui Woods remarked that what he had done had been reckless. Reporters and bystanders began to swarm, praising the captives for holding on long enough for the heroes to arrive. Izuku frantically tried to attract attention, desperate for recognition. He pleaded to All Might that he had helped. Death Arms grabbed him and berated him for the recklessness of his actions, insisting that, quirk or not, he should have stayed put. All Might told Izuku that, while his actions showed heart, it might not have been heroic in the way people thought. He suggested that Izuku could consider other public-serving professions such as police work or firefighting, smiling as he spoke. Death Arms released his grip, stunned by the stern advice from All Might. The reporters replayed and broadcast All Might's words across the airwaves. Izuku crumpled as laughter and jeers from the crowd washed over him. He covered his ears, trying to shut out the voices. His sister clamped her hands over her mouth in shock, and his friends were stunned into silence. Izuku's hope fractured again. He kept telling himself that he could be a hero, repeating the phrase inwardly until it became a desperate mantra. Then, in a hollow, mechanical voice, he told himself that he was not a hero. The emotion drained from him. Tears did not come, only a brittle, strange chuckle. He rose, turned away from the crowd, and walked through the area without any of the heroes stopping him. As he walked, he shouted to himself that he was not a hero, slamming his head into the concrete in frustration. He kept moving. A classmate called after him, taunting him, echoing the crowd's condemnation. 2 other students pursued him into an alley, jeering and trying to provoke him further. Izuku's smile in response was not one of happiness but of something far more unstable. One of the students took out a phone, the other stepped forward ready to start a fight. Izuku asked a rhetorical question about why inflicting pain on others seemed to give them joy. When one of the students reacted angrily, the confrontation escalated into violence. In an intense, anime-style exchange, Izuku lashed out in a furious, controlled burst, disarming and overwhelming the 2 boys without any graphic detail. He fought with violent precision until both were incapacitated and the alley fell silent. He dropped the broken handle he'd used and, breathing heavily, realized the extent of what he had done. He shed his jacket and threw it into a nearby sewer grate, leaving the isolation where All Might's influence could not reach him. He ran, and in that flight the villain he felt the world had created for him was born. Izuku told himself that he would use the pain he had learned to control as a tool. He vowed to destroy the foundations of the hero world so he could approach All Might with power or consequence. He did not have a clear path yet, but he resolved to make those who had wronged him suffer emotionally and systematically rather than simply killing them. He intended to break them until they desired an end, forcing them to face the consequences of what they had done. Back in his room, he began to remove All Might memorabilia. Rather than destroy the items, he prepared to sell them, photographing each piece and posting images to a site where he could sell them at the price he determined. He rationalized that there was no point in destroying trash when he could profit from returning it to those he considered unworthy, an act of calculated rebellion. A knock came at the door. His mother called to ask if he was home. Izuku invited her in. Inko Midoriya saw the bare walls and empty shelves where his collections once stood and asked what was happening. Izuku answered that there was nothing to worry about. When Inko realized he was selling the items, she asked why. Izuku brought up the news coverage and the lie he felt about his future being barred, the world's prejudice because of his birth, and the absence of his father as the reason for his bitterness. He accused the world of refusing him a chance to be what he dreamed. Inko pleaded with him, trying to calm him. Izuku's anger and sorrow spilled out as he confronted his mother about the past and his fractured hopes. The conversation trailed off into an uneasy silence as both of them faced the painful distance that had grown between them. Izuku exploded at his mother in a burst of anger that had been building for years. He demanded an apology that never came, announced that he was listening to the voices, and ordered her out of his room while insisting she keep his sister away. His mother could only obey and leave, shaken and crying. That outburst marked a change in him. Izuku told himself that no one had known his birthday or even that he existed, but he would make people notice. He slammed the door, and his mother stood speechless in the hallway before walking away. Afterward, Izuku began ordering materials under his father's name, using the advantages that came with being a Yagi. He justified the purchases by claiming they were for his sister's hero training and wrote down what he knew about the supplies. He found comfort in the idea that it would all come together soon. He noticed dried blood on his hand and passed it off as another ordinary part of life, the result of daily injuries and long-standing scars. His skin had become calloused and hardened from burns, exposure to cold, and repeated beatings. He had learned to live with pain and the marks it left. He accepted the image of himself that those marks created, convinced that no one would ever love him. A notification told him his order would arrive in 5 days. He decided to play the waiting game and to move through every step of his plan carefully. He began training in earnest, even though his body still showed the effects of past injuries. There was nerve damage in parts of his arms and torso that dulled sensation, but he kept to a disciplined routine. His frame had taken on the solidity of a swimmer, and he pushed himself despite the limitations. A knock at the door interrupted his training. Izuku opened it to find his sister, Izumi, who flinched when he appeared. Izumi told him that their mother had said dinner was ready. Izuku stared at her, and she glanced nervously toward their parents on the stairs. Trying to ease the tension, Izumi asked if he had been working out and mentioned his new haircut, noting that it suited him and showed how much he had developed. She also noticed the scars on his body. Izumi announced again that dinner was ready. Izuku slammed the door in response, and she slowly walked downstairs. Their father, Yagi, asked what he had said. Izumi reported that Izuku was not hungry, and their mother followed her into the kitchen. In the kitchen, guilt weighed on both parents. Izuku had been keeping to himself for the past week, only appearing briefly to check the mail, and they did not know what he was doing in his room. Yagi, in particular, lived with a deep regret. He had made a public mistake that had shattered his son's dream and turned into something far worse. The incident had been broadcast and had become a slogan that encouraged discrimination against the quirkless. The fallout had cost him dearly. He had gotten into a fight over it that had not gone well, and his position at UA had been damaged. the school now monitored him closely and had placed him on a blacklist. Yagi regretted his words and their consequences more than anything. After they ate dinner, Yagi suggested to Izumi that they go to Dagoba Beach again in a little while. Izumi sighed, tired of the idea. Both of them looked toward the door and saw Izuku standing there asking to come along. Yagi hesitated, and Inko glared at Izuku before Yagi agreed and then went back upstairs. Izumi asked if everything was all right, and Inko said Izumi would find out soon, speaking with a bad feeling about what might come next. On the drive, Izuku sat in the bed of the truck, letting the breeze ruffle his hair. It felt refreshing. He had finally gone somewhere different, and he had joined them because he saw the trip as an opportunity to train. Yagi called up to him from the cab, but Izuku remained silent. Izumi observed that he was unlikely to open up to them, and she felt a quiet sadness. When Izumi later told the others about recent events, they all reacted in their usual ways. Bakugo made a blunt, characteristic remark, which provoked Katsumi and Shoka into a sudden, heated confrontation. The exchange became aggressive in an instant, and Izuku ended up emotionally shattered by the encounter. They had not shown him that he could not be a hero. Instead, the confrontation fractured his mental state and left him a very different person. Adding to the tense atmosphere, 2 of his classmates had been found dead after the slime incident, and Izuku had only scoffed when he heard the news, which made everyone feel more uneasy. The truck stopped. Yagi called out that Izuku could join Izumi's training, but when he looked back the boy was not where he had expected. Izumi suggested adding stealth to the training as they climbed out of the truck and walked toward the beach. They found Izuku struggling to push a refrigerator along the sand, working to keep a steady pace through sheer effort. Yagi noticed a bulge under Izuku's jacket and asked about it. Izuku revealed it was a weighted vest and explained, with quiet intensity, that he was trying to make himself stronger because he felt worthless. Yagi insisted no one thought he was worthless, but Izuku pushed on without accepting the reassurance. Yagi and Izumi headed to a different part of the beach to begin their own exercises, leaving Izuku to his work. Izuku glared after them and turned that anger into focused determination. Izumi found herself pushing 2 stacked refrigerators at once, straining against the weight. Yagi cheered her on from nearby, and watched as Izuku dragged another refrigerator, loaded it into the truck, and then ran back for more. He repeated the cycle: haul, load, return. Fatigue began to show, but he kept going, pushing past sore muscles and breaking through his own limits. After loading about 10 refrigerators and an oven, Izuku paused to steady his breathing. He donned a training mask to improve his breathing and set out to run. He began a long, steady sprint along the shoreline, running full speed without stopping. Yagi and Izumi watched from the sand, wondering quietly whether this relentless drive was still his path toward becoming a hero. Izumi wondered if he was. Yagi said they would ask later. Training resumed. Izuku stopped, drank water, finished soon after, and jogged back the other way. He saw the other 2 just barely finishing, walked past them, and climbed into the back of the truck. The drive home was predictably quiet. Izuku looked at his phone for a moment, saved a number, and smirked. A memory came back of the phone conversation arranging a meeting at Hayashi Mall. An unfamiliar voice had demanded to know why Izuku needed help, but agreed to meet if there was profit in it, and sent a schedule. Back in the truck, Izuku asked to be dropped off at the mall. Yagi asked if there was any reason, and Izuku said he did not need to explain. Yagi pressed, and Izuku revealed he wanted to pursue a career as a bartender, saying it was time to wake up and make a living since hero work had become untenable for him. Izumi choked on her drink at the confession. Yagi, taken aback, reminded Izuku of his youth, and Izuku replied that he had not asked for anyone's permission. When Yagi offered to drop him off halfway because his mother needed a ride, Izuku accepted. Izumi thought to herself that things had gone too far and that he was giving up. The truck stopped and Izuku jumped out. Yagi asked how he would get home and if he needed a ride. Izuku said he could take the train and told them to ignore him like they always did. Izumi protested, but Izuku ignored her and walked off, leaving his gear in the truck and taking only his bag. He took a detour to a small cafe, asked the waiter where the bathroom was, and headed to the back. In the stall he changed into black tactical pants, a green turtleneck, boots, and black gloves. When he left, he thanked the staff and then threw his bag into a dumpster before going to the mall. At the mall he scanned the news on his phone and found a report about 2 young men who had been killed the previous week. He smirked and replayed that memory in his head, feeling a cold satisfaction at how alive he felt now. He sat in the food court, at a predetermined spot. Someone sat behind him and handed him a small card. Izuku confirmed that this was the contact he had been meeting and explained he needed help with the problem. He described the target as a pro-hero known as Captain Celebrity who had been exploiting his fame to harm his fans. He said he wanted the man removed. The contact warned that they could be at risk, but the contact agreed to take the job. Izuku set a container on the floor and explained it contained a substance that would incapacitate the target temporarily, ensuring he would be confined to his residence at a predictable time. That would be the window to strike. The contact laughed at Izuku's audacity but accepted, and they agreed payment would be sent once the news confirmed the outcome. Izuku also asked to be connected to someone who called himself the Hero Killer. The contact said he would see what he could do. With the agreement made, the contact left and Izuku walked away. Night fell in the household. Moonlight filtered through the windows as shadows moved in the corner of the room. Izumi slept, sprawled across the bed. Izuku stood in the doorway for an hour, watching her. He held a small knife and toyed with it at the edge of his hand, but he did not act. He told himself to be patient and leaned close enough to whisper a threat that he knew would unsettle her. He left before anything happened. Izumi woke with a start and, finding no one there, calmed herself, thinking it had been a nightmare. Unseen, Izuku lingered in the shadows for a moment longer before slipping away. Chapter end. Izuku woke early the next morning. He jumped out of bed to get ready, took a shower, and pushed through the soreness in his body. He knew he would not get anywhere by staying in bed. He resolved to endure the pain. He was used to it. He pulled out a book that taught how to make certain drinks martinis, margaritas techniques that would help him blend into a crowd. At the same time, he planned to keep up the training he needed to make sure his skills did not dull. Izuku thought about the entrance exam for UA, 6 months away, and wondered if he would be ready by then. He checked his phone and saw a message informing him that his package was waiting in his spot, and he smiled. He prepared his outfit, headed downstairs, and found his mother at the table drinking coffee. Inko noticed him up early and reminded him gently that the sun had not risen yet. Izuku told her he was going out to get an item from the shop to continue his education and that he would be back quickly. She asked him to be careful, and he promised he would. She sighed and sent a text to Toshinori. Toshinori, patrolling as All Might, received the message and made sure his route kept the boy within sight. He watched Izuku walk through town, glance at his phone, and go into a hardware store. All Might wondered if he was building something, but then saw Izuku stop on a roof, shake hands with the store owner, and continue on to the bookstore. All Might noted that some early opening establishments in the area had questionable reputations, and he felt disbelief that his son was out making deals at such hours. Izuku left the store carrying a plastic bag and thanked the clerk inside. He began heading home. When he reached the bus station, someone he could not immediately see approached and sat beside him. The stranger offered Izuku an apprenticeship at his business, apologizing for the early meeting and explaining that he needed to see who he was hiring. He acknowledged that Izuku's recent debut had made other jobs cautious, but he promised fair treatment and training that would help Izuku in his career. Izuku thanked the man and accepted the apprenticeship with full commitment, saying he would give his best effort. The man arranged for Izuku to start training on Friday and instructed him to speak to the waiter upon arrival, who would take him to the back and then to the man's office. They shook hands and the man left. All Might realized Izuku had been at an interview. As Izuku stood to leave, he turned, locked eyes with All Might, and jumped down to All Might's level. Izuku demanded to know why All Might was there and accused him of ridiculing him. All Might tried to apologize, but Izuku said nothing could make up for what had been done and that it was hard enough dealing with the same mistreatment at home. When All Might asked what he meant, Izuku refused to say, insisting the matter was none of his concern. He rejected any offer related to becoming a hero, declaring that he had chosen a new career path and telling All Might he had no right to judge him. He left to go work out, and All Might watched him go, thinking that nothing would ever repair what had been broken between them. Izumi woke, exhausted and haunted by a nightmare whose whispered words still frightened her. It was the last day of her school break, and she planned to spend time with friends Katsumi and Shoka. The others were training for the exams and avoided distractions. Shoto was being trained by his father. Izumi checked her phone and read a shocking headline that a well-known hero had died in his sleep. She was in disbelief. The hero had always seemed healthy and prepared for duty. She looked toward Izuku's room and found it empty. He had been away from home so often that she had not yet had a chance to apologize to him for everything, and she wanted to make it up to him. Her attention shifted to several packages ready to be mailed. A pinned photo of All Might with a black X across it caught her eye. Whoever had marked it clearly hated him now. Izumi did not blame the sentiment given recent events, but it still unsettled her. Izuku appeared behind her and told her to get out. She tried to speak, but the door was slammed shut before she could explain. She left with a heavy sigh. Nearby, some unknown associates commented on the difficulty of keeping Izuku from appearing troubled, and one reported intelligence that the hero killer was targeting a recently promoted pro-hero known as Rook, whose quirk allowed him to fortify and create strong barricades, a powerful defensive ability. The hero killer had been hiding out near Hosu City, and they planned to send Izuku the time and place of Rook's arrival. Izuku prepared and took a short nap. He despised sleeping because sleep brought the recurring nightmares, a replay of harsh treatment and painful memories dating back to his childhood. He could still see his younger self, crying and asking why people hated him. That image stayed with him as he steeled himself for what was to come. Izuku remembered a younger version of himself, shouting at the world with fresh hurts layered over older scars. He recalled how that boy had believed in a simple truth: they were different from others, unblessed, weak, and blind to the way society was being shaped. The image of that younger self turning away remained vivid, envious of how naive he had once been, how he had kept living a lie. The younger Izuku had cried that they had wanted to be heroes, naming his sister, Kaken, Sumi, Shoto, and Shoka. Izuku watched that memory with a solemn detachment and decided it was time to stop following the rules set by others. He told himself they would play by their own rules now, and make this a long game. He woke an hour before the meetup. He grabbed a jacket and bag, quietly left through his window, turned off the lights, and slipped into the night. He jumped into the bushes and headed for the train station that would take him to Hosu City. He packed a hand axe, a screwdriver, and a hammer for emergencies, knowing he was no match for the hero killer and accepting that he might die. He preferred the idea of going out with purpose rather than disappearing without meaning. At least the killer, in Izuku's view, was trying to remove a corruption from the system. As the train prepared to depart, the doors reopened and Izuku stepped on. He found himself surprised by a striking girl on the seat across from him. Her light blue hair fell toward her waist and her smile was warm and kind. The sight made him blush despite everything else weighing on his mind. She asked whether the seat was taken in a bubbly, slightly awkward way, and Izuku replied that it was free. She sat down cheerfully and thanked him, mentioning that it had been a tough day. The girl introduced herself as Nijire Hato and explained that she attended UA High in her third year and hoped to become a pro-hero within a year. She spoke about how she liked seeing people happy and how meeting new people intrigued her. She seemed genuinely interested in getting to know him. Izuku, embarrassed and stuttering, said his name was Izuku Midoriya, that he attended Kashiak High, was a senior, and that he liked Katsudon. Nijire reacted with enthusiasm and peppered him with questions, marveling at his features in an adorable, curious way and commenting on things like his freckles and green hair. She admitted she had once planned to go to the same school as him and imagined she would have met many nice people there. Izuku's mood shifted. He responded with a venomous sneer when she mentioned nice people, and Nijire tried to defend the thought. He snapped back that nothing was nice for him anywhere because he was quirkless, and he lashed out, expecting her to recoil from someone he considered worthless. Nijire surprised him by saying she could relate. She explained that she had been a late bloomer, her quirk had not manifested until she was 12, and that she had also been mistreated. That experience had shown her that becoming a hero was the right path to counter hatred and fake people. Her calm, earnest explanation left Izuku in awe. When the train reached his stop, Izuku rose to leave. Nijire quickly asked for his phone, wrote down her number, and said she wanted to keep talking. She waved as the doors closed and the train pulled away. Izuku watched her go with a mix of wonder and frustration, muttering about how strange life could be. He made his way downtown quickly, passing faces until he reached the spot where the meetup was supposed to happen. Turning a corner, he found the scene he had been dreading. The hero killer, Stain, stood over a fallen hero whom he had just struck down. The moment was dramatic and intense but non-graphic, like something out of a violent anime. Stain's blade flashed and the air was heavy with the aftermath of a fierce confrontation. Stain warned the young man that he was treading on thin ice and asked if he wanted to die. Izuku answered that death would be welcome. He had nothing left to lose, so the outcome would not change his purpose for being there. Stain was taken aback by that willingness and noted how young Izuku still was, that he had a life ahead of him. Then Stain recognized him as the one who had been mocked and humiliated by the symbol of peace. He admitted he had once believed All Might to be the true hero but had been disillusioned by what he had seen. Izuku agreed that the experience had been an eye-opener for both of them and explained that he had come because he wanted Stain to teach him how to fight. Stain asked how he intended to manage that request. An unnamed interlocutor threatened that they would refuse and kill him. Izuku responded that he knew they could see his potential and his resolve, and that the only thing left in his life was to kill All Might. He did not care how he would do it, and he would not stop until All Might's defeat was broadcast across the world from that tower of his. Stain watched the young man through the crowd and realized this one was different. He saw pain, betrayal, and a hard, hollow anger, the kind that comes from someone who has lost faith in a false society. That was exactly what Stain had been looking for. Stain told Izuku that, although he lacked basic training, he had a drive like Stain's own. Stain said he could pause his crusade and focus on molding Izuku into someone to be feared, but asked how long Izuku would endure. Izuku answered that he would last until the heroes stopped him. Stain chuckled at the answer, agreed to teach him and warned that he would not hold back and that there would be pain. Izuku replied that he was used to it. Stain offered his hand and they shook. Stain declared Izuku his apprentice and asked where he came from. Izuku said Mustafa. Stain asked if he knew Dagoba Beach and, when Izuku said yes, arranged to meet there for conditioning. Stain told him to head home and be there before sunrise. Izuku agreed and leapt away, leaving Stain staring. Izuku returned to the train station, realizing it was midnight. He let the unsettled energy inside him take over for a while. As he walked, he imagined the strains of a waltz, the cellos, each slide and moved with deliberate steps, making sure each footfall landed as if following a rhythm only he could hear. He twirled and continued like someone dancing without music, a quiet display that warned onlookers not to interfere. He kept the waltz up while waiting for the train until it arrived. He took the same seat where he had spoken with Nijire. Hato and thought of the number he had been given. He planned to test it tomorrow, but, for now, he was tired and just wanted to get home. He got off the train and walked through familiar streets, passing a scene where heroes were attempting to detain someone. He kept walking and ignored a call from his sister, letting it ring out. When he reached home, he climbed in through the window, tossed his bag aside and lay down. The lights came on and his family stood there. His father, Yagi, demanded to know where he had been and told him he did not get to speak back. Izuku responded with a sharp question about why they cared. His mother, Inko, pleaded that they were his parents and asked what was happening and why he was acting this way. Izuku replied with bitter sarcasm, accusing them of finally asking about his well-being only now and calling the concern hypocritical. Izumi protested, and Yagi implored Izuku to explain, telling him his behavior was childish and that, as a young man, he should try to be a positive influence for his sister and her friends. He added a strained laugh. Izuku dismissed the idea of being a role model and said he felt more like a punching bag. He insisted he was trying to get his life together and did not need to be treated as their child anymore. He said he was tired of being ignored, tired of being forgotten, and wanted to get away from it all. Inko said they loved him and urged him to see what he was doing to himself, acknowledging the trauma shown on the news and telling him he needed to be strong and move past it. Izuku lashed out, calling himself weak and worthless and saying he had no patience for Izumi and the people she associated with. His words shocked the family and left her heartbroken. She cried silently, the rare tears making clear how deep the wound was. Yagi demanded that Izuku apologize to his sister while Inko tried to comfort her. Izuku glared at his father and stood up when Yagi did the same. Yagi insisted he apologize to his sister, looking at her, and Izuku offered a cutting, insincere apology that only made things worse. Yagi grabbed his shoulder, and Izuku shoved him away. Yagi reminded Izuku that he was his son, that he lived in their house and had to follow their rules. Izuku snapped that the man was not his real father and accused his biological father of abandoning him because he was quirkless, implying Inko had chosen to be with another man. The accusation stunned Yagi and left Inko speechless. Izumi whimpered, asking them to stop as the argument escalated and voices rose until she begged for it to end. In a final outburst, Izuku declared that he did not care what they had to say and announced he was moving out. Inko begged him to reconsider, but Izuku said he had had enough of being treated that way and that a little attention was not enough to keep him there. He walked out, leaving the family reeling. Izuku screamed that he did not want to be in that hellhole anymore, his voice cracking and tears streaming down his face as he let everything out, not caring about the strain in his throat. He told them he had given so many signs of how he was treated that he was afraid to come home from school and afraid to be at school, and asked how much more he had to suffer. He accused the man he admired of saying he could not be a hero and of turning him into a laughingstock while narrowing the careers he could pursue. He insisted that no one wanted him and no one cared about what happened to him, that it was always just about her and her friends. Yagi and Inko stood there and listened, stunned. They had no idea this was happening to him and no idea how much they had failed him as parents or how much it had affected his mental state. He had been forced to grow up early because of them, driven to this breaking point, and he had lost faith in heroes and in everything. He sat down on his bed and tried to control his breathing as another episode took hold. A darker part of his mind urged violent, final solutions, imagining a dramatic, stylized confrontation that would free him from the weight he carried. He rejected that impulse, refusing to give in. He told himself no, that patience and time would bring a different kind of resolution, and slowly he calmed. He asked if they were done gawking or going to leave. They processed what had happened and, clearly overwhelmed, left the room. Yagi opened his mouth as if to say something more, then held his tongue, closed the door, and walked away. Izuku noticed a message from Nijire, complete with a cheerful face. It was midnight, and he hesitated, worried he might be imposing or read the moment wrong, but he decided to call. He thought to himself that he was starting to feel like her, even though he had only met her for 15 minutes. Nijire answered the call with an energetic greeting. Izuku responded awkwardly, and Nijire asked what was wrong. Nijire asked if he was okay, if it wasn't late, and if he was tired. Izuku replied that he was not okay, that it was late, and that he was very tired, but he needed someone to talk to and hoped she would listen for a few minutes. Nijire insisted that no one was a burden when it came to someone's well-being and that he could talk for as long as he liked. Izuku accepted, nervous but relieved. Nijire asked what was wrong. Izuku explained that he had been in a huge argument with his family and had pushed his stepfather in the heat of it. Nijire murmured sympathy and guessed that his voice was cracking from shouting. Izuku noted that they had only known each other a short time but she already understood the situation. Nijire shared that she had a stepmother and that she and her own parents sometimes argued, but she redirected the focus back to Izuku and asked if he was physically all right and whether he wanted to meet up. Izuku hesitated at the idea of meeting that night because most people were asleep, but Nijire cheerfully said she had been up late playing a game and that the call had brightened her night. She suggested the mall as a meeting place. Izuku agreed, and Nijire lightened the mood by calling it a date in order to test the waters and get to know him better. Izuku, a little flustered, accepted. They arranged to meet on Saturday, and Nijire said he could call her anytime. She liked talking late at night. Izuku smiled quietly at the thought and hung up, feeling both comforted and unsure whether the invitation was born of pity. He decided he would learn the answer when the time came. Left alone, he thought about how isolated he felt, like an outcast and extra piece gathering dust until it corroded away. He reflected on his first day at work, the training with the hero killer, and the fact that the date gave him something else to focus on. Busy days helped him stay on track toward his goals. He planned to train hard for 6 months, but for now he had to consider how to hide his identity. He had always worn a mask and figured another one would make no difference. He sketched ideas for an outfit that balanced protection and mobility. A suit and tie felt too restrictive, combat pants and boots made sense for movement, but he needed something to cover the rest of his body. He settled on a cloak to conceal his shape. He thought about acquiring specialized gear through contacts, recognizing the cost was beyond his usual income. He and his partner could take risky contracts to earn more, but he still needed a better solution. A news report gave him an idea. A new villain organization calling themselves the League of Villains had been spotted conspiring near Kamino. Their exact location was unknown, but activity had been noticed in Kamino Ward. He looked up the ward and watched footage of construction and demolition. A payment record tied to an apartment complex in Kamino Ward stood out, an August 24th transaction with no name, linked to a group he suspected. He printed the record and hid it in his bag. He prepared to leave, slipping a crowbar into his pack for utility and extra weight. Walking the streets at night with a crowbar drew odd looks, but he preferred that to taking the train and attracting attention. Kamino Ward lay about a mile away. He kept his head down and moved through the moonlit streets. When he arrived at the construction site, cameras were visible, but he decided to enter through the front. Each step made his heart pound faster. Sweat dampened his hair as nerves built with every footfall. The lobby was empty, dust and cobwebs hanging from the rafters. He questioned whether he had misread the lead. He kept the crowbar ready and searched the abandoned rooms, which showed signs of long vacancy. Suddenly the floor under him gave way. He fell through a weakened section and landed hard on a lower level. The impact left him stunned, and his crowbar knocked against him as he tried to steady himself. He pushed himself to his knees, cursing under his breath at his luck. A man then spoke, amused and calm, asking why someone so young was snooping in the building. Izuku looked up to see a figure who seemed to shimmer with heat, dressed in a neat suit and brushing a countertop as if he were cleaning a bar. The man apologized for the abrupt introduction and explained that they could not allow anyone to know the location of his master's hideout, so he would need to ask a few questions. The man invited Izuku to take a seat and offered him a drink. Izuku apologized for intruding. The stranger smoothed his tone and said he assumed Izuku had stumbled on the hideout by accident, perhaps as an explorer who filmed abandoned buildings and posted the footage online. Izuku asked if there was a drink called Spunky Monkey available. The man produced a glass and then brought out lemons. He worked with practiced, fluid motions, cutting a lemon, squeezing it, adding a small amount of sugar, shaking the mixture, and pouring it into a chilled glass until it fogged from the cold. He finished with a tiny umbrella and a straw and set the drink in front of Izuku. Izuku tasted it and told the man it was the best thing he had ever had. The man expressed his pleasure and then moved on to questions. He asked how Izuku had found the place. Izuku set the drink down and explained that he had been trying to locate the LOV and had traced past property sales and loans over the last 10 years. One record listed an unknown name, which raised red flags, and the building was the only one slated for complete interior reconstruction rather than demolition, another warning sign. The man asked if Izuku had revealed the location to anyone else. Izuku shook his head and stated firmly that even if he were killed, the hideout would remain safe. When the man asked why Izuku wanted to find the place, Izuku answered that he wanted to join their league. The man picked up an old telephone, turned the dial, and waited while signaling Izuku to be patient. After speaking briefly into the receiver, he mentioned that the person they were expecting had indeed been located and that he would send him down. He waved his hand, and a glowing portal opened. Izuku, awed, realized it was a teleportation quirk and, after being told he could ask questions after his meeting, thanked the man, took his drink, and stepped into the portal. He emerged into a room filled with high-end medical equipment that looked as if it could be used for surgery. The sterile, clinical atmosphere made the hairs on his neck stand up. A voice addressed him by name, and the sound sent a cold wave through him. He froze, overwhelmed with the urge to cower. The voice instructed him to turn around. Reluctantly, he did, and saw a man who looked almost devilish in a suit and tie, a deep scar across the top of his face lending him a dangerous air. Despite his formal attire, details on his side an expensive poncho, a cowboy hat, and several photographs that had been blacked out made the scene feel stranger. The man identified Izuku and called him the Clown of Mustafa. Izuku protested that he did not want to be called that. The man countered that it was the name people used for him and asked why it should be forbidden. Izuku said he did not deserve the ridicule and that the laughter had tormented him. He wanted those who had wronged him to feel the same pain and to know that he would be there, waiting for them. He swore that he would take down the symbol of peace himself. The man mocked him, suggesting that Izuku was a boy still clinging to a dream who had been neglected and abused. He alleged Izuku had been scarred physically and mentally, born without a quirk, and even abandoned by his father. Izuku told him to shut up. The man asked why he had ever believed his dream could be reached. Izuku pleaded for him to stop. The man continued, saying that even with training he would remain a laughingstock and be outcast, always living in the shadow of his sister, who would achieve the hero life he wanted: support, friends, and perhaps a family while he would be left behind. Tears came to Izuku's eyes as he begged the taunts to end. A man taunted Izuku about how the story would end, saying that all quirkless are forgotten, overlooked, and cast aside like dust, nothing worth mourning. Izuku, enraged, seized a crowbar, leaped, and swung it overhead, striking a mirror. The blow revealed that what he had seen was an illusion. Izuku muttered in disbelief as the figure reappeared. The man told Izuku that he could see how Izuku did not want that to be the end. He insisted the world was afraid of change and clung to a false idea of heroism. The man argued that Izuku had ambitions even All Might had not. He had wanted to save people and spare them pain, not bring them the same suffering he had endured. The man said the world had denied Izuku that selfless dream and forced him into something he never wanted to be. Izuku stared at his reflection in the cracked surface and felt the accusation cut deep. The man said that the pieces of his dream had left him fractured inside. Izuku could not bear it. He knew the man was right. A lock clicked, and the man rose to his feet. A man told Izuku that he did not see what everyone else saw. He told him he saw a boy with great potential, a boy who could become the thing heroes would dread. The man promised he could change Izuku into someone unrecognizable from the weak child he had been. He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder in a gesture that felt comforting and accepting, and Izuku felt safe. The man then warned that no wrongdoing went unpunished, a point he made with a cold assurance. Izuku's tears still fell, but his expression hardened. The red in his eyes now carried only rage and a resolve that left no room for hiding. He abandoned his childhood dream of being a hero and embraced a new identity. Izuku Midoriya, outcast and a looming threat to the heroes. He vowed that the people who had made him suffer would one day feel the weight of his pain. The man held him in a hug until Izuku broke down. The man told Izuku that he could become the figure heroes would fear and that he could end their comfortable complacency. He offered Izuku a place in the League of Villains, holding out his hand and asking him to join, to spread fear and repay the pain he had suffered. Izuku saw the offer as a light in his darkness and gripped the man's hand as if clinging to the edge of a cliff. He called the man teacher, master, and father, and the man's smile widened. The man told Izuku that his devotion was evident and that he would be trained by the hero killer and by the man himself. He said that by the time the new year at UA began, Izuku would already be feared. It was growing late, he told him, and Izuku should go home and be discreet about everything he had learned. A portal opened and led to Dagoba Beach. Izuku found his things organized and ready. The bartender who had helped him, Kurojiri, assisted in the preparations. Kurojiri wished him a safe trip home and reminded him to keep the matter secret. Izuku thought that being quirkless would help him avoid suspicion and stepped through the portal feeling a huge weight lift from his chest. He felt wanted and needed. Most of all, he had found someone to look up to. Months later, Izuku was back in class. He had been waking early for Stain's training and running on the beach for hours. He had improved his fitness and fortified his mindset, though he did not yet consider himself truly strong. Christmas had passed in a blur of training rather than celebration. Stain and Kurogiri had given him a present they promised Stain would see first. Tamura Shigaraki and Izuku were similar in age and had an uneasy dynamic. They both carried the scars of difficult childhoods and recognized that pain in one another. They felt a mutual respect. The beginnings of a friendship or rivalry lay there, but for now they were expected to work together rather than compete. Stain kept their hero-killer training secret from most people to avoid complications. Stain instructed Izuku to start with the basics if he wanted to learn weaponry. He made him master his fists, explaining that when someone was disarmed, a fighter had to rely on raw technique. Stain threw gloves and taught a brute fighting style suited to Izuku's temperament. Izuku listened closely, absorbing every word, learning and repeating the motions. Endurance became the central lesson. Power meant little without the stamina to use it again and again. He trained for hours on end, pushing through until his hands grew raw and sore from the constant strikes. Stain told Izuku about a training method he had learned long ago at a Shaolin-style temple, the Iron Fist. Stain warned that it would blunt the nerves in his hands, but promised the training would make him unstoppable. The regimen was painful, every blow to the bag sent sharp, burning pain through Izuku's hands, but he kept going day and night. One morning Izuku realized he had both a shift at work and a commitment elsewhere and left in a hurry. Stain sighed and observed that the boy overworked himself. Over the first month of training, Stain pushed him relentlessly, correcting his stance and focusing on fundamentals. Izuku developed an abnormal tolerance for pain that even surprised Stain. Repeated strikes dented the metal training equipment, and Stain asked what he had been doing. Izuku said he had been doing extra training and studying methods to make pain feel like something he could push past. Stain encouraged him to continue. Work at Dagoba Beach remained part of Izuku's routine. Customers complimented his steady improvement and his dedication. A classmate, Nijire, noticed his progress and admired his effort. She asked him about his regimen and whether he would teach her. Izuku explained that it was a matter of endurance and routine, and he agreed to help if she wanted to learn. By the second month, school resumed and assignments were collected in class. The teacher called out for Izuku's work. He responded with a bitter remark, frustrated at what he perceived as the teacher's indifference. The moment passed and the class moved on. The class finally noticed the changes Izuku had made to himself. He wore the standard uniform, his hair and features more defined, and his arms and hands were calloused. He looked far more muscular than the fragile boy they once knew. Students whispered that he thought a little working out would make him worth something, noted that he was still quirkless, and dismissed him as a lost cause. Mako confronted him with a tirade of insults, declaring that no one in the school would ever make it into internships, especially Izuku. Izuku scoffed and laughed, admitting he had given up on that path and had other careers to pursue. Asking to be left alone. Mako punched him. Izuku taunted Mako for running out of material and challenged his dominance. The teacher intervened and demanded that Mako stop, but Mako continued to berate Izuku. Izuku urged him to keep going, goading Mako until he struck again. Mako hurled more insults about worthlessness and being quirkless. Izuku dismissed him as a broken record. Mako shouted and activated his quirk, turning his hand into crystal, but Izuku unexpectedly countered. He grabbed Mako, slammed him into a wall, and then into a desk, which broke in half. The class stared in shock. The quirkless Izuku had fought back and come out on top against the student everyone expected to be the most promising. Izuku warned Mako that if he was ever seen parading with a hero, Mako would know who the weak link was. He gathered his bag and left. Nijire asked whether he had really fought and won. Izuku replied that the others had no idea. Nijire noticed a note in his possession. Izuku said not to worry. Inside was the letter addressed to his parents that he had intercepted a notice of expulsion from school, which in turn meant more time to train. 3 months later, Izuku trained under his sensei, who emphasized that knowing the enemy was key. The sensei presented a special weapon, a large, unique hammer with a head shaped like a stylized Roman numeral 3 wrapped in barbed wire and a metal with a sharp pommel. Izuku also donned a black raincoat with rubber gloves and boots, black tactical pants with stitches and chains, and an imposing gas mask crafted by a notorious support gear maker. The mask's lenses protected him from visual control and its filtration made him resistant to gas-based effects. As his muscles continued to grow, he looked more menacing than before. He had adopted the name the Outcast, and at night he planned to make his first mark. The sensei showed him a picture of a girl, Ibuki Miyaki. Izuku identified her as the one who had tormented him. She and Mako had led others in bullying him. The sensei instructed Izuku to crash a small gathering Ibuki was holding while her parents were away and to leave a clear sign for the heroes to find. Izuku smiled under his mask, told the sensei it was a good day, picked up the hammer, and left. The sensei said he looked forward to whatever Izuku might do. In the dead of night, Izuku walked through the dark city. His breathing through the mask was loud and raspy, and passers-by moved aside or took pictures, but he was focused on his target. He carried the hammer and made his way to the building where laughter and giggling marked the party. Anger rose in him as he thought of Ibuki, the one who had treated him like he was disposable. He climbed the fire escape and entered, each step echoing through the empty area below. Inside, Ibuki and her friends joked about what game to play, traded memes about All Might, and dismissed the idea that the student they had mocked might still matter. When a window broke, they grew quiet. Mako went to check the sound and transformed his hand into a crystal shard to pry open a door. He found an open window and felt the cold breeze. He told the others there was no one there, unaware of the towering figure behind him. The figure seized Mako by the neck with little effort and tossed him across the room. Panic erupted as the figure swung the hammer, striking the floor and scattering furniture. The others tried to flee, but two were knocked down and rendered unconscious or badly injured without any visible gore. The figure advanced toward Ibuki, dragging the hammer along the floor. Mako leapt at the figure to protect her but was grabbed, restrained, and beaten down in a chaotic, intense struggle. Ibuki screamed and cried for Mako, who groaned and urged her to run. Then Mako was struck and fell silent. She screamed again as the figure approached. The figure set the hammer down and removed the gas mask, revealing Izuku. Ibuki recoiled and cried out that it was Deku, stunned to see him standing there. It was Izuku. He was the one who had killed her friends. Izuku chuckled and asked if she was surprised. Ibuki began to cry and asked why he was doing it. Izuku said he thought he had shown them how he truly felt. Ibuki demanded to know what he meant. Izuku explained that after years of abuse and mistreatment he was done. The Deku she had known was gone and only the outcast remained. He put a gas mask on and grabbed her. Ibuki screamed and begged him to stop as he lifted her above the fire escape. She pleaded for mercy and tried desperately to avoid the outcome, but it had been planned. Izuku told her that perhaps she should have seen how her methods could put people in danger, and then he released his hold. He heard her scream and then the sound cut off. A tense silence fell over the rooftop. Izuku arranged a small, deliberate display beside the other still bodies, paused for a moment, then jumped down to the street, lingering briefly before walking off into the night, leaving no trace behind, as if the scene had been a nightmare. Izuku sighed and collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. 3 months of non-stop training and 3 months into his job had left him drained. He had scarcely allowed himself a thought for family. For now, everything else had taken precedence. Earlier that day he had been at work in his uniform, serving regulars. Nijire Hadu arrived with her friends Mirio Togata and Tamaki Amajiki after Izuku had given permission and his boss had approved. They sat and watched him work, and Izuku felt embarrassed, self-conscious as he moved through the motions with practiced ease. Izuku asked what had brought them in. Mirio said they had come mostly to see how he was doing and complimented the way he handled his tasks. Nijire urged him not to be modest and used a familiar nickname for him, which made Izuku ask her to stop. Nijire replied that she liked the nickname and looked slightly flushed. Tamaki remained quiet and shy at the back, mostly hidden in his jacket. When Izuku guessed they were there to take him somewhere after his shift, Mirio reminded him he was about to get off in 10 minutes. Their boss came out to greet them, introduced himself, and thanked them for coming, welcoming any friend of his best worker. He offered to have Izuku clock out early and said he could fill in so he would not get rusty. Izuku thanked him and clocked out, grabbed his bag, put on his trench coat, and stepped outside. Mirio commented that Izuku dressed classily. Izuku explained that the dress code required it. Nija asked if the coat had cost a lot. Izuku said it had not. He had some help. Nijire pressed, wondering who had helped. Parents, another job. Izuku answered that they did not know the person, it was not his parents, and this was his only job. When Mirio asked where they should go now that Izuku was finished, Nijire began to suggest a destination, but Izuku pointed out they had already been to the mall 3 times last week. After a short exchange and some playful teasing about Nijire's invitation to stay at her place while her parents were away, Izuku agreed to see the place and promised to consider the offer. They headed to the mall together and took their usual route. In a corner of the store, a display TV showed a news report. The screen reported a very disturbing case. 4 students, including Ibuki Miyake and Meiko Satori, had been found dead at a residence after what authorities described as a violent attack. The report noted that witnesses had seen a large figure wearing a mask and carrying a heavy hammer. The news footage included a poorly exposed photograph of a person in an outfit that, by accident of lighting and angle, looked ominous. Mirio reacted in disbelief and demanded to know how anyone could do such a thing and what their motive might be. Izuku suggested that the attacker might have been someone the victims knew, a stalker or someone they had wronged, but he showed little outward emotion. Nijire declared that as future heroes in training they would make sure those students' deaths were not in vain. Izuku cautioned her against shouting out their identities in public. Mirio and Tamaki agreed. The report had dampened their mood, but they tried to move on. Izuku suggested checking the theater to see if anything interesting was playing. Nijire begged to go, and Mirio said it would be a good way to take their minds off things. Tamaki agreed quietly. They discovered the theater was running films from the Corkless era, including a classic called Dirty Harry. Izuku remarked that it was a timeless piece from a bygone time and worth watching. They bought tickets, and Izuku paid for everyone despite their protests. Once inside, Izuku received a call from his sister but chose to ignore it. He had turned his phone off after declining to answer for the 1000th time that week. They took their seats, and for some reason they were the only patrons in the theater. Mirio observed that the choice of film was not surprising and wondered aloud whether they had picked the wrong one. Tamaki suggested they simply watch it. Mirio and Tamaki sat side by side, leaving Nijire next to Izuku a row above them. Nijire reacted with interest as the movie began. The film's character joked about losing count of shots fired in the chaos, admitting confusion amid the commotion. Mirio responded with enthusiastic admiration. Tamaki hushed him, Nijire murmured in awe, and Izuku offered a small, quiet laugh. Nijire settled down to watch the movie and kept her attention on the screen. After a moment of silence, she asked why the situation mattered to him and whether he liked her or was dating someone else. Izuku explained that he worried about her reputation at UA. He admitted that he did like her and that he was still single, but he feared how others might perceive them and did not want to bring her unwanted attention. Nijire called his name gently. Izuku then asked why she had chosen him instead of Mirio, Tamaki, or other friends, wondering if it had been out of pity or spite. Nijire denied that it was pity and asked why he always thought so little of himself. Izuku confessed that he had been corkless and had endured a lot, and he asked if they could talk about it after the movie. Nijire settled back to watch, and Izuku agreed to continue the conversation later. A memory surfaced for Izuku. In a past conversation, a teacher had said he knew who Izuku was close to. Izuku had answered that this awareness was why he was there. The teacher had warned that revealing that information further proved loyalty to a dangerous group and that secrets did not last in that environment. Those ties and connections only increased the risk of being discovered, and there were additional consequences to consider. Sensei observed that Izuku cared for the girl deeply and acknowledged that he did not know what to do. The mentor explained that it was natural for someone his age to develop feelings, but warned that such attachments would attract unwanted attention given Izuku's public position. Sensei added that, because she was entering her 3rd year at UA, Izuku had to be prepared for the possibility of conflict. He might be forced to confront her, to hurt her, or, in the most extreme orders, to take lethal action. Sensei told Izuku he did not have to answer immediately, only that the truth would reveal itself in time and that Izuku should remember the warning. The flashback ended. Izuku wondered if he could follow through. Seeing the energetic girl, a friend he trusted with his problems and someone who could count on him in return, he questioned whether he could bring himself to end their connection with a single blow, or whether she might be forced to strike him with a powerful blast. Either outcome would leave both of them with pain and grief, emotions that felt all too familiar. He watched her, and when she smiled he returned to watching the movie. She squeezed his arm briefly, a quiet sign of closeness, and he understood the small game between them. Mirio and Tamaki tried not to laugh at the scene, though Tamaki looked confused. When the movie ended they all had much to consider. Mirio thought the acting had been intense and unlike anything he had seen. Tamaki suggested that might explain why some people disliked the film. Nijire wondered whether it was the blunt discussion of violence or the sensitive subject matter that made it divisive. Izuku reflected that the movie depicted the quirkless as heroes and noted that films from the quirkless era were often treated awkwardly by modern audiences. He explained that the mall's cinema was permissive about their selections, which was why they had been allowed to watch this one. He emphasized that it was only his opinion, but it reflected how he felt. Tamaki listened, and Mirio reminded everyone that there was a tournament they needed to catch. Tamaki protested as Mirio hoisted him up and ran off, both laughing. Nijire found them funny. Izuku thought it odd, and Nijire asked whether he would walk her home or to his new place. Izuku affirmed that he would walk her home. They stepped out into the night. The cold air and the moonlight made the streets quiet. As they crossed the bridge, with only the occasional passerby, the silence settled between them. Nijire brought up the earlier conversation about why she had chosen him and asked what he had meant by saying it might reflect poorly on her. Izuku pointed out their reality. He was quirkless and she had a prominent hero quirk. If people saw her in her hero costume with him and drew conclusions, it could damage her reputation. Nijire began to respond, but Izuku cut in, unsure how to continue. They walked on in thoughtful silence, each lost in their own concerns. Nijire told him she wanted him to understand and to believe her. She said that knowing he felt the same way made her happy, and he began to cry, which embarrassed him. Nijire hugged him tightly. She told him she did not care about anything else. If being with him made him happy, it made her happy. She said she did not want him to be sad because of something he had been born with and that she wanted him to find happiness, because in her eyes he had stolen her periwinkle heart. Izuku answered with a nervous laugh and asked if that was her way of saying it. Nijire affirmed it and insisted she would not let him hurt himself, reminding him that he could not make every decision alone. Izuku admitted he could not, and he returned the hug. The embrace felt different from others he had known. Where some past embraces had felt hollow, this one was reciprocated and sincere, which made everything more poignant for both of them. 3 months later, Yagi told Izumi that she had cleaned enough and plopped down on the sand. After 6 grueling months of training, the beach had been cleared and made beautiful, and onlookers had started to gather to see the one who had done it all. Yagi told Izumi that she was ready to take the torch now, though she wore a scowl as she remembered how things had unfolded. 3 months earlier, Izumi had asked her father why they were there. Yagi admitted that, as much as he had wanted to delay, he had no choice. A familiar figure appeared in a puff of smoke, and Izumi recognized All Might. After the initial shock and the usual explanations and uproar, Izumi had broken down and cried. She demanded to know whether Izuku already knew. Yagi confirmed that he did not, and he dodged a punch as Izumi accused him of embarrassing Izuku in public. Yagi explained that his decision had been made out of concern for Izuku's safety. He had feared encouraging him if it would lead to danger. He had only wanted to protect Izuku. Izumi growled in frustration. Yagi reiterated that he had acted out of care for Izuku's well-being and that Izuku had been through a lot. The memory ended and Izumi felt a nudge. Back in the present, Izumi asked what she needed to do next. Yagi handed her a single lock of hair and explained that the quirk transfer required DNA and that she needed to ingest it. Izumi looked at her empty water bottle, then put the hair in her mouth and gagged, attracting the attention of nearby onlookers who had seen the awkward scene. Yagi chuckled, and Izumi warned the crowd not to tell anyone, scattering them. After she finished cleaning the beach, Izumi looked back at her father and asked about the exams the next day and whether Izuku had been informed. Yagi said it was no use talking to him. He and Izumi's mother felt that they were at a loss and had been giving up. Izumi accused them of pushing Izuku away and of giving up too easily. Yagi confessed that he did not know what to do. Izuku was often away and had been staying the night somewhere even they could not find. Izumi revealed that she had learned he had been staying with his new girlfriend. Yagi choked on his drink in surprise. Izumi struggled to explain how she had found out. A short time before, Izumi and several friends had been nearby when Bakugo complained that they could not just blow things up and still needed to pass the written test. Katsumi told him to stop complaining, and Shoto warned them to be quiet. Izumi noticed in the distance that Izuku was hugging someone. The group realized he had a girlfriend, and they were stunned. Bakugo fumed that Izuku had gotten a girlfriend before him, while the others fell silent and watched as Izuku and Nijire clarified their feelings and agreed to be together. Nijire asked whether they would still move in together, and Izuku said yes. The group exchanged a string of shocked, muttered reactions as the memory ended. Yagi scolded Izumi for essentially eavesdropping. Izumi asked if they were going to talk to Izuku, and Yagi said he needed to tell Izumi's mother first, knowing she would be upset. For now, he wanted Izumi to prepare for the exams. They climbed back into the truck and drove off, unaware that someone else was listening nearby. In his villain outfit, Izuku watched them leave and vowed that their opponents would be next. He told himself he had another target to confront and approached an apartment building. He thought of the 3 people who had tormented him in middle school: Irasai, Hitoshi, and Karu, and of the teachers he blamed. He moved forward with grim purpose, his hammer worn and marked from earlier conflicts. He had been targeting those he felt had harmed him, striking in ways that left consequences behind and that authorities had so far classified as separate incidents. He remembered confronting the teacher from his elementary school who had publicly labeled him quirkless. He had gone after those he held responsible and had left ruin in his wake, including burning a residence in a previous attack that had left the place damaged. Now he intended to confront them directly. He mounted the stairs, each step ringing through the quiet building and heightening the fear inside. He reached the door to the apartment and heard noises beyond it, steadying himself as he prepared to force entry. He felt his anger rise again. He punched the door, tearing a hole, then ripped it off its hinges. Screws clattered to the floor and splinters of wood scattered as he stepped inside. The family sat around the table, playing what looked like game night. There he was. Izuku called Irasai's name. The father sprang up and demanded to know who he was, stepping forward with his arms spread while the others tensed. Izuku made a shushing gesture, taunting them like a child, then without warning threw his hammer, striking the father and grabbing him. Izuku ordered the others to run, and they fled. Irasai cried out for his father. Their mother pulled the children into the next room as the father fought back. He grabbed a bat from behind a chair and swung, but it broke on impact and did nothing to stop the intruder. With one hand, Izuku pinned the father and cut off his resistance. There was a sudden, decisive sound, and with a final controlled move Izuku left him motionless. He slammed the father's body aside with his hammer. The family realized the father was gone. The silence that followed felt endless as they stared in shock, unsure why this stranger had come for Irasai. The front door burst open and the killer moved through it with terrifying calm, breathing in short, uneven gasps. The mask he wore was dark and stained around the eye openings, lending him an otherworldly, nightmare-like presence. The family begged him to leave them alone. The intruder seized Irasai's mother. Irasai screamed for his mother, and the mother clutched the children, pleading and asking why he was there. Irasai struggled as his mother was being choked. He fought to loosen the attacker's grip, then heard a sickening crack as his mother went limp. He dropped her and in a blind rage, attacked the murderer. He tore the mask away to reveal green hair, freckles, green eyes, and familiar scars. Irasai recognized him and his voice came out choked and confused as he demanded why Deku would do this. He stood frozen for a moment, staring at the face he once knew. When Irasai moved to strike, the attacker grabbed him and hurled him into a mirror. He hit the glass hard and stumbled to his feet, dazed and terrified to see the boy he had once bullied now standing over him as the one who had taken his parents. Irasai begged Deku for mercy. Deku's expression hardened into pure hatred. He struck Irasai's legs with his hammer with brutal force, leaving him howling in pain and clinging to his leg. Deku fixed him with an unwavering, cold stare, leaned in close, and hissed that he should burn in hell. He lifted Irasai and slammed him repeatedly, each blow devastating enough to leave Irasai broken and collapsed. Deku put the mask back on and walked away. The last thing Irasai saw was his mother's horrified face before he lost consciousness. Izuku noted to himself that he had not even needed his hammer for that one and left the apartment. Police sirens wailed in the distance. He moved through a side exit into the alley, completed more killings, and left again. A portal opened in front of him and he stepped through. Shigaraki admitted relief at seeing him arrive, and Kurogiri remarked that he was glad he had known where Izuku was and asked him to report his location next time to avoid arrest. Izuku remained silent. Shigaraki snapped at him to listen, and Izuku nodded. Their mentor explained that Izuku had come to cool off after his latest kill and would return to his game. Kurogiri mentioned that Izuku's work clothes were cleaned and that he should change before touching the fabric, which was difficult to restore once stained. Another portal opened and Izuku entered a room where their sensei was having tea and listening to music. Izuku bowed, removed his mask, and sat. The sensei asked how Izuku's crusade was going. Izuku reported that he had reached about 10% of his plan, but that the more he acted, the more attention he attracted. So far, the deaths were being passed off as the work of simple criminals with no common ties except that the victims either worked or went to school. The sensei approved and asked about Nijire. Izuku said she suspected nothing about his true identity as Izuku Midoriya. The sensei instructed him to use Nijire's connection to UA to gather any useful information. Izuku admitted he had only obtained information about the dorm system from earlier reconnaissance. The sensei told him to continue his work and that Shigaraki had a plan that would be revealed when it was ready. Izuku agreed. The portal returned him to his quarters. He changed out of his outfit, donned dress pants, and studied his reflection. He reflected on how much he had changed over 6 months of grueling training. Kurogiri observed that Izuku was looking back on his past and commented that, despite it being only 6 months, Izuku had come a long way and had become more like a ruthless fighter. Kurogiri suggested Izuku try to get to know Shigaraki better because the leader had little exposure to social interaction. Izuku agreed to make the effort as a small repayment for what they had done for him. Kurogiri offered to open a portal to his work drop-off, and Izuku accepted, thanked him, and stepped through. Izumi stood before the gates of Ua, feeling the place intimidate her more than she expected. Bakugo appeared and brusquely demanded why she was standing outside. Izumi explained she was waiting for the others out of consideration and to be a good friend, and Bakugo scoffed before heading inside. Shoto greeted Izumi and startled her when he popped up unexpectedly. Shoka apologized. Izumi asked after Katsumi, and Shoto said she would catch up soon. Bakugo shoved past a girl in his rush and she screamed. Izumi moved to help. The girl had a bob haircut, brown eyes, and a perpetually flushed expression. Izumi steadied her with the help of her quirk and apologized for using it, also excusing Bakugo as being overly excited for the exams. The girl introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka, and Izumi gave her own name as Izumi Yagi. Shoto and Shoka introduced themselves as Todoroki twins. Ochako asked if they shared the same quirk. The twins explained that technically they did, but they were different in practice. Izumi suggested they explain more later and urged everyone to head inside. Ochako agreed, and they hurried toward the exam venue together, while the Todoroki twins remained behind to take the written exams because of recommendations. Katsumi stumbled through the rain, grumbling about the time her alarm had been turned off. Her hair was a mess, her outfit wrinkled, and she had not showered or prepared at all. She was in a foul mood. As she hurried down the sidewalk, she nearly ran into someone. Katsumi began to tell the other person to watch where they were going, but she stopped when she saw Izuku. He wore a black turtleneck under a leather jacket, brown combat pants and boots, and gloves. His new haircut and sharper features made him look more mature and striking than she remembered. He held an umbrella, scoffed, and started to walk past. Katsumi called his name in surprise. Izuku halted and stood there, waiting for whatever question she was about to demand. She asked what had happened to him, how he used to be kind and giddy, the stuttering nerd who dreamed of being a hero, and why everything had changed after the media turned his life upside down. Her words were harsh. His jaw tightened with anger and frustration, but he did not lash out physically. Izuku responded coldly and told her that she already knew why he had changed. Katsumi reacted angrily, about to confront him further, when Nijire rushed past, calling to him. Izuku immediately changed his demeanor, brightening and taking Nijire's hand in a warm, reassuring gesture. He offered a brief, affectionate gesture before she hurried on. Katsumi watched them walk away, bewildered and furious. Katsumi muttered to herself and punched the ground once from frustration before continuing toward you, too angry to follow them. Izuku watched her go, his expression hard to read. Nijire noticed his lingering gaze and teased, wondering if Katsumi was his bully, a childhood friend, or an ex-Izuku explained that Katsumi had bullied him, that she was a childhood friend of his sister, and that they had never dated. They had been too young and their relationship had been volatile. They fell into a conversation about the day ahead. Izuku mentioned the orientation and that he already knew his classes, though he lied about being allowed near the school. He was actually expelled and forbidden to come close. They kept the topic light, talking about housing and the awkwardness of his living situation. Izuku assured Nijire that he had found a place to stay and would be fine, though he could not reveal the details. As they walked, Nijire tugged his sleeve and pointed at a storefront screen displaying breaking news. A crowd had gathered. The announcer reported that another home invasion had occurred the previous night, that a student had been identified among the victims, and that the authorities believed the incidents were connected to a string of attacks over the past 6 months. The newscaster urged students to be cautious and recommended staying home while heroes increased patrols and investigations. The broadcast showed a still image of the suspected attacker, a figure in a full-body outfit that completely concealed their identity. Nijire commented that the figure looked intimidating and asked whether the suspect was very tall. Izuku admitted he had not realized how serious the coverage was. The crowd around them began to thin, and Nijire clung to Izuku out of obvious worry. Nijire pleaded with Izuku to stay home and asked him to call out from school if he could. She reminded him of their promise to watch over each other and broke down at the thought of losing him. Izuku felt guilty at her tears and gently wiped them away. He told her to look at him and tried to reassure her by explaining that the pattern suggested the perpetrator targeted people with strong quirks, and that he believed he was less likely to be a target since he had no quirk and was good at staying out of sight. He emphasized that he could defend himself and that she would be there for him. Nijire hugged him, and in the chaos their umbrella slipped from Izuku's hand and fell to the ground. She apologized for getting them drenched, and he laughed softly, picking up the umbrella. They continued on toward the school, their conversation quieter and more guarded. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the auditorium erupted as the pro-hero present mic began a loud announcement. He worked the crowd, shouting for energy before welcoming everyone to UA High's entrance exams. He hyped up the incoming students and then launched into a thorough explanation of what to expect during the tests. He described the challenges they would face, the standards of hero work, and the practical portion that involved disabling training mechs apart that drew excited reactions from many of the students. The students cheered at the thought of smashing obstacles to earn points. Present Mike suddenly demanded an explanation about the zero-pointer, pointing toward Ochako and Izumi. Ochako flinched and thought it was directed at her, but Present Mike clarified that he meant Izumi and accused her of looking bored. He insisted that anyone not taking the trial seriously should leave. Izumi began to respond until Bakugo cut across with a sharp command for everyone to be quiet. Present Mike stepped in and calmed the situation, and Izumi hid her face in embarrassment as order returned. They moved on to the first part of the exam, the written portion. Izumi muttered that she was nervous and watched a girl with a ponytail breeze through the questions. Izumi opened her test booklet and tried her best, finding the problems felt like AP-level finals. Bakugo and the others were doing fine. Katsumi was still missing. She seemed to have been asleep until the door burst open and she arrived out of breath. Present Mike spoke to her briefly, handed her the test, and she hurried up to take her seat beside Izumi, heavy breathing and clearly exhausted. Izumi whispered to Katsumi to ask what had happened. Katsumi answered that she had seen Izumi's brother and that it had shaken her up. Izumi's surprise was silenced by a quick hush from Katsumi, who promised they would talk later. They worked in tense silence for what felt like an hour to Katsumi before time ended and they were escorted to the buses. On the bus, Katsumi complained about Izumi's brother, saying he had changed and had treated her harshly, even calling her a horrible name. Izumi told her that, while she could understand his anger, it wasn't an excuse for such insults. Katsumi admitted she felt partly responsible and asked Izumi about her training. Izumi said she had finished cleaning the beach, done her chores, and trained to get stronger, and that now she was hoping to be accepted. Katsumi, supportive and enthusiastic, insisted Izumi would get in. Katsumi then handed Izumi a small scarf from her mother and explained that her mother had noticed Izumi getting cold and wanted her to have something practical for the coming winter. The black fabric with dark green stitching looked unique. Izumi thanked her and asked Katsumi to pass along her gratitude. Katsumi said she was tired and wanted to sleep, but that her dreams were ready to begin, and Izumi agreed. Elsewhere, Izuku and Nijire sat together outside. Nijire asked for luck for her exam and Izuku promised his support, offering to wait for her. Nijire declined, saying she could meet him at his workplace later. Izuku agreed. He then checked his phone and spoke to someone, explaining that he couldn't talk because he was on a date and had plans later. When Nijire asked who he had been speaking with, Izuku explained it was someone from school, a quiet classmate he'd been talking with. Nearby, Tamura Shigaraki grumbled about someone showing off a girlfriend, and Kurojiri advised him that the behavior was just fitting in. Shigaraki stomped away in frustration while Kurojiri made a dry remark about his attitude. Izuku and Nijire briefly discussed their looming exams, and Izuku teased Nijire about spending a little more time together. He lifted her easily and carried her the short distance to the entrance, and Nijire protested playfully while calling him her knight. Izuku asked for the small moment to annoy their classmates, and Nijire giggled as she was escorted inside. At the exam gates, Izumi stood with the others, calming herself with deep breaths. She noticed Ochako visibly nervous and moved toward her to offer comfort. A student who had been arrogant earlier grabbed Izumi's hand and accused her of trying to sabotage the anxious girl's chances. Izumi pulled her hand free and explained that she only meant to offer reassurance. She put a hand on Ochako's shoulder, making Ochako startle at the touch before recognizing her and relaxing. Izumi encouraged Ochako to breathe, to act without overthinking, and to trust herself. Ochako accepted the encouragement, and as the gates opened they grabbed hands and ran forward together. Present Mike urged them to go, explaining there was no countdown in real life, and red confetti rained down as the students surged in. Later, Izuku stood outside UA with Nijire. Nijire asked again for luck for her trials, and Izuku promised his support. She declined his offer to wait and said she would see him at work. Izuku gave her a brief, affectionate gesture and she waved before going inside. She struggled briefly with a door that required a push rather than a pull before entering. As Izuku walked away, he passed a cloaked figure who accused him of leaving the figure without contracts since joining the new group. The figure teased about Izuku's relationship, commenting on the partner he seemed to have picked. Izuku brushed it off as a figure of speech and then asked whether the figure would consider helping out at his workplace. The cloaked figure laughed, incredulous at the suggestion, and the conversation trailed off. A stranger told Izuku that having him work there would make gathering information much easier and that the position paid well. The stranger declined being part of the food industry at first. Izuku explained that the wait staff were already arranged. What they needed was someone to help finance and source the store's goods. When the stranger asked for a description of the work, Izuku described ordering supplies, preparing simple meals, or, if necessary, picking items up and arranging payments by whatever effective means were required. He added that his boss was being cheated out of quality, and the stranger agreed to help under those terms, on the condition that he could join Izuku's League of Villains involvement only if he worked directly under Izuku. Izuku accepted. The stranger then commented on Izuku's recent ruthlessness and asked if rumors about his involvement in a child's death were true. Izuku admitted it had been collateral damage in the chaos. The stranger winced, and Izuku warned that the group's leader tended to make reckless plans. He would need to talk to his sensei about managing the minions. The stranger told him to call if he needed help. They parted ways, and Izuku watched them fade into the crowd, puzzled but not judging. Izuku took a different route to work when he noticed a small girl standing motionless in an alley. He found it odd for a child to be there alone. He opened a nearby dumpster to retrieve a sledgehammer he kept stashed among his tools and gripped it, ready to act. He walked closer and asked the basic questions, but the girl did not respond. When he moved in, he noticed a thin green residue at the corner of her mouth and stepped back just in time to avoid a lash of shadow. The child's form shimmered and revealed a single large red eye that seemed entirely out of place. The red-eyed presence taunted Izuku, claiming to have found him at last and demanding vengeance for the public humiliation it blamed on All Might. It proposed sharing bodies with Izuku as a solution and said the child had been a temporary host that did not last. Izuku rejected the idea as absurd and warned that killing him would bring more trouble than it was worth. Before the confrontation escalated further, the hero-killer Stain appeared. In a swift, precise move, Stain struck the red eye, shattering it like a jewel. The villain let out a furious cry as the eye splintered. Izuku, irritated, swung his sledgehammer down repeatedly in a flurry of blows until the eye broke apart into harmless fragments of light and dissipated. He tossed the battered hammer aside. Stain remarked that Izuku kept getting into trouble. Izuku insisted it was not his fault. Stain said they needed to talk. Izuku wondered why people kept dragging him into conversations when he was simply trying to get to work, and Stain offered to walk with him. Izuku sighed. The day was not going to give him a break. Stain confronted Izuku and told him he knew Izuku had been the one killing those people. Izuku acknowledged it and said he had assumed Stain had recognized the fighting style from the start. Stain said he understood Izuku had a rough life but that taking the blood of innocence was wrong. He said he could tolerate killing those who had truly wronged Izuku, but not entire families. Stain suggested keeping the toll to the guilty and allowing some survivors to live and tell the terrifying tale of a villain who came and left like a boogeyman. Izuku considered the idea and found the image appealing. He thought of the boogeyman walking into victims' homes and leaving without a trace, a nightmare that would haunt people. He told Stain he understood and that he liked the plan. Stain finally agreed. Izuku asked for tips on stealth. Stain explained that, since Izuku's face was already all over hero boards, it made sense to make the presence itself intimidating, perform a brief, dramatic appearance and then leave. It was useless to try to hide completely. Fleeting sightings would spread fear and tension, separating those in it for cause from those seeking fame or corruption. Izuku said he would adopt that approach and that he would no longer hold back the display. He admitted he had embraced the monster inside him and left. Stain murmured to himself, wondering where Izuku had lifted the idea from. Izumi ran through the streets during the attack. She had helped Ochako get a head start and had been working alone to disable a large mechanical enemy. Using one for all, she had pushed herself and kept her actual quirk mostly concealed to avoid attracting too much attention. She managed a steady flow of rescues and evasions while helping others in trouble, keeping score in her head as she went. She told herself she had to do this for Izuku and that she would make it up to him. If she could prove he could become someone important, quirk or not, she would. She moved through foes with practiced efficiency, lifting one enemy to fling it aside and channeling one for all into a powerful strike. She smiled at how far her training had brought her. Then the ground trembled beneath her feet and she stumbled. Izumi scanned the area alongside others, wondering if the tremor was an earthquake, a quirk, or an explosion. A missile struck the building beside her, causing it to collapse. She escaped the immediate debris but yelled that someone was trying to kill them as pieces of the city rained down. The ground shook again. This time it was a stomp and a colossal mech, the zero-pointer, loomed above the buildings and began firing missiles across the area. Izumi rose to help others avoid being crushed. The mech locked multiple green targeting lasers onto her. She recognized the threat and, channeling one for all into her legs, leaped to avoid a barrage of micromissiles. She narrowly avoided each salvo until the last blast slammed into her momentum and hurled her forward. She rolled and heard a scream she knew too well. She ran toward the sound, searching for the source. Ochako called for help, and Izumi found her pinned beneath rubble. An iron rod had trapped Ochako's leg and concrete pressed against her arm, leaving only her head visible. She was clearly in immense pain. Izumi slid down to her level and assured her they would get her out. Ochako admitted she was terrified. Izumi insisted she would not die and used her quirk to lift some of the weight to ease the pressure. The leg was the complicated part. Touching it caused Ochako to groan from the pain. Tears ran down Izumi's face as she worked. Katsumi arrived and pointed upward. Izumi followed her gaze and understood at once. The mech had recalibrated and was preparing to stomp directly above them. The zero-pointer lifted its foot and positioned itself over their location. Ochako begged Izumi for help, still trapped. Katsumi urged everyone to move now. Izumi refused to leave her friend and fought against being pulled away. Despite her resistance, Katsumi activated her quirk and launched them out of the danger zone. From a distance, Izumi watched the mech bring its foot down. The impact struck Uraraka hard. She became unresponsive in the aftermath. Izumi fell to her knees, overcome with the sense that she had failed to save her. Katsumi reached out and put a hand on Izumi's shoulder in an attempt to comfort her. Izumi reacted violently, grabbing Katsumi and accusing her with raw, desperate words, lashing out at the one who had pulled them to safety. Shoka intervened and pulled Izumi away from Katsumi as Izumi struggled, torn between anger and sorrow. Katsumi had tried to do what she thought was right to save at least some lives, but the result left Izumi confronted with the cost of choices and the pain of feeling selfish for surviving while someone else had been lost. News of the recent death of Ochako Uraraka spread like wildfire around the world, most of it negative. Since the incident, her parents had been trying to sue the school for negligence. Yue responded with a paper bearing her name, a waiver stating the school was not responsible and that students acknowledged the risks of taking the exam. The parents said they had never been informed of such a rule. A leak later revealed that the written portion of the test contained the waiver at the end, suggesting students had been made to sign it during the exams, and some had not realized what they were signing. Another problem followed. Izumi sank into depression after the incident. She had promised Ochako she would not die and would not leave her, but Katsumi had intervened and pressured Izumi to withdraw that promise. It had been a terrible day. Izuku, however, had noticed inconsistencies and wanted to see the scene for himself. Dressed in his villain outfit at night, he traveled to the location where the zero-pointer had attacked. He checked in with Sensei through his earpiece, asking if Sensei could hear him, and Sensei replied, asking if there was a reason Izuku had come to that place. Izuku explained that something did not add up and that he wanted to examine the body personally. He entered the training area, approaching a fabricated city that was a complete replica of downtown Tokyo. The scale of the set suggested a huge expenditure. Walking down the street, he followed the stomp marks that traced the zero-pointer's path. With every step he took, he considered how the creature's power could have caused such destruction and how it had not destroyed more of the area, a disturbing thought. At the center of the wreckage stood the decommissioned zero-pointer. Izuku noted to himself that it was larger than he had imagined. He moved closer despite knowing the cameras were watching him. He surveyed the scene and approached the machine, determined to uncover whatever clue it might hold. Izuku thought someone must have taken it apart. The leg remained where it had been left, while the other parts leaned against the building. Their mentor remarked that it did not look too heavy for him, his sarcasm clear. Izuku suspected that even with his strength the thing barely moved, so he searched for something to leverage it with. Their mentor told him to hold on, and a portal opened. A purple orb struck the construct, and their mentor instructed Izuku to hit it. He lifted the hammer and swung. The leg fell apart as if it were brittle. Izuku asked what he had done. Their mentor replied that it was something from a collection. Izuku did not press further. He removed the metal sheets and wiring, brushing debris away, until he saw Ochako Uraraka. She had been severely injured and looked as though she had been crushed under massive pressure. Her limbs hung limply, and she had suffered heavy facial trauma that made speech difficult. Her breathing was shallow and ragged. Izuku cleared the remaining debris and carefully pulled a rod from her leg. She flinched when he did, and he realized she was still alive. He felt a surge of awe at her will to keep going. Their mentor observed that the heroes had prematurely concluded she had died. Izuku heard her wheeze and saw blood on her face as she struggled for air. He offered to end her pain, but their mentor declined. He explained that he had another plan and told Izuku to bring her to him. He knew someone who could turn her into something more. Ochako, with what energy she could muster, reached with her one usable arm and whispered for help. Her words were slurred from her injuries. Izuku shouldered the hammer, knelt to her level, scanned for further hazards, and found none. He told her he would get her out of there. To anyone else he might have seemed imposing, but to her he was a savior. He slid his arms beneath her and lifted gently. The smallest movement made her grunt with pain. He secured her in his arms and started moving away. Ochako tried to ask who had carried her, and Izuku ordered her not to speak and to rest, promising that he would not leave her. As he carried her, the last image that lingered in her mind before blacking out was of someone being pulled away, Izumi, and a masked man taking her somewhere. Then darkness closed in. Izumi woke to the ceiling fan turning slowly. She had risen 2 hours early and still had time before class. The nightmare of Ochako being crushed replayed in her mind. After she had confided in her parents, her father had comforted her and explained that what happened was not Katsumi's fault. It had been instinct to protect a friend. He shared his own experiences, including the trauma of watching a mentor die, and though he understood why entrusting a quirk to Izuku worried him, he had decided it was for Izuku's greater good even if he resented it. She went out for a jog to clear her head. The sky was just starting to shift from starry black to the dark blue of dawn as she moved from a jog into a sprint. Up ahead, another runner caught her eye, moving at a speed she had not seen before and carrying obvious weights. He slowed at the beach. She called out to him and asked if he was a pro hero or a bodybuilder. He answered that he was neither and that he was running for other reasons. She turned fully and recognized him as Izuku. He stayed quiet while adjusting his weights and stretching. He mentioned he had heard about yesterday, about Ochako Uraraka, and asked if she was sure about what she had seen. Izumi insisted she had seen Ochako die. Izuku responded coldly that people died every day and that facing corpses was part of being a hero. If she planned to be one, she needed to accept that. Izumi exploded with anger. She attacked. Izuku, maintaining his composure, dodged and let her empty fury meet air. She leapt onto him and hammered at him with punches, but he smirked and avoided most of her strikes. At one point she faltered and realized what she had done. He pushed her off and spat out blood, glaring down at her. Izumi tried to check on him, but he shoved her away and told her she had done plenty, that she was growing weak, and that if she could not handle words now she was not ready for what lay ahead. He suggested that a new villain might exploit such weakness. Izuku then told her to get to school if she knew what was good for her, chuckled, and walked away. She froze as the sun rose, watching his shadow fade. With no time to waste, she turned and headed home to get ready for her first day at UA. Later, in the hideout, Izuku received a message from Nijire, a picture of her in a classroom, looking tired but smiling, and he chuckled as he entered a back room. The guardian with him informed him that their mentor wished to speak with him and that Tamura was present as well. Izuku said he had no problem and went to join them. Their mentor greeted him when he arrived, and Tamura put his game away, irritated that Izuku had taken so long. Izuku explained he had had a minor detour and then looked toward the bed to see Ochako wrapped in bandages, her limbs set to prevent further harm. Their mentor began to speak about her condition. Shigaraki remarked that Izuku had managed to land another lab rat for the doctor. Izuku explained that if that was how Shigaraki wanted to put it, he was simply recycling potential assets and that if it had not been for Sensei he would have killed her. Sensei said that was precisely the point and that he was devising a project to better help both of their missions since they shared the same goal, then told them to come. The door next to Sensei opened, leading them into a laboratory. Izuku made a quiet sound of interest, and Shigaraki admitted he had the same reaction. They looked around at shelves of test tubes, some containing people and others holding small bird-like creatures. The short doctor with a mad scientist air approached and asked whether they had come for her. Izuku noticed, without mentioning it, that this was the same doctor who had diagnosed him as quirkless when he was 4. Izuku asked what showing Tamura that assistance had to do with him. The doctor explained that the person Izuku had brought back did not meet the requirements for turning her into a Nomu. He described the creatures as once human subjects altered to carry multiple quirks. Most bodies could not tolerate more than 1 or 2 combinations, and many subjects would die. The ones the doctor had created were unusually stable, carrying about 6 quirks without immediate failure. The girl Izuku had recovered, however, had a quirk of her own, and her body could not withstand the extensive modifications the process required. He pressed a button to reveal her in a nearby test tube, describing the adjustments already made and concluding that attempting to force the usual procedure would waste a valuable quirk. Izuku urged them to proceed with whatever plan they had. Sensei then announced a decision: the girl would be placed under Izuku's care as an apprentice. Izuku would train her and teach everything he knew. She would remain on-site in living quarters while training continued. Izuku accepted the responsibility with quiet resolve, honored that Sensei trusted him. Shigaraki muttered about there only being girls involved. Sensei turned to him and spoke sharply about leadership and secrecy. He reminded Shigaraki that the plan he had given Kurogyari should have been communicated to Midoriya, failing to inform allies and launching a blunt attack on UA were not traits of an effective leader. Sensei instructed both Midoriya and Shigaraki to cooperate and share suggestions. They were allies in and out of the field, and division would be a waste of time and resources. Both acknowledged Sensei and were ordered back to their duties. As Shigaraki left, Izuku watched the doctor drain fluid from the test tube with a hose. When the restraints and wires came off, Ochako simply slumped forward like a rag doll, and Izuku suppressed a laugh at the sight. Shigaraki offered a curt good luck and departed. Izumi stood in front of her classroom door, nerves and shame knotting her stomach. When she opened it, Katsumi was there, eyes red and swollen from crying, tired and haunted by nightmares. Izumi asked if she was all right. Katsumi admitted she had been having nightmares and regretted the choices she had made. She acknowledged that Izumi had been right and that she had not made the correct call. Izumi stepped forward to offer comfort, apologizing for snapping earlier and explaining that she had promised she would not leave and regretted having done so. She asked them to move forward together and to make sure nothing like that would happen again. Katsumi agreed, and they went in together to face the day, prepared to handle whatever came. Katsumi's brother yelling at a man with glasses included. The classroom fell silent when they entered, but the students quickly took their seats. A tired-looking man emerged from what had looked like a yellow bean bag. It was their homeroom teacher, Aizawa. He introduced himself as their teacher for their time at UA and scolded them for taking 8 seconds to quiet down. With a pinch to his nose and the same flat expression he always wore, Aizawa ordered them to get changed and head out to the training field. They had 14 minutes. When Aizawa shouted that they were to leave immediately, the students bolted, scrambling in a panic. Izumi wondered if this would be the pattern for the entire year. Ochako woke groggy and sore, every movement sending a sharp reminder through her injured leg. She tried to sit up and had to lie back down, breath catching at the pain. For a moment she feared the worst. Was she a hostage or a prisoner? She took a steadying breath and tried to think. The door opened and a masked figure entered, setting down a tray with minestrone and a cup of tea. The smell was comforting and steadying. The figure removed his mask to reveal Izuku. He had pulled up a chair beside her and explained that he had brought food and drink since she was injured. Ochako felt flustered and struggled to find her words as she tried to orient herself to the situation and to him. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya and mentioned he was a member of the infamous LOV. Ochako shivered at the name. It sounded ominous. She asked what it stood for. Izuku told her to guess from his appearance. She looked closer and paled when she noticed dark stains on his clothing and a heavy hammer propped in the corner. Ochako asked if he had been the one responsible for those students. Izuku dismissed the label, saying he had repaid a favor, and then accused others of declaring her dead in the rubble without checking if she had survived. Ochako reacted in confusion. Izuku handed her a mirror and told her to look. She took it and gasped at her reflection. Bandages covered much of her body, with a few visible stitches and discoloration from recent treatment. She asked what had been done to her. Izuku explained that they had not hurt her but had saved her life. Her injuries had been severe and required extensive emergency surgery, multiple fractures and serious internal damage that would likely have been fatal without immediate intervention. The medical team had used reinforced implants to replace shattered bone and repair damaged joints and tendons. In several places, titanium-reinforced supports were in place. If she had been taken to a regular hospital, they might have declared her beyond help, but he and the doctor had done everything they could to keep her alive. Ochako, surprised, asked if he had done all of that for her. Izuku confirmed that he had. When she questioned why a villain would help, he explained that being a villain did not mean he lacked principles and hinted that his past would explain his actions before moving on. He then said he needed to check an incision on her back to make sure it did not become infected and asked her to remove the bandage covering her torso so he could examine it. Ochako hesitated and felt embarrassed, but she consented when she saw his concern. Izuku used a flashlight to inspect the wound and carefully cleaned and applied antibiotic ointment where some stitching had come loose after she had sat up suddenly. He reassured her that there was nothing to be sorry for. She had just woken up in a strange place. She noticed his hands were calloused and rough, as if he had endured hard work or rough experiences. When she asked if he had worked in construction, he shook his head and said his hands were scarred from things he preferred not to discuss and that there were other scars on his body as well. Everything below Ochako's neck was scarred and different, and she reminded him not to let her face fool him. She was unusual in ways people did not expect. Ochako asked if that meant he had survived. Izuku asked what she meant. Ochako explained that he seemed to know a lot about it and could relate to many people. Izuku said he would take a moment, then he worked in silence. She winced once as he adjusted the bandaging. Izuku explained that he had to redo the procedure because the medical tape had stuck to her skin. Then he finished wrapping her and told her she could put her shirt back on. He handed her food and mentioned she should use a spoon, since minestrone was easiest that way. Ochako thanked him and tasted the soup, feeling relieved. Izuku said he took it that the soup met her standards. Ochako said it was the best thing she had eaten in a while. Izuku gave credit to their local caretaker Kurojiri and said he behaved like a mother. Ochako asked him to pass along her thanks. Izuku said he would and then revealed the reason he was there. He had been appointed her teacher and she was his apprentice. Ochako stopped and asked if he meant she was being trained to be a villain. Izuku said she could look at it that way. He explained that outside there was cruelty and suffering, and that the alternative had been to let the doctors use her as a test subject, declaring her body too weak to survive preparations. Instead of allowing that, his sensei had assigned Izuku to teach her. He would teach her fighting, strategy, and help her recover. Starting tomorrow, he planned to help her walk. Ochako fell quiet and looked down. She wondered if this was where her life was leading now. She had always dreamed of becoming a hero to help her family and anyone in need, and hearing Izuku describe how the heroes had left her felt like a loss. Izuku asked what the last thing she had seen was before the zero-pointer had stepped on her. She recalled immediately. Ochako recalled that she had been calling for help, screaming until her throat burned, and she did not care. When a missile struck the building next to her, she had been knocked down and the first falling debris struck her leg. She had tried to use her quirk, but the rest of the collapsing debris had left her trapped. She had cried out to a girl she had met on the way in, Izumi Yagi, who had come to her side and promised not to leave, but then had been pulled away by a blonde friend and taken out of the wreckage. The last thing Ochako remembered was being pulled out of sight, and then waking up to Izuku helping her. Izuku clenched his fist quietly. He understood both sides now. Ochako had been left, and someone with a quirk that might have helped had been taken away. He steadied himself, focusing on the fact that she was alive now and determined to make sure she became the strongest fighter in their group. He made a private vow to train her. He thought briefly of Nijire and the path she had chosen as a hero, and felt conflicted. Izuku told her to get some rest and patted her shoulder before getting up. Ochako asked if it was normally cold down there. Izuku promised to have Kurojiri bring extra sheets. Ochako thanked him. Izuku said he would see her around and then left. Ochako whispered to herself, wondering what had just happened. Aizawa then addressed a large group. noting that 14 minutes had not been enough time for all of them to line up and be quiet. He was irritated by the crowded arrival. He said he would let one lapse slide but reminded them that when he ordered them to change, they should change immediately with no chit-chat. This was a hero school, and anyone who could not follow simple rules might as well leave. Aizawa walked among them, observing each student. Izumi remained calm and collected. Aizawa announced that today would be a quirk assessment test to evaluate how they used their quirks and how they could improve. He acknowledged that some quirks might not fit the standard tests but assured them there would be a chance to explain how those quirks could be useful. For now, he instructed them to treat it like a normal fitness test. He called Katsumi forward, noting she had scored the highest in preliminary evaluations, and asked if she had ever thrown a ball to see how far it could go. Katsumi confirmed that she had, and Aizawa handed her a ball and told her to use her quirk for the test. Katsumi concentrated, drawing on her experience from softball. She spun, focused, and unleashed a sharp burst that boosted the ball. The ball flew off a great distance, and Aizawa produced a device to measure the result. Aizawa announced that the ball had traveled 748 meters. The test had proven the quirk's range and power. Suddenly, the mood shifted when a pink-haired student, clearly excited, declared that this was going to be so much fun. Katsumi and Shoka reacted with exasperation as others turned to the source of the excitement. The pink-haired girl's enthusiasm caused a ripple through the group. Aizawa asked if anyone would repeat what they had heard, and there was silence. Ida responded formally, suggesting that calling the test fun did not match the tone expected of a prestigious school. Aizawa cut him off and said he had only asked what was said, not for a lecture. Aizawa warned that if the class assumed the tests would be nothing but games, he would make them into a serious trial. He explained that the assessments would determine who advanced and who would be sent home. The last place finisher would be dismissed. One student protested that this was unfair. Aizawa listed the realities they could face: natural disasters, villain attacks, equipment malfunctions, thefts, and other dangers that rarely offered fair chances to prepare, and stated that the world outside their training was not fair. If they could not meet expectations in training, it was better to send them away than risk them being unprepared later. The class absorbed the gravity of his words as the assessment began. Aizawa produced a small device and warned that they needed a way to identify him if anything happened. He moved on to the next point, and Izumi sighed inwardly, feeling numb. She understood that he used harsh examples to teach, but the reference to the zero-pointer incident felt unnecessary. When Aizawa called for Yagi and told him he was not there to babysit him, Izumi thought he was rude. Later, in the hideout, Shigaraki sat watching Izuku, who was playing games. Shigaraki said he had a plan. Izuku asked why he had been brought there and pushed him for details. Shigaraki explained that All Might was now a teacher at UA, and word of his presence would draw reporters and journalists to the front gates. To Shigaraki, that influx of attention represented an opportunity. Izuku assumed the plan involved killing All Might, but Shigaraki stopped him and clarified that they were not ready for that. The immediate goal was to infiltrate UA and access a data room likely containing information useful for future operations. Shigaraki pointed out that UA had spent much of its budget on the robot training system, leaving other security elements inexperienced and vulnerable. Shigaraki asked if Izuku could use his relationship with his girlfriend as a way in, suggesting she might sneak him inside or he could pretend he wanted to see her. Izuku objected that she was not foolish and would see through any obvious ruse. They considered the alternatives and agreed to rely on deception and timing instead. Izuku guessed the data room was on the 5th floor, where heroes taught and trainees were concentrated, making it a defended but logical place for records. He proposed that if Shigaraki used his quirk to disable the gate locks, the rush of reporters could create a long enough distraction to slip in and out. Shigaraki agreed, noting that additional heroes might respond and further divide attention. Izuku offered to discreetly spread rumors about a gathering at UA to draw the media, and Shigaraki emphasized caution in passing information. When asked about running into his girlfriend, Izuku said he would think of something on the way. A short neutral aside filled the gap and kept the plan moving forward. They discussed surveillance and the cameras. Izuku suggested bringing a gas mask to conceal his face and reduce the risk of being detected or influenced by quirks. Shigaraki called it unnecessary but conceded it was better to be safe. Shigaraki summarized the plan. Izuku would seed discreet information about All Might's employment to attract reporters. Once the chaos began, Shigaraki would use his quirk to disable the gates and locks, allowing the caravan of journalists and opportunists to flood in and distract the heroes. During that commotion, Izuku would slip away, find a way to the 5th floor, access the data room, and extract any useful files. They would then escape through a portal, but first they would need to give Kurogyari the coordinates of their location. Izuku agreed that it sounded workable. Shigaraki concluded that after they returned to the hideout with the information, they would plan the next move and gain an advantage for future operations. Shigaraki affirmed that he was ready and confident. Izuku thought the plan sounded insane but believed it would work. Suddenly they heard clapping. Sensei praised them, explaining that he had placed his faith in them correctly and commending their plan and dedication. Izuku and Shigaraki bowed. Sensei said he looked forward to seeing how it would play out and wished them luck before the line went silent. Izuku noted that the pressure had just increased, and Shigaraki replied that he did not mind. Izuku muttered in frustration. The chef called Izuku over and handed him an apron, asking him to help get the orders out. Izuku said the apron was perfect and took the first plates to the customers. He asked who had ordered the Alfredo and found the customer who had. He warned the customer that the plate was hot and asked if they had plans for the evening. The customer said they were just out for dinner and asked Izuku if he had heard anything interesting. Izuku admitted he probably should not be saying it, but he had heard that a gathering was being organized at UA and that All Might himself might be teaching there. The customer expressed disbelief but agreed it would not hurt to check, thanked Izuku for the information, and Izuku wished them a pleasant meal before returning to the kitchen. The chef rang the bell for more orders, and Izuku continued bringing plates out and apologizing for the wait, explaining that the cooks were doing their best because the night was busy. He kept this up for hours, and by the end of his shift roughly 50 people had confirmed they would be attending the gathering. One of the patrons was an enthusiastic All Might fan, which Izuku found amusing and a little cringeworthy in a way that reminded him of his younger self. He shook off the thought and returned to his post at the bar, where he performed for the customers, noticed some getting tipsy, and slipped the word of the gathering into conversation to keep interest alive. The manager called Izuku back and had another bartender cover for him. Izuku asked if the manager needed him. The manager, whose white hair and staff gave him a wizened appearance, said he had heard a rumor about a gathering and asked if Izuku had been spreading it. Izuku explained that he had only repeated what he had been told and only wanted to help the business. The manager said he trusted that Izuku was a good kid, a little troubled but reliable, and then mentioned a call from Izuku's school requesting that he be fired because he had been involved in an altercation with another student. Izuku clarified that the incident had happened about 3 months ago and that the other student had started it. He described it as a mutual confrontation and said it would not affect his work or dedication to the informal training he was receiving from a mentor who believed in him. The manager accepted this and asked Izuku to keep him informed, noting that he needed to know scheduling boundaries. Izuku bowed and agreed. As Izuku left, he accidentally picked up a ringing phone and listened as the manager's colleague confirmed that Izuku would make a fine addition to the bar. The colleague told the manager to make sure Izuku was offered the position and that his decision be reported back promptly. The call ended. Nijire sat fidgeting in class, puffing out her cheeks and tapping her foot as she stared at the clock. She was eager to leave and go see Izuku, counting down the last minute that felt like an eternity. Nijire complained about the wait. Yuhaya, her longtime friend, told Nijire to calm down and reminded her that Izuku would still be there. He probably had another hour before leaving for the day. Nijire said she mainly wanted to tease and distract him and to see him in person because looking at books all day was tiring. Yu sarcastically urged her to continue, joking that she wanted to know everything about Izuku, down to trivial details. Nijire sulked and insisted the final seconds were taking forever, wondering aloud if the clocks were moving slowly. Tamaki wondered whether the battery was dead, whether it was the brand, or whether someone was messing with them. Yu admitted that she had ignored half of those questions. Nijire exclaimed that she was right. Yu added that she had ignored that too. The bell rang. Mirio complained that Nijire could not be any louder. Tamaki remarked that Nijire might as well have announced Midoriya to the world. Yu said she had never seen or heard of Midoriya from them and asked Nijire to tell her about him. Nijire explained that she expected Yu to evaluate him and ask personal questions, but since he had kept up with the questions Nijire had posed, he might have answers for everything, and Nijire invited Yu to meet him. Yu asked whether Nijire ever breathed. Nijire replied that Yu had asked that since they were children. Yu said she still could not figure it out. They strode out of the school grounds. The others wanted to see Yu's reaction and hear her opinion of Izuku. Mirio asked how she thought it would go. Tamaki said he did not know. She might like him or be blunt, as usual. Mirio offered 50 yen that she would like him. Tamaki refused to bet, saying he wanted to save rather than gamble. Mirio asked why, and Tamaki repeated that he preferred saving. Mirio proposed a dare instead. If he won the bet, he would wear whatever Tamaki told him. Tamaki agreed and said that if he won he would do something, leaving the exact terms to be decided. They shook hands to seal the deal. Yu said they should see the man now as the restaurant came into view. Nijire waved at the front attendant. Suji greeted them politely, recognizing Nijire, Togata, and Tamaki, and asked if the person with them was who they meant. Nijire asked whether Izuku was there. Suji apologized and said he was not present. He had spoken with the boss about something important and had been dismissed for the day. Nijire protested that Izuku was scheduled to leave in 30 minutes. Suji reiterated that Izuku had been dismissed and apologized again. Yu asked whether Izuku had told Suji anything. Nijire worried aloud, asking whether Izuku was angry, whether she had done something, whether he had done something, or whether they had done something. She wondered why she felt so scared and whether that reaction was normal. Mirio told her to calm down and suggested they call him and see what happened. Suji then realized that Izuku had left his phone behind and asked them to return it if they saw him. Mirio sighed and covered his face with his hand. Tamaki called off the bet for the moment. Yu expressed surprise that they had bet on something like this. Mirio insisted there was more to it and promised that the results would be worth it. Yu said she was on to him. Nijire grew quiet and sad and wondered where Izuku had gone. Izuku noted that everything was going to happen in an hour. Shigaraki asked whether he was worried about the woman they had mentioned. Izuku replied sarcastically that she was a grown woman. Shigaraki questioned whether leaving early was a good idea and whether it might make her suspicious. Izuku argued that the third years were allowed to leave early, so the top floor would be mostly empty, which was an advantage. Shigaraki ordered him to stick to the plan. Nothing should change, they would go in and out, and leave no traces. Izuku acknowledged the instructions and prepared himself, putting on a gas mask and other items to blend in with the media. Shigaraki signaled to begin the setup and the team moved to start the mission. Izuku and Shigaraki approached the front gates of UA high amid the crowd they had managed to gather. The reporters and onlookers were pushing and shoving, yelling questions and insults, and the staff struggled to control the chaos. Shigaraki created an illusion to distract the front line while he manipulated the locks and Izuku worked the hinges. Once the gates were free, they kicked them down and pushed through, demanding to see All Might. Several pro-heroes started to emerge. Shigaraki signaled to Izuku that it was his turn. Izuku slipped away from the crowd and moved in through a different entrance, kicking a side door open while the noise outside masked the sound. He felt a surge of excitement at seeing the school from the inside. Tamura had been right about how lax the security seemed. Only a few cameras monitored certain areas. He took the east staircase up. On the third floor, he caught sight of a couple of students coming down and pressed himself behind a door, hugging the wall until they passed. Their conversation held their attention, so he slipped by and continued upward. On the fourth floor, a pro-hero came out of the lobby, animatedly talking with other teachers. Izuku noted the teacher's confident presence and moved past while she remained occupied. A quieter staircase led away from the busier areas and toward the upper levels. He noticed a girl with earphone jacks at her temples and realized she might have enhanced hearing, so he kept his footsteps light and trusted the noise of the crowd to cover him. An alarm countered the muffled background chatter, announcing a level 3 threat. Izuku wondered aloud to himself what counted as a level 1. He pressed on to the 5th floor and found it empty. Cameras kept watch, but no one was nearby. The door to the data room was locked. Pickpocketing would take too long. Acting quickly, Izuku broke the glass pane of the door and ripped it off its hinges in a fluid, forceful motion that felt almost like an anime burst of energy. The alarm escalated to a level 4 intruder alert. Shigaraki's voice came over, sharp with irritation at the rising alert and reminding him that they were only supposed to retrieve a file, not stage a speed run through the school. Izuku replied tersely that he had his reasons and went straight to the computer bank. With no time to spare, he yanked the terminal and the server out, secured the location information, and transmitted it to Kurogiri. He then jumped through the window, tossing the equipment toward the waiting portal. His breath sounded heavy through his mask, part of the illusion he maintained, as he sprinted away. Shigaraki called back that he would find another way out, but Izuku refused to leave him behind. He circled the building and found the food court in a state of panic. Students and staff scrambled, dismayed at the disruption and the sudden presence of so many pro figures. Izuku looked at the scene and wondered whether this was what the future of heroism would look like. Shigaraki shook his head at how pathetic the crowd seemed. Izuku instructed him to go around the corner because the portal would appear, and he guided him through the throng, worried they might be caught. Reporters swarmed and kept the heroes completely occupied, allowing them a path. They finally passed through the portal and both collapsed to the ground. Shigaraki admitted that stealth was not really their forte. Izuku agreed. Shigaraki said that next time he would hire someone, and Izuku responded that he should. Izuku then rose and held out his hand to help Shigaraki up. He offered a hand to help, gripping it while deliberately lifting his pinky, a small display of confidence born of his quirk. Izuku slipped his hand into his pockets and fumbled for something, growing more nervous as he fidgeted and glanced around. Izuku searched the place and found nothing that belonged to him. He cursed, worried that he might have dropped his phone at the school. If someone there found it, it could be bad. Shigaraki shrugged, said he was going to play games and left Izuku to deal with it. Izuku groaned and began to panic. Kurogiri produced the league's phone and suggested he call his work, handing it to him. Izuku entered the number and listened as it rang. Tsuji answered, identifying the Picasso Bar and Grill and asking how he could help. Tsuji recognized him as Midoriya and asked if he was calling about his phone, which made Izuku sigh with relief. He asked if they had it. Tsuji said he had just missed the person who had picked it up for him, his girlfriend, and advised him to contact her. Izuku thanked him, and Tsuji said it was no problem before hanging up. Izuku felt relieved that at least the phone was not at UA and that his girlfriend had it. He took a moment to calm down and consider his next steps. Kurogiri offered to locate her through her phone. Izuku protested that putting a tracker on his girlfriend was beyond wrong, but he entered the coordinates anyway. Kurogiri reported that she was at Kiyoshi Mall. Izuku acknowledged and said he was leaving now, asking to be informed if anything came up. Kurogiri told the young Midoriya to sort out his marital problems. Izuku reacted with surprise, opened a portal, stepped through it, sighed, and then ran through the streets to get there before they left. This set another headache for Aizawa. He had dealt with plenty over the years, but this one made him want to hide in a dark corner and endure it privately. He and the other staff stood with Principal Nizu, the small chimera. Nizu observed that they had an intruder in their midst. Aizawa answered dryly. Nizu explained that the intruders had acted recklessly and had taken the server and computer, and he did not understand why they had taken the monitor. PM asked who the intruders were. Nizu used a remote to turn on the projector, revealing footage of masked figures, one outside the campus and another who had infiltrated the building. Nizu noted that they had no connection to the intruders yet, but there was one crucial detail to consider. He asked the staff to look at the one who entered the building. He asked if that figure seemed familiar. Everyone looked closely and noticed the towering height, the clothing that concealed every inch of skin, and the way the intruder tore the reinforced door off its hinges. Aizawa asked whether it was a strength-based quirk. Nizu said they did not know, but moved them back to the important point and urged them to keep watching. The intruder turned to the camera, and everyone recognized him, the villain they had not been able to catch, the one who for the past 6 months had been responsible for a series of violent attacks. The mask matched the other evidence. They were left wondering why he was there in the first place. Midnight wondered how they had missed it. Nizu switched the feed to another screen that showed Midnight flirting with other staff members. Midnight noted the moment in quiet surprise. Nizu acknowledged the discovery and moved on to the next problem. She explained that what had been stolen was the school's schedule for the upcoming events, the USJ trip, the sports festival, the winter festival, everything. Nizu said the likely reason the information was taken was for villains, though who those villains might be remained unknown. Izawa asked if anyone had seen where the intruders went, noting footage of one of them leaping out a window. Nizu replied that there was no other clear angle and then showed another clip in which the intruders walked straight into a wall and vanished. Present Mike concluded that the trail was essentially a dead end. Nizu suggested they were likely villains in the making and warned that, while the school would continue with its plans, any of the upcoming events could now be potential targets. Izawa, Midnight, and Present Mike all said they would take note. Nizu indicated she had already notified the others and dismissed them. After they left, Nizu replayed the clip of a door being ripped off its hinges and noticed on closer inspection that the person had been struggling with it. Nizu found that detail interesting. Izumi felt utterly exhausted and wished she could disappear. Walking through the now damaged gates, she could not believe that reporters had swarmed the school to speak to her father. She resented the way people behaved in public. During lunch she and Ida had worked to calm the crowd, but the situation worsened when the threat level was raised from 3 to 4, indicating an intruder on campus. When they went up to investigate, they saw a broken window on the 5th floor and a door torn from its frame, with police officers on site asking students questions. Even Kyokujire had not noticed anything unusual during class. Izumi also had to contend with the fallout from the class president election. In the end, Ida had finished first. Izumi did not understand why she had placed second and ultimately decided to step aside and let Momo Yaoyorozu take the role, believing Momo suited it better. Walking home, Izumi came upon an odd scene. Katsumi was handing money to Shoka, who then passed it to Shoto. The three of them looked up as Izumi approached. Katsumi admitted that she had lost a bet. Shoka explained the wager had been about who Izuku would date. Shoto clarified that Katsumi had voted for someone else while he had bet on someone closer to Izuku's age, and that was why he had won. Izumi asked why she had not been told about the bet. Bakugo scoffed that they had not cared about it and handed his share of the money to Shoto, remarking that he had not expected Izuku to find anyone. Izumi bristled at their boldness. Shoto asked what the plan was, suggesting the mall as usual. Shoka pointed out that it was the only place near the train line and the others agreed. Izumi observed that strange things tended to happen whenever they went there. Katsumi hoped it would be the last time, and Shoka half-joked that it might not be. Izumi decided they would go anyway, bracing herself for more drama on the way. Chapter end. Izuku finally reached the mall, tired. It was busier than usual with students from UA shopping for training supplies, but he paid them little mind and headed to the area where he and his friends usually hung out. When he arrived, he saw the trio and another girl he did not recognize at first. He walked up to them. Izuku ran toward Nijire and called her name. Nijire began to rise, smiling, until her friend Yu gently pushed her down and Nijire's expression turned into a frown. Yu introduced herself as Yu Heya and explained that she had been Nijire's best friend since childhood. Izuku returned the greeting and offered his name. Yu said she already knew Izuku because Nijire talked about him a lot. Izuku asked why Nijire was not talking to him. Nijire started to answer, but Yu covered her mouth to stop her. Yu explained that Nijire had been worried because Izuku had left his phone at the restaurant and had not been at her apartment or any place she would expect. Izuku apologized and insisted that he wanted to talk to Nijire. Yu admitted she was protective and, to be honest, did not like him. Izuku shrugged and said he was used to being disliked by some people. Yu pressed him, asking if he was in trouble with the law. Izuku denied it. Yu studied his face and body language carefully while Nijire sat silently. Growing impatient, Izuku pulled a small card from his pocket and said it was a gift card enough yen for Nijire to get sweets all week. Nijire reached for it, but Yu stopped her and whispered that Nijire was supposed to be upset. Nijire realized she had been trying to act upset and smacked her forehead, embarrassed. Izuku noted that the conversation had not gone as either of them had wanted. Yu sighed and removed her hand from Nijire's mouth. Nijire told Yu that she appreciated her concern but had only been upset for a short time and a bit of daydreaming. Nijire declared that Izuku was the best boyfriend she had ever had. Izuku admitted he had not expected to hear that from her and fell silent when Nijire shushed him. Yu warned Nijire about how some guys behaved, implying they often chased only their own desires. Izuku responded that he could not care less about that stereotype and that he and Nijire had started slowly and maintained a stable relationship. He corrected himself and called the situation a mistake. He had simply forgotten his phone. He explained he had called his workplace and they said the phone had been found. Yu asked how he had known they were at the mall. Izuku explained he knew the usual routes and places he and Nijire often visited. With her early schedule for school, the mall was a likely place, so he had checked there and found them. Yu studied him again, then relaxed when she saw his genuine smile and Nijire's return smile. She let Nijire go. Nijire admitted she had been upset because Izuku had left work early. Izuku said his boss had let him go home early after a meeting and that it might even mean a promotion rather than being fired. Nijire wondered whether bartenders ever got promotions, teasing about a super bartender, and Izuku laughed that he had no idea. He sat beside Nijire, handed her the gift card, and took her hand. He apologized again and said he had not meant to upset her. Nijire reassured him that Yu was just being overprotective, and Yu insisted she had good reasons. Izuku was glad the argument had passed, and the group relaxed. Mirio asked whether they should get food now. Yu teased that they could have gotten food earlier. Tamaki admitted he had enjoyed the exchange. Izuku chuckled. Nijire suggested they get sweets, and Izuku agreed. Yu protested playfully about being left out, and Mirio and Tamaki reminded her they had paid last time. Yu muttered about why she tried it all as Nijire and Izuku began to walk away. As they moved through the mall, Nijire asked whether Izuku had seen the reporters at UA. Izuku confirmed that reporters had pressed through to ask All Might questions without making an appointment, which Nijire found frustrating. Izuku winced and offered to make it up to her. He pulled her in close and, instead of escalating the moment in public, he reached out and squeezed her hand, giving her a gentle, affectionate hug. Nijire closed her eyes and smiled, and they shared a quiet, innocent moment together as people looked on. She opened her eyes to find a cookie in her mouth. Izuku had bought some from the pastry shop earlier, and she bit into it as he smiled. Nijire teased him playfully as his phone began to ring in her pocket. Nijire handed the phone to him and explained that the number kept calling and she did not know who it was. Izuku took the call. Their mentor informed Izuku that he had forgotten to teach his student how to walk and asked him to come by when he had time, mentioning that the girl was resting for now. Izuku acknowledged the request and kept his attention on Nijire. Nijire waved her hand in front of his face to get his focus. She asked if he was all right and what he was thinking about work, the events of the day, or perhaps their mentor's harshness. Izuku said he was fine and only thinking about something personal. He agreed that the mentor's methods had been reasonable and reassured her that she was not the problem. Izuku stared at Nijire, feeling the weight of what his future would demand. He knew she would grow into a hero and would likely always stand on the side of saving people, while he feared he would become the person people feared most. He could not escape the nightmare of potentially hurting her. He imagined her left helpless as a result of his actions and even pictured violent confrontations in vague, disturbing flashes. The thought terrified him, and he realized he would have to cut ties someday to protect the path he had chosen. Overwhelmed, he hugged her tightly and made a small, stifled sound. Nijire, worried by the sudden embrace, asked what was wrong and reached to comfort him. Elsewhere, Ochako struggled to sit up from her bed. Each attempt took visible effort. When her back popped, she fell back down and groaned in pain. She was breathing heavily, knowing that the exercises were draining but necessary to prevent her muscles from weakening further. She pushed herself again, grunting as she tried to sit. Kurojairi entered the room and recommended resting for now, using the remote to recline the bed a little so she could find a more comfortable position. He guided her to turn and instructed her to pull on his arm to sit up. She gripped his forearm and pulled herself upright, finally sighing in relief. Kurojairi praised her progress and produced a walker, placing it in front of her. Ochako braced herself and, with his help, stood up despite her trembling legs. He told her to take it slow and not to rush. She had to work within the limits imposed by her injuries. She slid her feet into slippers and felt oddly like an elderly shopper, but she was grateful for the assistance. Kurojairi reminded her that Midoriya was supposed to help with therapy, but he would fill in for now because Midoriya was dealing with personal problems. With Kurojairi's steadying support, she took tentative steps toward him and then back to the bed. Each movement felt like dragging heavy weight, but she made it. When she began to collapse, Kurojairi caught her and helped her back into bed. He set some water and pain medication within reach and showed her how to operate the bed's controls before leaving her to rest for the evening. Izuku watched from a distance and thought that Kurojairi took care of Ochako with a quiet, attentive manner almost maternal in practicality. The sight made Izuku wonder if things might eventually work out. Later, Izumi returned to the classroom, noting that today felt important. She took her seat and sighed. It had already been a tiring day, especially after what she had seen earlier. Earlier that day, at the mall, Izumi had walked up to her friends who were hiding behind a wall and calling to her. She responded to their whispering approach and moved closer to see what they were up to. She came closer. Shoka asked what was going on with them, and Shoto replied that he had no idea. She looked ahead and saw Izuku embracing Nijire as she comforted him. He was crying. She wondered whether they were breaking up. Bakugo insulted someone, calling him worthless, and Katsumi replied with a quick smack. Shoka observed that he thought it was something else. As the couple continued their embrace, both of them smiled, and then they noticed their other friends approaching with one additional person among them. Izumi looked confused. Izuku wondered aloud that sometimes he wondered if the others would mind him calling them his own family, and that remark wounded her. Nijire squealed with delight and leapt onto him. Mirio reassured that they would stick together no matter what. Yu questioned when he had agreed to any of this, and Tamaki answered that it was happening now. Katsumi glanced back and saw Izumi begin to cry. Izumi turned and ran away. Shoka called after her and they hurried to follow. The memory ended. In the present, Izumi was quiet and pensive. Katsumi sat beside her and greeted her gently. Izumi remained leaning on her desk. Katsumi mentioned that today would be a joint training day. Izumi asked what that meant. Katsumi explained that it would be similar to their old Heroes vs. Villains game from before. A classmate made a theatrical proclamation and rushed back to his seat just as All Might burst through the classroom door in a booming entrance. All Might announced that he was there to teach the day's lesson and that it would be a joint training exercise. He explained that it would be organized as 2 versus 2 matches between hero teams and villain teams and handed out cards to certain students to illustrate the point. Those who received a card would be on the villain team, and the villains would have the option to choose their partners. Bakugo muttered an expletive under his breath. Shoto reacted quietly, and Ida sighed. All Might then wheeled in a rack of suitcases and explained that each case contained a hero costume that could only be opened by the corresponding student ID. Urging everyone to collect theirs, get ready, and meet him in the fake city. He finished with a dramatic exit through the window. The class filed out to retrieve their costumes. Aizawa called for Yagi to go to the support department. His costume retrieval would be last. Izumi said she would be quick. Ida warned her not to be late, since she might never know when her team would be called. Izumi acknowledged the warning, thanked him, and waved as she walked down the hall. Ahead, she ran into Nijire. Nijire greeted her enthusiastically and introduced herself as Nijire of the Big Three. Izumi admitted she had never heard of them. Nijire explained that they were called the Big Three because they were currently the 3 strongest students at the school. Izumi was impressed and recalled that Izuku was dating Nijire. Nijire then smiled and recognized Izumi by name. Nijire approached Izumi with an easy smile and mentioned that Izuku talks a lot about her. Izumi answered that she did not realize that, and Nijire admitted that most of what she had heard had been negative but that she was curious to meet Izumi in person. Nijire then asked how Izumi liked Yue so far. Izumi replied that it was going well and that she was on her way to the support department to pick up her hero outfit. Nijire warned that All Might could be impatient and hurried off. Izumi sighed and continued down the stairs. At the support department door, Power Loader checked his clipboard and confirmed Izumi's name before beckoning her inside. She watched the class at work and was impressed by how much effort went into creating each piece of gear. She realized how vital the support team was. Power Loader returned with a plain bag, told her the outfit did not need to be fancy, and handed her a clipboard to sign. Izumi signed, thanked him, and left. The locker room was empty. Izumi found a note from her mother asking her not to complain when she got home and pulled out a green skin suit and a dark cloak. She donned the outfit and accompanying gear, looked at herself in the mirror, and allowed herself a small smile. A memory of Izuku's outfit layout flashed through her mind, but she pushed it away, adjusted her shoulders, and headed out. All Might was complimenting the students on their appearances, and several of the boys glanced at Izumi as she passed. Izumi ignored the attention and kept moving. Team assignments were announced. Ida chose Shoto as his teammate, while Izumi ended up partnered with Katsumi. Katsumi was visibly excited and pumped them up for the exercise. All Might called for the heroes and villains to begin their planning, and the villain team entered the mock city. Katsumi outlined a plan based on Shoto's predictable tendencies, suggesting that Izumi use her quirk to prevent Ida from sprinting while Katsumi handled Shoto. Izumi admitted she had never sparred against Ida before and could not be certain how she would fare. She suggested Katsumi take the contingency role of dealing with an explosive device if needed. They agreed to approach through the front entrance, reasoning that the upper levels would be too easy to reach by flight, and rushed in to begin. Back at the dormitory, Izuku nudged Ochako awake and turned on the light. He explained that they would train her quirk that day and had brought a wheelchair and later a walker to assist her. Ochako agreed. As they passed through the common area, Izuku scolded Shigaraki for playing a video game too long. Shigaraki shrugged and said he was close to finishing a set of challenges. The group moved into the training facility, which resembled a proper gym. Izuku secured Ochako in a safe spot, so she would not roll away, and asked about how long she could sustain her floating quirk. Ochako explained that prolonged use made her feel sick in a way that resembled severe motion sickness. Izuku set out motion sickness remedies, arranged targets with a trash can and a bottle, and explained that they would practice precision levitation until Ochako could reliably hit the targets. He promised to monitor her closely and to stop if she felt unwell. He made a light-hearted comment about her jawline that she dismissed, and they began the drills. Meanwhile, in the darkened section of the mock city, debris from Katsumi's clash with Shoto had caused part of a building to collapse and the area was shrouded in shadow, making it hard for Izumi to use her quirk effectively. A taunting laugh echoed through the rubble as a villain attempted a monologue. Izumi reacted with a dry, unimpressed expression and used a quick flick of her enhanced power to clear some debris. A ray of sunlight revealed Ida's armor amid the wreckage. Izumi sprang into action, pulling him free and quickly neutralizing him. His helmet came off as he staggered, disoriented. Lida planted a quick, surprised peck on his cheek and immediately felt awkward, stammering in surprise. In the observation room, Yagi sighed. Mina commented that it was a bold move. Jiru warned that it had better not work. Kaminari wondered what they would do if it did. Kirishima said he did not want to know. Back with the others, Lida remained startled until Izumi taunted the opponent and dropped through the floor as Katsumi detonated a blast from below. Katsumi fired again to clear Shoto's ice barrier and then moved toward the bomb. Lida watched in amazement. Katsumi called for Izumi to act now and released another precise burst, shattering the ice in an anime-style flash of force. Izumi reached the device and it immediately fell apart into harmless pieces. Izumi reacted with confusion, and the rest of the team shared that confusion. Shoto revealed that the device had been made of paper. The announcer confirmed that it had been a decoy, explaining that they would not use a real bomb. All Might announced that heroes had won, ending the match with a flourish. Izumi stepped forward, apologized to Lida, and offered her hand in a gesture of sportsmanship. Lita, still surprised, stammered that she was well and congratulated Izumi, admitting she had not expected such a move. Katsumi commented that no one had expected it, and Shoto agreed. Izumi sighed quietly. All Might then asked who had been the most valuable player of the match. Momo pointed out that Izumi had demonstrated strong planning and effective teamwork. She noted that Izumi's unexpected gesture toward Lita had stunned Tenya long enough for Katsumi to set a trap, which ultimately secured the win. All Might acknowledged the assessment and moved on to the next team, noting that the evaluations would take some time. Later, Ochako was breathing heavily and nursing a splitting headache after an intense training session. She was exhausted and had required medical attention during the 4-hour exercise. Izuku had been exactly as she expected, relentless and demanding, and he had not gone easy on her. Izuku told her they were done for the day and that he would rather she keep her teeth. Ochako kept silent, concerned that speaking might make things worse, and she returned to her room using a wheelchair. Izuku chuckled as she entered. She lay down and tried to find a comfortable position but struggled. Ochako thought it had been the worst first day. Izuku urged her to keep perspective, explaining that the more they trained, the easier it would become, and once it did they would push even harder. Ochako asked if he was trying to kill her. Izuku explained that this was basic training from his routine and that he had pushed himself the same way when he was in her position, tired and reluctant but persistent, and that it had paid off. Ochako acknowledged that he remained as relentless as ever. Izuku told her to get some rest and said he was leaving, adding that they would continue tomorrow. Ochako sighed in relief as he walked out and, just as she began to relax, demanded to know what he meant by tomorrow. Nijire lay tangled in the sheets, reluctant to leave the warmth as sunlight filtered through the dormitory skylight on the top floor. She savored the chance to sleep in on a weekend and tried to burrow deeper into the pillow, determined to make the most of her day off. Just as she settled, her phone began to ring. Groaning, she fumbled under the covers and knocked over a few items before finding it. Seeing Izuku's name on the screen, she answered with a voice muffled beneath the sheets and greeted him sleepily. Izuku laughed and remarked that she was different on weekends. Nijire said it was a nice day to sleep in and asked if he had work. Izuku replied that he did not, and added that for good reasons he was no longer working there. Nijire sat up instantly, shocked, and asked if he had been fired. Nijire unleashed a rapid stream of questions down the phone, asking if he had been let go, if he was in trouble, if he had done something wrong, and if she needed to come get him. Izuku sighed and told Nijire that it was nothing to worry about, then played a horn over the line to catch her off guard. Nijire startled and calmed down after he explained that he had a surprise and asked her to meet him at a restaurant that evening. She agreed and told him to take care before hanging up. Nijire flopped back onto her bed, annoyed and restless. She prepared for the evening, showered, and dressed in casual clothing, tying her hair into a long ponytail. She debated briefly whether to cut it, then stopped herself and went to sit on the common's couch. Her thoughts drifted to Izumi and the strange, normal-seeming encounter Izuku had hinted at. She did not have the details, but she hoped Izuku was all right and felt a renewed curiosity about the surprise. Izuku ended the call, already dressed in the outfit he would wear that night, hammer in hand. Shigaraki motioned for him to let the leader enter first, and Izuku opened the door to a room full of villains, common criminals, and hardened killers, well over 100 of them. Kurojiri warned everyone to be careful with their words, and Shigaraki took his place on the podium. Shigaraki addressed the crowd, asking why so many of them had been released, broken out, or tracked down by his associate, and he offered them a proposition. He promised freedom, support, and permission to act without fear of punishment. A few in the back muttered among themselves. When one man rose to confront him and suggested they kill Shigaraki and take the hideout for themselves, Shigaraki dismissed the threat and ordered that the man be shown what he meant. Izuku walked in slowly, hammer in hand. Many recognized him and the room filled with harsh labels and accusations. Without hesitation, Izuku moved with calm, precise force. He seized the closest aggressor and quickly incapacitated him with a single, decisive move that left the man helpless and silent. Shigaraki then explained how society had turned Izuku into a legend of fear, someone heroes would dread. He declared their plan to attack the training facility known as USJ and eliminate the symbol of peace there. The crowd grew silent under Shigaraki's words. He described practical measures for the operation, portable jammers to scramble communications and methods to isolate the students. Izuku found the plan's assessment of the students to be an understatement, but he kept observing as Shigaraki continued. After a long speech, Shigaraki welcomed the gathered villains and provided phones so they could stay in contact with Kurogyari about the mission. He proposed a toast to the fall of the symbol of peace, and the room answered with a chorus of agreement. Izuku removed the incapacitated man, carried him out, and disposed of him in a nearby incinerator without lingering. He kept his disguise on to preserve the legend that had formed around him. Shigaraki then returned to his private room. He commented that alcohol irritated his throat, and Izuku pointed out the obvious. Shigaraki laughed it off and asked if Izuku intended to take revenge on a particular group. Izuku admitted that revenge weighed on him and that he wanted those who had made his life hell to suffer, to be broken by what had been done to them. Shigaraki noted how quickly Izuku could embrace those darker impulses and told him to be ready. Soon, cheering rose from the meeting hall as plans continued to take shape. Shigaraki burst into the room in a rage and opened the door. Izuku stepped forward and asked what was wrong. He saw a group of villains crowding Ochako and making inappropriate comments. A crashing sound cut the scene short. Shigaraki demanded to know what Izuku thought he was doing. Izuku walked past them with his hammer and calmly demanded who had taken Ochako out of her room. Ochako trembled in fear. Izuku repeated his question more forcefully and looked to those nearest her. One of them had a hand on her inappropriately. Izuku growled, shoved him with enough force to send the man stumbling a few feet away, and the others scattered. Izuku picked up Ochako and carried her back to her room, then closed and locked the door. Ochako asked who the attackers were. Izuku checked the doors and surroundings before answering that they were hired villains planning to attack UA the next day. Ochako gasped at the news. Izuku asked if she knew who had come in. Ochako stammered that she had only seen a gang of criminals lift her out of bed as if they had discovered treasure. Izuku muttered that tonight's plans might be disrupted by the chaos. Kurogyari appeared and offered to bring Ochako to their leader so she could speak with him and be safe. Izuku explained that the true leader of the League of Villains would want to see her and that Shigaraki was still learning to lead. Ochako agreed, and Kurogyari promised to have everything in order when Izuku returned. Izuku changed out of his outfit and used a portal to leave for the place where he had planned to meet Nijire. He reassured Ochako that he would not let anyone harm her again and told her to let him know if anything else happened. Ochako nodded, and Izuku left. Kurogyari observed that it was the first time he had seen Izuku show concern for someone beyond his close friends. Nijire wandered through town toward the meeting spot Izuku had named, curious about what was happening, until Izuku suddenly appeared and startled her. She cried out, and Izuku apologized profusely, then embraced her to calm her down. Nijire teased him and pretended to be annoyed, but she soon accepted his apology. Izuku then shared some good news. He had been promoted. Nijire reacted with delight and hugged him, pressing her cheek to his in a joyful, affectionate gesture. She peppered him with excited questions about when he would start and how he would get there. Izuku explained that he would begin the following week, that the commute would be manageable by foot or train, and that he had plans to find a place to stay. Nijire begged to celebrate, and Izuku led her to where some of his co-workers were gathered. The group cheered and teased him in good spirits. From a distance, Shigaraki grumbled about the plan and whether Izuku would follow through. Kurogyari expressed quiet confidence in Izuku as they walked away. Shigaraki wondered aloud what their leader saw in Izuku, musing sarcastically about his strengths. The next day, Izumi watched Aizawa arrive and informed the class that they would be going to a training facility called USJ. On the bus, she sat beside Katsumi and asked if she was ready. Katsumi replied enthusiastically. Tsuyu turned back to them and, with her usual bluntness, asked if Izumi might be related to the famous hero All Might, since her quirks seemed similar. Izumi grew nervous and denied any relation, saying that quirks could resemble each other without a familial link. Katsumi tried to make a joke about other similarities among quirks, and Mina and Toru reacted with exaggerated excitement upon learning Izumi had a brother. Izumi explained that Izuku was her brother but that they were not on good terms at the moment. Aizawa's expression tightened subtly as he listened and gripped the steering wheel more firmly, mentally noting the unexpected connection in the students' backgrounds. He resolved to report the matter to Nizu as soon as possible, grumbling to himself about the morning routine and the lack of his usual coffee. The bus continued on toward the USJ facility. Gyro asked if Izumi thought her brother would be cool to hang out with. Izumi hesitated and said she wasn't sure but that he often spent time with Mirio, Tamaki, and Nijire. A brief interruption occurred and then the conversation resumed. Mineta reacted loudly and Gyro scolded him. Kaminari asked how Mineta knew the popular student Nijire Hato. Izumi explained that Nijire was his girlfriend, and the group reacted with exaggerated surprise. Mineta complained about his bad luck and Kaminari lamented that Mineta didn't deserve to be near such a person. The bus stopped and everyone lurched forward. Aizawa ordered everyone out as they arrived in front of a giant building. The students saw a figure in a spacesuit. Mina identified the figure as the Space Hero 13. 13 addressed the students and explained that today's lesson would be rescue training. 13 described the USJ, the unseen simulation joint, as a multi-environment facility that recreated scenarios like boats, planes, forests, and cities so they could learn to adapt and practice rescuing victims. Izumi listened intently. As the instructors walked them through the day's scenarios, a black portal opened behind the group. Izumi nudged Katsumi, who pointed and alerted the sensei. They watched a hand appear from the portal, followed by a stumbling man covered in additional hands who grunted in a raspy voice. Shigaraki muttered that he had almost had something just out of reach. More portals opened and more figures emerged, including a man who seemed made of flames dressed like a bartender. Kirishima admired how realistic the villains looked, but Aizawa and 13 moved forward to protect the students. Aizawa warned that these were not simulations but real villains, and the students' excitement turned to alarm. The hand-covered man paced and observed the students. Izumi urged that they needed pro-heroes, and Gyro warned quietly that there were far more of the villains than they had expected. Shigaraki estimated about 80 opponents, and Izumi flinched at the number, aware of how dangerous their coordinated force could be. The students tried to keep brave faces. Bakugo shouted angrily at the situation. Katsumi reminded everyone that they had 2 strong pro-heroes present and insisted they still had a chance. Kurogiri noted that while UA gathered the most talented individuals, there was one thing heroes feared. Aizawa and 13 realized whom he meant. A portal opened behind them and they turned to see an intimidating, wheezing figure, a large presence wearing a gas mask stained dark and carrying a heavy hammer, an ominous silhouette associated with past attacks. Kurogiri warned that few could keep a brave face when facing this bogeyman. Izumi recognized him as the one responsible for deadly past incidents that had cost lives among pro-heroes. Kirishima muttered in shock. Aizawa wrapped his scarf around the figure in an attempt to restrain him, and Katsumi cried out in encouragement, thinking the threat had been contained. The bogeyman broke free with a low growl and reached toward one of the students. Izumi pushed the group to move and urged them to run. Ida was the first to respond as others were pulled through a portal beneath them. Kurogiri taunted that it would be rude to abandon such an important event, and Aizawa watched helplessly as more villains moved through the portal. He could not see where the bogeyman had gone and hoped that those trapped with him would survive. Above the ceiling a portal opened and several students fell into water, surfacing coughing at the salty taste. Shoka created an ice buoy so the others could grab on. Shoka was momentarily distracted but recovered quickly. Mineta ended up thrown onto a nearby boat. Tsuyu hauled him to safety and they both boarded with the others. The simulation announcement welcomed them to the oceanic getaway, but the message was cut off as villains poured through portals and closed in around the students. The villains shouted violent threats as they advanced. One of them made a grotesque threat about capturing them, and another commanded the others to seize them. Shoka formed a wall of ice around the group to buy time. Shoka thought aloud that they needed to come up with a plan. Mineta trembled and reacted to the villains' threats with raw fear. Mineta tried to say that the attackers wanted to kill them and possibly more, but he was struck before he could finish. Tsuyu urged everyone to focus on a plan, and a sudden noise announced another arrival. One villain taunted them in a leering way, which unsettled the group. Shoka strengthened the ice as they argued quietly, trying to decide their next move. Meanwhile, in a different part of the simulation, a trio of students fell through another portal and landed in the downtown scenario. Bakugo swore in frustration as he recovered. Shoto asked who had been pursuing them. Kirishima wondered aloud if the same villain who had killed other students had been involved. The simulation's downtown announcement began before it was cut off by more portals opening and more attackers dropping into the area. The villains yelled for each other to attack. Bakugo unleashed a powerful blast, sending many of them flying back. Shoto froze the surrounding area to hold the rest at bay. Together they fought, keeping waves of attackers away long enough to trap some of them for the moment. Bakugo voiced defiant relief that the attackers had been driven off, but another villain suddenly appeared with a sword and lunged at him. Shoto called Bakugo's name, and Bakugo reacted instinctively with a concentrated blast directed at the attacker. The explosion incapacitated the assailant instantly, and Bakugo stood stunned and sickened by what had happened. He stumbled back, trying to steady himself and coming to terms with the reality of taking a life. Shoto remained quiet in shock. Kirishima asked Bakugo if he was all right, and Bakugo snapped at him, unable to process his feelings. He felt overwhelmed and sought air to calm himself. A figure then emerged nearby and taunted Bakugo, mocking him for what he had just done and questioning how others would feel knowing he had killed someone. The figure identified himself as Izuku and relished the reaction before sinking back into the ground. Shoto attempted to freeze the figure, but it was too late. The group stood bewildered at what they had witnessed. Moments later, the situation remained tense as they tried to recover and regroup. For the third time, the portal opened and the trio fell out onto the ground, tumbling and scrambling to their feet. Momo winced and rubbed herself for a moment. Jairu straightened and noted that things could have been worse. Kaminari landed awkwardly on top of them and pushed himself free, complaining about the surprise. Momo asked where they were. The facility's artificial voice announced that they had reached the cliffside environmental scenario and instructed them to press the button to begin the simulation. Jairu said that answered the question, and Momo warned that, knowing their enemies, multiple portals could open at once. They turned toward the left and found the villains already there. Instead of shouting or moving, the figures lay motionless and eerie, some suspended in the air as if frozen mid-action, others slumped on the floor. The sight was unsettling. Jairu stammered in shock, and Kaminari muttered that whatever had caused it was clearly something bad. A voice then replied, and they turned to see Izuku standing nearby, his clothes stained and his presence dominating the space like a nightmare. Izuku explained coldly that his opponents had outlived their usefulness. He compared them to sheep who followed a leader without thought. As the shepherd, he had done what was necessary and could always replace them. Jairu protested that he had thrown away their lives without care, but Izuku dismissed concern for criminals as pathetic. Momo argued that there could be reasons behind their actions and that every life had a purpose, that some might have been forced. Kaminari asked why anyone would do such things and whether Izuku felt anything about the suffering he caused. Izuku laughed, then fell silent, his amusement thin and unsettling. He mocked their questions about motives while his frustration and conviction were evident in every step as he paced the facility, the sound of his movement echoing in the room. He tightened his grip on a hammer, whispered that he wanted to see how loud they could scream, and advanced on them. Each step made the students instinctively retreat. Kaminari unleashed an electric charge, but it had no effect. Izuku brushed him aside with a single, measured movement and continued forward. Momo improvised a metal pipe and fashioned a shield, bracing herself and calling for him to stay back. Jairu lunged at Izuku with her jacks, but he caught them and pulled her in. He slammed Jairu into the ground repeatedly, each impact more brutal than the last, and then released her, leaving her breathing shallow and weakened. Momo charged next, but Izuku's hammer bent her shield with one swing and she collapsed, clutching her wrist from the force and pain. He then moved to subdue her. In the struggle that followed, Izuku restrained Momo and forced her toward a portal forming nearby. A short neutral pause follows as the scene shifted and the portal completed its edge. Izuku said that they would show everyone what she was, and he stepped through the portal with her. Jiraiya cried out for Momo and Kaminari protested, but they were left stunned by how easily Izuku had dismantled them. He had defeated their comrades as if they were nothing more than obstacles. Kaminari and Jiraiya were left to process the aftermath, shaken and horrified by how quickly and decisively he had won. They understood then why those victims had stood no chance. Facing him was like facing an inescapable nightmare, one that would not be defeated no matter how hard they fought. Chapter end. After their long battle, Izumi and the others managed to defeat the villains. They had avoided the portals entirely, hoping Ito would arrive in time to get help. With no cell phone signal and no outside assistance, they were forced to rely on their own skills. Aizawa struggled against the remaining criminals, who moved with desperate, violent intent. 13 had been knocked out, and Izumi used her quirk to pull the injured student to safety, making sure nothing else could harm them. Katsumi unleashed concentrated bursts of explosions like stun blasts, then finished with a stronger detonation that knocked the attackers back. Working together, Katsumi and Izumi held the line while Tokoyami and Dark Shadow covered their flanks. Shigaraki expressed frustration that he had not brought more pawns. Kurojiri asked if they should release the next asset. Shigaraki said not yet. He wanted to wait until All Might arrived so he could make an example of them, tire the heroes out, then strike. Kurojiri opened a portal, and a menacing figure stepped through, dragging someone with him. Shigaraki paused and realized he was bringing one of the students with him. Izuku noticed Izumi freeze, and Izumi shouted for Momo. Katsumi turned and saw Momo being held by the intruder. She looked battered and exhausted as the assailant sustained his hold. Izuku acted to stop him, and Aizawa finished off the last of the remaining villains before turning to face the new threat. Aizawa muttered his frustration. Katsumi called the captor a coward. The assailant tightened his grip when he heard Momo GG and warned that severe harm would come to her if anyone interfered. Izumi panicked and demanded that he let her go. The assailant responded that they had no right to give orders and taunted them about gang-ups and familiar tactics, which made several students flinch. Aizawa wondered what he was referring to. The doors burst open as the other students rushed in. Shoto reacted with alarm. Shoka reached for Momo. One student reacted inappropriately and was quickly hushed. Shigaraki launched into a bitter tirade about why heroes were becoming less relevant each year. He declared that people like him and others who had been cast out by society had been driven to survive on their own, treated as expendable and worthless by a world that had no place for them. He said that, in turn, he had become a nightmare to heroes, someone people feared would strike without warning. He insisted that even if they killed or imprisoned him, his legend would live on as a fear that haunted people's dreams. The students and teachers listened in stunned silence, understanding the real threat he posed. New and inexperienced pro-heroes had already begun to show fear of the places he had struck, and entire neighborhoods and schools had grown afraid to let people move about alone. Nowhere felt truly safe from the shadow he cast. Izumi screamed that not all heroes were to blame. He told the enemy that instilling fear in heroes did not mean the same held for them, that with everyone working together they would stop him. Another portal opened, much larger than the last. Aizawa wondered if more villains were coming, but it was not that at all. A massive beast appeared, with a yellow beak and oddly wide, lidless eyes. Its brain was visible at the top of its head, twitching and frantic, and thick chains seemed to hold it back like a collar on a struggling dog. Shigaraki introduced the creature as a Nomu, a perfect bioweapon, and declared that this one would end All Might's life as. He laughed. Izuku told them all to wait patiently for his help. He had Momo hostage. Jiraiya and Kaminari were nowhere to be seen and were likely down. The bogeyman made it clear he was no common thug. He had a motive to kill heroes and spread fear. He had tremendous strength, and he knew about everyone's quirks and weaknesses. The door burst from its hinges and a voice announced the arrival of help. Kirishima cried out that All Might had come, and several students and teachers exclaimed in relief. Katsumi acknowledged it, and Aizawa asked what had taken him so long. All Might explained he had had a bit of trouble getting there and that young Tenya had calmly relayed the situation. They had had to prepare. Behind them, a huge squad of pro-heroes had arrived. Snipe declared the end for the villains. Shigaraki merely scratched his neck and stepped forward, calling All Might a fraud. All Might countered by calling him a villain. Midnight pointed out Izuku, and Snipe identified him as the bogeyman. Izuku acknowledged that at least someone knew who he was. Snipe aimed his weapon and ordered Izuku to release Momo. Izuku held Momo firmly as she panicked, and he made it clear that he had no interest in dealing with anyone else at the moment. His focus was on Shigaraki. All Might denounced him as a fiend. Izuku insisted that the real target was Shigaraki. Shigaraki ranted about All Might's smile, about a world growing selfish and weak, and commanded the Nomu to kill All Might. The beast charged. All Might met it in a clash that sent a shockwave through the ground, their fists moving so fast they blurred as they fought. Shigaraki urged the Nomu on, demanding the scientist make it work. As the heroes were distracted by the battle, Izuku let Momo go. He knelt to her level and asked why she wanted to be a hero. Momo stammered that she wanted to see the world. She said she had been sheltered at home and had always had comforts and a powerful quirk, but it had felt unfair while others had nothing. She wanted to give to those who could not, to save people and give them hope. Izuku considered her answer for a long moment amidst the chaos, amused and thoughtful, then released her. Momo was carried away to safety while Izuku watched, and the villains made a move to retreat with their captive plans intact. Kurojairi remarked on the unusual asset they had acquired. All Might continued his assault on the Nomu. He traded blows with the creature, ducking and dodging powerful strikes, then retaliating with precise, powerful attacks. The Nomu screeched unervingly as the battle escalated. All Might unleashed a series of devastating techniques, one to push the beast back and another to deliver a decisive finishing blow. The creature was overwhelmed by the force and was sent crashing apart, its momentum throwing it into different sections of the battleground. The shockwave split the clouds overhead and blew wind through the ruined structure. The students watched in awe at the sheer strength All Might displayed. Izumi observed that this was why All Might was number one. Izuku admitted he still had a long way to go to surpass him. All Might declared that the villains were finished. AM reflected that he had once thought the person in question was the greatest alive, but that opinion had changed the moment that person shattered the boy's dreams, and AM made it clear he was referring to Izuku. AM asked what had happened. Izuku replied that he had heard the boy wish the person dead, laughing darkly and provoking drama. Izumi trembled, realizing her brother might want someone dead. Izuku shoved Shigaraki while a bullet whistled past, and Snipe ordered them to stay put. Izuku called the others pathetic as they withdrew and slipped away. Am watched, angered, and left immediately. Izumi, Katsumi, Bakugo, Shoka, and Shoto exchanged confused and worried comments about why Izuku would want someone dead and whether it was because of what had been done to that boy. Izumi insisted she needed to talk to him. As the portal closed, all three members emerged unhurt. Shigaraki exploded in frustration and launched a mug glass against the wall, shattering it. Kurojairi admonished Shigaraki for destroying property, and Shigaraki stormed off. Kurojairi urged patience and said Sensei would handle it. Izuku removed his mask and glove and examined an obvious cut on his hand. He produced a small knife, quietly extracted a tiny tracking device concealed in his glove seam, and crushed it under his heel. Kurojairi warned that visible injuries would raise suspicion. Izuku revealed a plan to leverage the injury and asked Kurojairi to bring Shigaraki for some controlled venting. In the lower rooms they used for interrogations, Sensei noted Izuku's commitment, and Kurojairi remarked on the extreme measures Izuku employed to keep things hidden. Izuku told Tamura he knew how to help him release his anger, opened a door, and handed him a crowbar. Tamura demanded to know what Izuku wanted. Izuku explained that he had been injured and could not show up looking like that without raising alarms at his job. He called for Ochako, who came running. Ochako gasped at his condition and asked what had happened. Tamura warned that Izuku was planning something reckless. They went down another level to a sturdy chair. Izuku told Tamura that he needed to make it look like he had been ambushed. Ochako protested, alarmed, But Izuku insisted that unless he looked convincingly attacked, his plan would fail and the group's cover would be blown. Her concern grew, and she questioned whether Sensei could help heal him, but Izuku said there was no time and urged her to follow the plan. When Tamura refused to take it out on Izuku, Izuku abruptly slammed his head against the rough wall to create convincing signs of an attack and to sell the story. Tamura tried to stop him. Ochako used her quirk to restrain Tamura and prevent things from escalating too far. Izuku told Ochako to release him and argued that the group had to be able to carry out the plan. To convince them, he made his wrist look injured. Seeing Izuku push himself that far, Tamura's restraint snapped. He attacked in a burst of rage, striking Izuku with the crowbar and then with a chair, each blow driven by anger rather than intent to maim. The scene was chaotic but non-graphic, like an intense anime fight sequence. Fast, harsh blows and flailing motion, but without XPLCT injury details. Ochako could only watch, horrified at how far they had all gone. Eventually Tamura ceased, breathing hard. Izuku staggered and coughed, his appearance now matching that of someone who had been mugged. He instructed Kurogyari to open a portal outside his workplace. A portal opened, and Izuku stumbled through it. Tamura muttered a bitter insult at him as he left. Izuku turned to Ochako, told her he was okay, apologized for dragging her into it, and brushed off her worry with a small, strained smile, insisting he had done what was necessary. He told her to be up early the next day so he could teach her a few things. Ochako nodded. Izuku collapsed in an alleyway just outside and, wincing from the pain he had covered up for the plan, pushed himself toward the restaurant. He stumbled in, saw his boss, called out weakly, and then collapsed fully. His co-workers rushed to his side while another called for help from the police and heroes. Momo woke in darkness, unable to move. She could only stare toward the faint shapes of Jairu and Kaminari in the distance, a gate separating her from them by only a few feet. Momo tried to call to them, but her voice would not come. Kaminari scoffed that it seemed absurd for a girl like Momo to want to be a hero, and Jairu agreed, saying she looked a little weak. Momo protested in desperation. Kaminari then made a demeaning remark about her appearance, and Jairu added a snide observation about her hero outfit. Momo reacted with denial and anguish. Suddenly, the door swung open and heavy footsteps echoed through the room. A massive hammer crashed down beside Kaminari, striking him with enough force to send him stumbling backward. Jairu called out to Denki in alarm. The bogeyman appeared and lunged forward, seizing Momo. She struggled and cried out for Jairu as she was taken. Momo struggled at the gate in her nightmare, straining to pull it open as someone barged through. She watched him move with a sickening calm. Before she could do anything, the man struck, a heavy blow that sent one of her friends collapsing. The attacker raised a massive hammer and brought it down in a brutal, inhuman motion that left Momo gasping and stumbling backward. The gate came loose under his strength. He stepped toward her with measured, terrifying steps. Momo begged him to stay back and cried out for him to stop. He readied his hammer, and Momo woke with a scream, lungs heaving and heart pounding. Momo found herself in a hospital bed, disoriented and frantic. A guard rushed into the room to check on her, pushing aside anyone in his way as he demanded if she was all right. Recovery Girl stepped in and held Momo's wrinkled hands, urging her to breathe and offering gentle, grandmotherly comfort until Momo's wild panic began to ease. Momo insisted that he was after her, but Recovery Girl soothed her and assured her that the attacker was not here and that she was safe now. Aizawa entered and sat at the edge of the bed, noting that Momo was physically unharmed but clearly shaken. Recovery Girl explained that Momo was having nightmares. Aizawa asked how she was holding up while keeping a watchful, controlled anger at the thought of someone terrorizing his students. Momo asked about Kaminari and Jairu, and Aizawa confirmed quietly that they were alive but needed rest. Relief escaped Momo in a small, grateful sound, and Aizawa's jaw tightened with a mix of fury and guilt over having failed to protect them. Nijire Hado appeared at the door, anxious to check on Momo. Aizawa advised that Momo was still fragile and it would be best not to press her, but Recovery Girl encouraged Nijire to come in. Nijire approached with big sister concern and asked about Momo's wounds in a practical, caring way. Momo said her injuries were healing and asked who Nijire was. Nijire introduced herself as one of the big three and tried to reassure Momo by mentioning she had heard about her encounter with the person Momo called the bogeyman. Nijire offered to listen if Momo wanted to talk, and Momo, hesitant at first, began to recount the nightmare. She described a terror in which the attacker murdered her friends while she felt helpless and worthless, how he emerged from the shadows with that heavy hammer, how his strength seemed beyond any ordinary quirk, and how his mask hid something monstrous beneath a human face. Momo broke down, overwhelmed by the memory, and Nijire wrapped her in a comforting hug, rubbing her back until the sobs calmed. After some time Momo blew her nose and apologized for ruining Nijire's uniform. Nijire brushed it off and lightened the mood by offering to call her boyfriend to cheer Momo up. Momo hesitated, unfamiliar with Nijire's circle, but agreed when Nijire encouraged her that company might help. Nijire started to call, humming to herself, but her expression changed from bright to alarmed as she listened. She covered her mouth and stood up, tears forming. Nijire told Momo that she needed to go, that her boyfriend had been jumped and was now in the hospital. The suddenness of the news cracked the lightness from the room. Nijire hugged Momo again, then hurried out with Mirio and Tamaki to see him. Mirio's entrance added to the urgency, and they explained they were going to the other hospital immediately. Recovery Girl watched them go and murmured that Momo had been through a lot recently. Momo asked why, and Recovery Girl explained that Nijire's boyfriend, Izuku Midoriya, was technically quirkless, which complicated how quickly he had been able to get proper help. Momo reacted with dismay at the inequality behind that reality. Recovery Girl added that Nijire had been a late bloomer with her own quirk, so she understood the discrimination quirkless people sometimes faced, and that Nijire never let that stop her from helping others. Recovery Girl offered to stay with Momo so she would not be alone and to keep an eye on her for. Momo accepted, resting back in the bed but unable to sleep, haunted by the thought that the nightmare could return. Nijire was running as fast as she could, determined to reach the person she cared about. Mirio shouted for them to wait as he saw Nijire sprinting ahead. She ran faster than they had ever seen, ignoring stares, and the two following her raised some suspicions. Mirio explained they were going to see their friend at the hospital, and they pushed forward. Nijire went into a full sprint and made it to Mustafa Hospital. She entered the emergency room and hurried to the front desk. The receptionist confirmed that Izuku Midoriya was there and recognized Nijire by name. The receptionist said Izuku was awake and gave her paperwork to take to security so they could be escorted to. Nijire, Mirio, and Tamaki checked their bags with security and were brought into the ward. Nijire fidgeted with her fingers, clearly worried. Mirio reassured them that if anything was known about Midoriya, it was that he fought to the end. Tamaki told Nijire he would be okay. They reached Izuku's room where a doctor stepped out to speak with them. The doctor said Nijire must be the one who had called and warned them to be gentle, since Izuku was awake but fragile. The doctor explained that Izuku had been attacked by several people and had sustained fractures and significant bruising. He had also suffered some internal injury that required attention. The medical team had treated him, applied a cast, and offered pain medication, but Izuku had been refusing it. They thanked the doctor and entered the room. Nijire moved slowly inside and saw her boyfriend on the hospital bed. Izuku turned to look at her and smiled. Izuku greeted them, and Nijire began to cry as she ran to his side. He gripped her hand and pulled her into a careful hug, mindful of his injuries, and reassured her that he was all right. Mirio said hello and Izuku returned the greeting. Nijire asked what had happened. Izuku explained that a group had tried to mug him and that when they realized he was quirkless they escalated the attack. He had been struck from behind and had not been able to defend himself. Mirio argued that Izuku could have handled it, but Izuku replied that because he'd been hit from behind he couldn't. Tamaki reacted with concern. Nijire asked if Izuku needed anything, if she should call the doctor back, and berated herself for not being there sooner. Izuku gently told Nijire she was not to blame, that her being there was enough, and that his co-workers had helped him. He pulled her in with his free arm and she cried into his chest. Mirio said they would give the couple some space. Tamaki asked if they truly were going to wait outside, and was nudged out of the room while the others sat nearby. Izuku apologized for worrying them, and Nijire answered that it was not his fault. Izuku said he expected to be discharged in a few days and that he would be fine. Nijire worried about his work and school, and Izuku explained that his boss, who had seen him, had told him not to come back until he was ready and had arranged for him to return to lighter duties in about 2 weeks. Nijire wiped tears from his face and held his hand to her cheek. Izuku asked about Nijire's day. Nijire said he would not believe what had happened if she told him. When Izuku insisted, Nijire said that the USJ facility where first years went on their first week had been attacked. She told him that an individual calling himself the Bogeyman had terrorized students there. Nijire said she had spoken with a student named Momo Yayarozu and that Momo had been especially harmed while held captive. Izuku listened quietly as Nijire explained that she had heard the news of his attack and had run to the hospital. Nijire asked if Izuku would be willing to go to UA to try to lift spirits and demonstrate the analytical skills he used despite being quirkless. Izuku sighed and agreed to try. Nijire rejoiced at the answer, and Izuku responded that it was no problem. He found it ironic and wondered how much fear his appearance might have caused others. 3 days later, a news broadcast reported confirmation and details about the attack at the USJ facility. The broadcast said the incident had ended with the largest arrest in several years. 84 suspects, ranging from common criminals to those charged with murder and kidnapping, had been detained and transferred to a detention facility in Tokyo. The report named a leader in evidence at the scene, an individual with multiple hands on his body, and referenced a partner who appeared to be made of flames. The heroes had reported that another individual in the group had a teleportation-like quirk. The broadcast showed a picture of Izuku in an outfit that had led the media to label him the so-called Bogeyman and warned viewers to stay indoors after curfew and to report suspicious activity. After the broadcast, Shigaraki asked if there was any word on the incident. Ochako replied that there had been no official statement yet and set the remote down. Kurojiri explained that it might take time for the press to craft a statement that would not cause public panic. Shigaraki noted, with a touch of irritation, that the incident where Ochako had been crushed was being overlooked. Ochako muttered that it was frustrating and asked how Izuku was doing. Kurojiri said Izuku was in the hospital under Dr. Ojiko's care and that, with Sensei's approval, Izuku was receiving more effective treatment than the standard options. Kurojiri estimated that with the treatment it would take about a week for Izuku's bones to heal. Shigaraki remarked that it was still a long time. Ochako acknowledged that it was fortunate despite the violence Izuku had endured. Shigaraki told her to be quiet and walked off, leaving her to think it over. Kurojiri then invited Ochako to the training room, saying that since she had basic hand-to-hand training she could now add more advanced work. A plan for additional training was arranged. Kurojiri suggested adding a weapon to the mix. Ochako asked what he meant, and Kurojiri explained that a weapon was optional but worth considering given her stature. Ochako agreed hesitantly, and Kurojiri said it was splendid before leading the way and opening the door for her. When the lights came on, a small metal table displayed an assortment of melee weapons, each different. Ochako was impressed, and Kurojiri explained that these were the options he had selected for her. Others existed but were more physically demanding, which was why he chose these. Ochako approached the table and picked up each item in turn, examining them from a simple knife to a tanto. She examined the elegant sharp weapons, noting even an ice pick among them. Then she turned to the section labeled blunt weapons and picked up a claw hammer. She considered a mallet for blunt control, a mace, and a nightstick, weighing what would be useful to stun or disarm an opponent. Ochako Uraraka glanced a little to the left and found the chakram. She picked it up and it felt right for her arsenal. She indicated that choice to Kurojiri, who observed and nodded in approval. Kurojiri praised her selection and invited her to follow him so he could teach her the basics. Kurojiri explained that learning chakram technique required understanding how they could affect her both advantages and risks. He told her that with her quirk, throwing them with little effort would be easy, but the force behind a throw determined how much it could wound an opponent, so she had to be careful. He asked if she had ever thrown a frisbee before. Ochako recalled that she used to play in middle school and that many students chose her because her quirk helped objects stay in the air longer. Kurojirai said that meant she needed to be cautious when throwing and that he would provide gloves to protect her. They began the lesson. The first day back at school felt calm on the surface, but Izumi and the others remained shaken by what had happened at USJ. Momo, Jairu, and Kaminari were still recovering. The experience had hit them hard. Bakugo had been involved in a fatal incident, and the aftermath had been weighing on him. Aunt Mitsuki had been doing her best to help him cope, but he had been turning mostly to Shoto's father for counsel. To everyone's surprise, Shoto's father had offered him advice about why it happened and why it should not be blamed entirely on him, which angered the twins and Natsuo. Fuyumi, however, was relieved that someone could help him process what had happened, since an event like that changed a person forever. Izuku had been attacked recently as well. Izumi had been on her way to the hospital when she ran into Nijire, who told her that Izuku did not want to see visitors right now. It had become increasingly clear that someone was preying on his pain as an excuse to continue harming others, and his father agreed that they should visit him later at the hospital. That morning Izumi greeted Momo as she sat quietly. The slightest bang of a door made Momo flinch, a visible sign of the lingering shock she carried. She was very scared of the noises. The others were there to help her, but it still did not feel like enough. She had been having nightmares ever since, a reminder of how dangerous that figure was. They had all agreed that they would stop at nothing to bring him down. One detail kept nagging at her. From what she had heard from Kaminari, when he tried to shock the attacker it had no effect. The same had been true when Jairu moved in. Despite heavy steps he had been unnervingly quiet on his feet. She could just barely hear him, but most people would not have noticed. That meant another danger they had to account for. Momo, when asked, had stammered but explained that his strength felt inhuman. It did not seem like a quirk in the usual sense. It felt as if it sprang from pure hatred and anger. During the encounter he had verbally humiliated her, and the experience had shaken her deeply. Even usually loud classmates were subdued as they comforted her. Shoka and Tsuyu had handled the villains' taunts and succeeded in executing their plan to take them down, but the memory of the attack lingered. Izumi wondered what would happen as Mr. Aizawa walked into the room. He placed some papers neatly on his desk and told the class that their session would begin. He noted the obvious quiet among them and acknowledged that 4 days had passed since one of the worst villain attacks in the school's history. Aizawa explained that many students were grappling with fear about the hero world. He said that in his years at the school this incident had been a turning point for him as well, and that he spoke for many teachers when he announced there would be no formal lesson that day. Instead, he wanted to talk with them and hear what they needed and how he could help them cope. Mina asked if anyone had discovered the identity of the attacker. Aizawa replied that no information had been released yet. Ida asked whether lessons would continue tomorrow. Aizawa told him they were free to continue on their own if it helped to take their minds off things, and mentioned that Tenya would find some forms under his desk. As the students read, Aizawa explained that the papers were transfer slips. He acknowledged that many of them had come to train as heroes, but felt it necessary to offer an option. If a student did not feel comfortable continuing in the course, they could sign the slip and be transferred to a general course. There would be no grades, no judgment for the choice. All he asked was another chance to teach them. They were surprised. Momo insisted that it had not been his fault, but Aizawa took responsibility. He said it was his duty as their teacher and mentor to watch over them and that the attack had brought back painful memories. He recalled a class from 3 years earlier, a group of well-trained, energetic students. He had been forced to expel the class after losing a student in a villain attack, and he had vowed not to let it happen again. The recent events had reopened those wounds. Momo asked if he dreamed about the attacker too. Aizawa answered that he had ever since the first killing spree. Jairu argued that they could not let the attacker roam free, that quitting would mean giving in to fear. Kaminari insisted that just because their enemy wore a mask and wielded a hammer did not make him invincible, and that they would make him pay. Kirishima rallied everyone, calling for unity and determination to stop the terror. Several students, including Izumi, Katsumi, Shoto, Shoka, Bakugo, Ida, Tsuyu, Satu, Siro, Tokoyami, Mina, Toru, Ojiro, and Mineta, voiced agreement in their own ways. Tokoyami described the attacker as a nightmare reborn but asserted that he could not control the darkness entirely. Dark shadow indicated agreement. The atmosphere shifted from fear to resolve, and even the still-shaken Momo managed to join in and smile with the others. Aizawa expressed a cautious pride but reminded them that he could not always be there. He urged them to train and improve, to rely on teamwork, and assured them they would not be alone. The students clustered together and spoke among themselves, bolstered by the renewed determination, and Aizawa allowed himself a small, approving grin. Later, Nijire noticed Izuku standing by a window and checked on him. Izuku explained that he was simply enjoying the sunlight. The nurse had said he needed more vitamin C. Nijire asked if he was healing well, and Izuku said the therapy had been helping and that Dr. Ojiko had been supportive. If he kept up the therapy, he might be able to go back home. Nijire brightened and revealed tickets to the school's sports festival, saying Yue was still holding it and hoping Izuku could come when he was better. Izuku agreed and expressed happiness at the idea. Nijire also mentioned arranging a time for him to meet with Class 1A, hoping he could share tips on coping, and Izuku affirmed he would attend to help the others. Before leaving, Nijire gave him a quick, affectionate goodbye and left. Dr. Ojiko teased that Nijire was quite the specimen, prompting Izuku to warn him not to lay a finger on her. Dr. Ojiko replied that Nijire would not handle the first stages of his program and then brought out a syringe. He told Izuku that the substance was a prototype, refined DNA extracted from a pro-hero with a regeneration quirk. It was not perfect, but it could help stop bleeding, aid in healing cuts, and assist with minor fractures. Once he retrieved another sample, Izuku's path toward becoming a more enhanced subject would be clearer. Izuku consented, and as the injection was administered, he felt the new element interacting with his cells and quirk energy. Dr. Ojiko began to explain the drawbacks of the regeneration trait. Dr. Ojiko reviewed the X-rays and noted that Izuku's injuries had healed far faster than expected. The fractures were nearly gone. There were no casts or heavy bandages. The doctor advised Izuku to check in with the league because Sensei had new plans for him. Izuku felt a surge of anger toward the doctor for earlier insults but restrained himself, unwilling to jeopardize Sensei's standing. He changed out of his gown, prepared to leave, and the doctor warned him not to break any more bones, making an offensive gesture as he dismissed him. Izuku muttered to himself and exited the building. Outside, Izuku encountered his family. His sister Izumi and his parents had come looking for him and mentioned the recent USJ attack. Izumi explained that the villain calling himself the Bogeyman had referenced Izuku's outburst during the slime incident and had repeated things about hatred for All Might. Izuku acknowledged that someone must have heard him and bristled at their concern, insisting they state their business. His father urged caution, saying such statements could make Izuku a target, but Izuku snapped that he did not need their coddling and pushed past them, determined to meet his father on his own terms. Inko pleaded for a chance to reconnect and offered to talk about his father, but Izuku refused and walked away. As he left, his father noticed the metal railing bent where Izuku had gripped it, and he commented that Izuku had been training hard and grown noticeably stronger. Later, at the mall, the UA students gathered. Nijire suggested activities to the group, and the others chatted and prepared to split up for errands and training supplies. Mirio teased that they might be the largest group yet. A few students headed to the hero store, while others went to look for items to help prepare for the sports festival. Nijire, Momo, Mina, and Kyoka lingered together and took in the surroundings. Nijire recognized Izuku and rushed over to greet him enthusiastically, leaping into a friendly embrace that made him groan from the sudden contact. Nijire asked about his injuries. Izuku explained that a doctor with a regeneration quirk had helped significantly, that his wrist still needed time to fully recover because of multiple small bones, but that his ribs were fine. Mina joked that Izuku was Nijire's boyfriend, and Nijire confirmed that they had been together since the train ride. When Momo noticed Izuku reach out to her, the brief movement triggered a memory of the bogeyman from the recent attack and she reacted with visible fear, stumbling back. The others rushed to calm her and help her steady herself. Momo apologized for her reaction and asked if they could start over. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya and said he and Nijire had been together since that train ride. Momo offered a formal apology and introduced herself as Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku reassured her that traumatic experiences could cause startled reactions and that no one blamed her. Momo noted that his wounds seemed to have healed remarkably quickly, and Izuku confirmed that Nijire had told her about the attack. When Mina asked if he had been attacked, Izuku downplayed it as an encounter with a thug and said not to worry. Jiraiya reminded him that they were all heroes in training and should take care of themselves, and Mina suggested he rest, but Izuku declined because he did not want to miss the gathering. Momo remarked that he had a strong build, and Izuku thanked her. Nijire mentioned again that she and Izuku had been together since the train ride and then trailed off as she prepared to suggest what they should do next. Mina asked where they were going, reminding Izuku that they had already said. Izuku recognized Nijire and moved closer, putting an arm around her waist in a friendly, protective way. She made a small sound and still smiled. Mina teased that Izuku was getting physical. Izuku said that dating for a few months could change a person, adding that he was devoted to Nijire. Mina urged everyone to hurry and they headed off. Nijire wondered aloud whether the others were fawning over Izuku, unsure if it was flirting or genuine interest. Izuku admitted he did not know. Mirio pointed out a new All Might figure in a heroic pose with a big smile. Kirishima called attention to the latest Red Riot shirt release. Kaminari and Mineta lingered near a MT lady figurine that had an odd pose. Mineta made a crude, inappropriate comment and the group reacted with discomfort. Nijire and the rest rounded the corner. Kirishima greeted them. Jiraiya moved closer and playfully jabbed her earphones toward the two who had been ogling, prompting Kaminari to complain about not being able to browse in peace. Jiraiya teased that they would take forever and mentioned that Nijire's partner was nearby, which made a few of them curious and a little envious. They wanted to see who was with one of UA's most admired third years. Mineta demanded to know how Izuku had managed to get close to Nijire, and Kaminari pleaded for advice in an exaggerated, kneeling manner. Izuku, irritated, flicked Mineta on the forehead. The action sent Mineta stumbling back into Kaminari. Mina and Jiraiya remarked on Izuku's surprising strength and asked why he had not applied to UA, suggesting he could be a great hero. Nijire tried to redirect the conversation. Momo pinched her nose in annoyance at the ongoing antics. Mirio interjected to steer things back to practical advice about training. Kirishima encouraged Izuku by saying lifting weights would make him a beast. Izuku laughed at their jokes and admitted that he did not have a strength quirk or any quirk at all. He said he was quirkless. The news surprised Jiraiya and Mina, who asked how he could seem so strong without a quirk. Izuku credited hard work and dedication, explaining that he had once considered applying to UA but had chosen a different path. Tamaki remained out of sight while the others went about their business. Inside, Izuku felt tension building. A surge of anger rose in him at the thought of being judged and the memory of past mistreatment. He imagined losing control in a violent way but kept himself in check. That restraint released a tense, concentrated aura that made the others freeze. Izuku warned them not to judge people by appearances, reminding them that they did not know everyone and had no right to decide what others could or could not do. Mina and Jiraiya stammered apologies. The moment passed and Izuku smiled to ease the mood. Mina and Jiraiya later described his display as frightening. Momo shivered inwardly. She sensed that the anger Izuku had shown came from deep experience and that it was only a hint of what he had endured. Nijire asked if he was all right. Izuku said he was and told them he would step away for a breather and would meet them at the food court later. Nijire offered to come along, but Izuku declined, saying he needed to make a work call. He gave her a brief, respectful gesture before heading off. Mirio whistled and noted that Izuku had nearly lost his temper, implying that Izuku had answered all the necessary questions about his limits. Izuku vented that the situation had gotten worse. The moment someone was found to be quirkless, they were dismissed as weak, incapable of tasks that supposedly required a quirk. He complained that since heroes rose to prominence, people had begun to treat those without quirks like relics of a bygone era, looking down on them with contempt. He said that he had trained for months without pause and yet others immediately concluded it must be a quirk when he managed something impressive. He was tired of the word and the prejudice it carried. He added that he felt bad for Nijire, who had asked him to come and help cheer people up, and that he was seriously considering going home to sleep it off. He kicked a dumpster in frustration, sending it bending from the force. Stain asked if that was the reason Izuku had called him. Izuku explained that he wanted Stain to know what was happening and what kinds of people were being accepted into society now. Stain replied that he remembered when people honored the heroes who had served in the time before quirks, but now that those heroes had passed there was no reason for most to respect them anymore. The word hero had been corrupted into a corporate brand used to make money while the act of saving people became a chore, with failures dismissed as collateral damage. Izuku agreed and added that the expenses, property damage, and the people who lost jobs or homes because of those failures were sickening. Stain noted that Izuku's crusade was not harmless. Izuku acknowledged that he was well aware. Stain then observed how that girl had reacted to Izuku. He said Izuku had left quite an impression. Izuku considered the possibilities for her. She would either recover but be hesitant to face him, or she would quit altogether and not interfere with Tamura's plan. Stain said the brat who had invited him had been a pain and that he had nearly killed him if not for that girl. Izuku identified the girl as Ochako and mentioned that her training was progressing. He said he and Kurogiri were doing what they could to prepare her. Stain revealed that Izuku's leader had contacted him and that he had 2 more idiots to look after, so he planned to hand them over to Izuku. Izuku muttered that they were morons. Stain described one as bloodthirsty and the other as uncertain, a specimen Izuku would have to see for himself. Izuku agreed and asked when Stain planned to meet them. Stain replied that he would after he finished hunting Ingenium. Izuku offered help. Stain declined, saying Izuku had his own things to do and that being seen with him attracted trouble. Izuku winced at the remark. Stain added that at least Izuku did not complain, and that these punks could not compare to the willpower Izuku had shown. Izuku accepted the compliment, somewhat flattered. He pulled out his brace and rubbed his wrist, noticing a popping noise. Stain commented that broken ribs normally took a long time to heal and asked what had been done to him. Izuku explained that he was being experimented on to become an enhanced Nomu, a beast-like creature created from one person by injecting multiple quirks at once. He said they called it an enhanced Nomu and that, to his knowledge, he only had regeneration. He admitted he still did not understand why having that made someone superior, as if it were a rank. Leaning on the railing that overlooked a small part of town, Izuku and Stain discussed Hosu City as the next likely target. Izuku noted that Hosu City was where the enemy planned to strike. Stain said someone had told him that Izuku's teacher did not want him involved this time, raising an eyebrow. Izuku asked why. Stain explained that it had something to do with avoiding suspicion and the fact that the event would take place on one of Izuku's workdays right after the sports festival. Izuku said he would not question his teacher's reasons and that he would obey. Stain asked when Izuku would call his little hitman buddy. Izuku said in time, and then turned to find Stain gone, smirking and wondering how quickly the man had moved and how many times he had failed. A text arrived saying Nijire and the others were at the food court, and that thought helped take Izuku's mind off things for a while. He headed that way and heard a cheerful shout from someone named Izumi as she sprinted into the mall, full throttle and apparently running late. Izuku remembered that Class 1A was also involved with those 4 troublemakers and cursed the ache in his head from the injuries. He told himself it should be interesting. Aizawa sat with a coffee and looked more focused than usual, on at least his 6th cup. He was reviewing a news article from a few months back about the bogeyman's remarks at USJ and a derogatory site called Worthless Quirkless. The site collected videos that mocked quirkless people, including one where a woman had sacrificed herself to save a child and was later ridiculed when she was revealed to be quirkless. The most popular video on the site featured the headline, "Quirkless Endangered Teens. Even the symbol of peace said he can't be a hero." The rushed writing on the page made Aizawa bristle. He watched a clip showing Izuku Midoriya saving Izumi Yagi and her 4 friends from a slime villain. At first Izuku's approach looked reckless, but when Aizawa rewound the footage he noticed that Izuku had been pushed back by Izumi's quirk and kept getting back up. In the heat of the moment Izuku located the slime's weak spot and struck it, temporarily disabling its vision and disrupting its ability to use the quirk it relied on. Aizawa found himself impressed that Izuku managed to figure out how to stun and locate the weak point under such pressure. The footage continued to show the aftermath, where Izuku was being scolded by pro-heroes who had not acted at the scene. From Aizawa's memory, those heroes had been waiting for one with an appropriate quirk to handle the situation. In truth, they did not know what to do. The three heroes present at the time were largely there for fame and publicity, with Kamui Woods as an exception because he genuinely did not know how to proceed, while MT Lady was taking pictures. 4 children were suffering when All Might made his debut, defeating the villain with effortless strength. He stood tall with that reassuring smile, but he noticed Izuku reaching toward him. All Might's lips formed words Izuku could not hear clearly. He warned that Izuku's actions were reckless and suggested that a steady job as a police officer or firefighter might be more sensible, even if those professions did not always receive proper respect. The suggestion made no sense to Izuku. He looked back at Izuku and saw him broken, hollowed out by disappointment and betrayal. The professionals released their hold, and Izuku knelt, muttering to himself with his face hidden. After a moment he stood and walked away. The recording ended there. Aizawa closed his laptop and pinched the bridge of his nose. He recognized that look, a dam finally breaking, years of suppressed emotion turning into something raw and overwhelming. He had enough on his plate already. As if on cue, his cat hopped onto his lap and settled on the closed laptop, staring up expectantly for an ear scratch. Aizawa rubbed the cat's ears and noted that the animal always seemed to know when he needed a moment. The cat meowed once, and Aizawa remarked that he never seemed to get a real break. The cat meowed again, and Aizawa conceded that he supposed that was true. Later, the group began a more relaxed conversation. Mina asked how Nijire and Izuku had met, insisting that it was important because they were trying to understand how love between two people began. Nijire responded to Mina's excitement by asking whether the detail mattered that much. When Jire brought up an earlier awkward moment, Nijire brushed it off, saying it was all right and that everyone made mistakes. She explained that Zuzu was easily provoked when people mentioned certain things, and that when she had asked his quirk he had reacted negatively. To answer Mina's question, Nijire said their meeting had happened on a train ride. Mina commented that a train meeting was not exactly romantic. Izuku, smiling wryly, suggested that fans expecting a scene from a romance novel were setting themselves up for disappointment. He then rose, walked over, and sat beside Nijire. Nijire asked if he was all right. Izuku said he had needed a walk and wanted to let the incident pass without making a bigger issue of it. Mina and Jairu apologized and expressed concern, and Momo explained that they had only been curious about how the two had met. Izuku smiled at the attention and let the subject drop. Mirio arrived with Tamaki and asked if Izuku was doing okay. Izuku replied that he was fine. Kirishima jumped in excitedly to ask about Izuku's workout routine, eager for tips. Izuku described a tough regimen, weighted sprints for around 2 hours, followed by gym work concentrating on upper body or legs depending on the day, and another run to build endurance. He explained that consistency was key to extending sprinting capacity. Kirishima, impressed, asked how much Izuku could bench press. Izuku estimated around 600 pounds. Kirishima celebrated the number as a mark of strength, while Jairu insisted it was normal for someone with Izuku's dedication. Mina giggled at their enthusiasm. Katsumi arrived apologizing for being late, explaining she had to pick up a few things. She confronted Izuku about his presence, asking if he had any business there. Izuku said he was there to spend time with Nijire and that she had invited him. Katsumi demanded to know whether he had been in the hospital, and Shoto added that he had thought Izuku had broken his ribs. Izuku brushed the questions off by noting that quirks could be surprisingly resilient. Shoka asked who had treated him, but Izuku refused to feel obliged to answer. Kaminari whispered something to Mineta, and Jairu commented on the obviousness of the whispering. Mina asked why everyone was whispering, and Momo steered the conversation back toward other acquaintances by asking about the Bakugos and the Todorokis. Momo blushed and hesitantly asked Midoriya a question. Midoriya encouraged her to go ahead. Momo explained that Nijire had mentioned his knowledge of quirks, and she wanted his perspective on how to make her hero outfit less revealing. Midoriya asked what she meant, and Momo showed him a picture on her phone. Midoriya studied the image and asked whether exposing skin was necessary for her quirk to work. Momo confirmed that it was. Midoriya suggested using a cloak for additional coverage. Momo considered the idea, and Midoriya continued by suggesting a redesign into a skin suit made of restorative fabric similar to Midnight's costume, which could repair itself if damaged, and adding practical accessories to reduce exposure. Momo thanked him gratefully, and Midoriya brushed it off. A group of students sat down at the table nearby, watching Midoriya with interest and largely ignoring the stigma of his quirkless past. Nijire smiled and offered ideas, and several others contributed suggestions on how to use and adapt their abilities. Midoriya chimed in now and then, helping where he could. Izumi and Katsumi arrived, and Bakugo muttered an insult under his breath. Izumi asked what was happening. Katsumi pointed, and Izumi looked to see her brother talking with their classmates. They were laughing and clearly enjoying themselves. Momo remained focused on the conversation with Midoriya, talking about quirks and finding some distraction from her recent troubles. Nijire watched with a playful expression, as if her interest had been piqued. Momo thanked Midoriya again, catching him off guard and making him blush. She apologized in a flustered rush. Midoriya reassured her that it was nothing and admitted he had not expected such a reaction. Nijire laughed and teased him in a light, playful way. Mina teased that Niji might be jealous. Nijire denied it, asking what she would be jealous of. Mina pointed out that Momo had called him Izuku, and Jire tapped Mina on the head to tell her to stop. Mina insisted on enjoying the moment. Momo explained that she had not been trying to make Nijire jealous. Nijire tried to play it off, saying that repeating Midoriya's name for an hour must be tiring. Izuku winced when someone mocked him and took another sip of his drink. Izumi arrived and Momo greeted her, asking if her brothers were with her. Izumi confirmed that they were and paused awkwardly. Mina muttered that the silence was awkward. Jire asked what had taken her so long, and Izumi said she had been visiting family. Izuku teased whether it had really been family, and the comment drew a wince from Nijire. Jire mentioned that Izumi had not told them her brother was a talented quirk analyzer. Izumi seemed surprised to learn it. Izuku made a teasing remark about living arrangements, and Momo pointed out that Izumi lived in the same household. Izuku corrected her, saying he lived in an apartment complex in Kamino Ward. Nijire noted that he had never given her a key, and Izuku produced one and handed it to her. Jairu reacted with surprise, and Mina called him smooth. Izuku said he had the key made earlier, anticipating the question. Izumi told Izuku that their mother wanted to talk to him when he was free. Izuku asked if there was a reason, and Izumi said their mother had not said. Izuku agreed to give her mother 15 minutes later. Nijire, sitting under the table, felt his hand tighten a little and rubbed her thumb over it. Izumi headed back to the others. Kirishima asked if Izuku and his sister were strained, and Izuku described the relationship as complicated. Jairu said they would not pressure him. Mina protested that they were not prying and felt a rubber band flicked her cheek. Momo composed herself and reminded everyone that it was a family matter and they should not force him to talk if he was uncomfortable. Izuku thanked her, and she smiled, thinking she could see why Nijire liked him. His personality was odd in places but appealing, and his advice was useful. She hoped to speak with him more with Nijire sometime. Izuku's phone beeped, and he said he had to leave for real this time. Nijire pouted and wrapped her arms around him, protesting that she did not want him to go. Izuku sighed and asked for his free hand back, but Nijire joked that he could not pry her off with his broken wrist. Izuku insisted he had to work, and Nijire begged him to stay. Mirio intervened, telling Nijire not to look at him, and Tamaki drifted off. The group agreed it had been a very cute display. At another meeting place, Shigaraki greeted Stain harshly and asked why he was there. Stain replied that the reception was unwelcoming for someone who expected to meet a feared organization rather than a petty gang. Shigaraki bristled and pointed out that they already had the bogeyman on their side and did not need pawns. Stain countered that he had been the one to speak to the bogeyman first. Suddenly a girl in a school uniform burst into the room, searching for Izuku. She leapt over the bar counter, looked under a table, and then stood close to Shigaraki, accusing him of saying Izuku worked for them while not smelling any trace of violence. She declared she wanted to see him in action and exclaimed that they would be best friends. Shigaraki ordered Kurogyari to intervene. Kurogyari opened a portal and guided the girl away, placing her behind Stain. Stain noted that portals were a useful quirk, and Kurogyari accepted the compliment with a dry remark. A man introduced himself as Kaizome Ikiguro and asked Stain whom he would meet. Stain flinched at hearing the name, but the man laughed and assured him that secrets were safe in that place. Another older man with many scars and staples stepped into the light and asked when they would meet the so-called bogeymen. The man with scars, Dabi, introduced himself, and the newcomer suggested that Dabi would soon meet him. The excited girl shouted that she was Toga, prompting a frustrated reaction from Stain. The organizer instructed Kurogyari to set things up and asked Tamura to come along. Kurogyari returned through a portal with a small cart of refreshments, and Tamura followed. Stain muttered under his breath about the situation. Back at home, Izumi recounted to her mother that Izuku had ignored her most of the time but agreed to give them 15 minutes to talk. Inko apologized for Izumi having to deal with that and thanked her for telling him. Inko then asked if Izumi was ready for the sports festival. Izumi said she had been training more than usual but still felt nervous. Inko shared that Izuku's father had been a student at UA and had been remarkably strong, earning the nickname the Dragon of the West, but she paused when the topic of his career as a hero came up and said that was a story for another time because she needed to speak with Izuku first. When Izumi asked if something had happened to him, Inko said he was currently traveling overseas and urged Izumi to leave so she would not be late. Izumi left, hurried through town, and used her quirk to move faster, but she still missed the train. She sighed and sat down to wait. Izumi checked the news and saw that the day's top story focused on the bogeyman. The report said there had been another fatal attack overnight, this time a teacher who had once worked at Kashiak High School. Authorities had described the scene as disturbing and were keeping specific details private to avoid alarming the public. Izumi felt some relief that the media had withheld graphic details, but the growing frequency of these incidents frightened her. She resolved that pursuing a career as a pro-hero was the best way to protect others and make a difference. She had thought the world was slipping toward some great evil, or perhaps she was exaggerating, until the next train arrived and Izumi breathed a relieved sigh. When it stopped, she boarded and took a seat. From the window she thought she saw a figure on a rooftop across the street, holding a sledgehammer. She called out and wove through the crowd to the window, but there was no one there. Either the person had left quickly, or she had imagined the whole thing. The train then pulled away and left the block behind. On a nearby row of roofs, Ochako stood beside Izuku and noted where the girl had been. Izuku thought that the girl had wronged them both and that her obliviousness to what she had done fueled his anger. He intended, quietly and steadily, to ruin her life. Ochako scowled as the train disappeared. She said she wanted to help too. The girl had left her for dead during the exam, and the least she could do was repay that wrong. Izuku said they would have their moment in time. Ochako asked if he had met the new recruits yet. Izuku said not yet, but from Shigaraki's reaction it was clear they frustrated him easily. Ochako observed that Shigaraki sped through his range of anger every day. Izuku agreed that it made sense. Ochako added that she thought they would have time to adjust, but that the new girl was oddly interested in both of them. She explained that the girl had said she seemed cute and had been strangely fascinated by Izuku's methods. Izuku found the remark intriguing and said he did not judge lightly. Ochako mentioned that even the hero killer had been concerned about the girl's behavior. Izuku replied that concern did not necessarily indicate choice. People could act in alarming ways for many reasons. He said he only judged those who judged them first, and then he would make sure that would be the last thing they thought. After a short pause, Izuku decided it was time to meet the new recruits and started walking away. Ochako ran to keep up. She had seen a lot so far, especially how he returned to the hideout injured and bloody. It had felt worse the time she had witnessed the scene in an alley. In that memory, Ochako had stood watch in an alley with a disguise on, tears and fear making her voice shake as she pleaded with the figure against the wall. She begged for understanding and insisted she had not known how she had wronged him. Izuku then revealed himself, removing his mask. She recognized him and gasped at the sight. He told her that someone in her class had suffered the worst and that she had done nothing but watch. She had shown disgust and let the student be overwhelmed by the weight of the world. He declared, with a cold, bitter edge, that the consequences of her inaction had led to what had happened. He named students who were gone, and the alley filled with frantic pleading. The teacher begged for mercy and said she had a family to care for. Izuku answered that perhaps she should have thought twice about her actions. Then, with sudden, brutal force, he struck her down in a swift, decisive motion. The impact rang through the street and the teacher collapsed, the sound of her cries echoing long after she had fallen silent. Ochako flinched at the memory of those cries. Though she did not blame him, she had never wanted to hear such anguish. The memory ended with Izuku dispatching the scene and walking away, his voice cold as he thanked the teacher for pushing him toward his chosen path. Back on the rooftop, Izuku barked at Ochako to stop standing there and she hurried to catch up. She felt a bitter mix of jealousy and fear at how accustomed he seemed to violence. She still had not faced a true battle herself, and she believed Izuku could overpower her with ease if he chose to. Izuku told her that Stain would take her on his crusade tonight and that Stain would not be a pushover. He urged her to show everything she had been trained in. Do not give her opponent an opening, keep her composure, and strike decisively. He asked if she could do it. Ochako, taken aback but determined, said she would do her best to make her sensei proud, and perhaps to make Izuku proud as well. Izuku said he was already proud of her and hoped he had been a good teacher. Ochako replied that he had been better than the other teachers she had during middle school. Curious, Izuku asked why she had applied to UA. Ochako explained that at first it had been about money, but not in the way he might assume. Her parents ran a construction company and their home had not always been comfortable. She wanted to be a hero to help her parents with the money she would earn and to help others who lived in similar conditions. With the accident she had suffered, she felt she had fewer chances, but the desire to help had not faded. Izuku, though blunt at times, kept his harsher remarks to himself and offered a more helpful response. He told her he thought her goal was honorable and that he regretted the world had lost what she might become. He proposed that, with the combined earnings they and their allies could manage, he would help her situation if she would accept. Ochako, overwhelmed, thanked him and hugged him in gratitude. Izuku teased that she made his kindness sound exaggerated, and Ochako apologized for her enthusiasm. At that moment, they realized they were floating a little above the rooftop. Ochako said she would fix it and touched her fingertips, bringing them down. They both fell awkwardly. Ochako landed against Izuku in an embarrassing tangle and blushed fiercely before stepping away. Izuku muttered that he seemed to be having an odd day, and then he brushed past her and led the way. Ochako hurried to follow, asking what he had meant, and ran to catch up. The intercom announced the start of the annual UA Sports Festival, asking attendees to present purchase tickets and directing those who bought online to the right. The public address operator checked whether the system was calibrated, and Aizawa replied that if the question was about the loud voice, it could stay loud so everyone would feel what he felt about it. The operator then welcomed everyone, heroes and onlookers alike, to the festival, and the crowd cheered. In a separate area where the contestants waited, nerves ran high. The first event would be an obstacle course. Izumi breathed heavily and tried to steady herself. Tenya Ida urged Izumi to remain calm and breathe slowly. Izumi thanked Tenya and took a few more steadying breaths. Shoto announced that he would make sure to beat Izumi in the contest. Shoka clarified that she meant he should win in the contest only, not literally harm anyone, and Shoto teased that he meant it in earnest. Shoka reacted with mild alarm at his intensity. Bakugo loudly declared that he would beat every one of them, and Jairu told him to be quiet. Students from other classes and support students were present as well. A particularly enthusiastic support student, Mei Hatsum, waved and called out to Izumi, prompting Izumi to respond nervously. There was a brief flashback in which Shoto remembered a small domestic moment about Fuyumi and cookies, and Bakugo had abruptly interrupted the recollection. A short pause bridged the memory back to the present as the contestants prepared for the obstacle course ahead. Someone called out and Izumi responded casually. Katsumi checked on her and Izumi admitted she was fine but worried about her mother. Katsumi asked what was wrong with their aunt. Bakugo angrily suggested that Deku might be involved. Izumi explained that both of them were due to have a phone call and she was anxious about what he would say. Bakugo swore at the thought. Katsumi wondered if he might be acting distant but secretly soft toward their aunt. Izumi doubted it based on how he spoke to the three of them. She headed for the door when a sudden explosion-like impact knocked everyone back. Shoto looked on with mild alarm as Izumi coughed and brought a hand to her face, pressing into fabric and a sponge before her vision blurred. Mei arrived at that moment, surprised to see the scene. Hatsum had been testing a prototype support wing inside the lab and the device had malfunctioned, leaving Izumi embarrassed and fainting from the shock. Later, Izumi tried to address the earlier incident. Mei waved it off and said she was glad Izumi had been there to break her fall. Bakugo complained about the obviousness of what had happened. Shoto listened quietly until Shoka nudged him. Present Mike then began the announcements and urged everyone to get the initial round underway. The students tried to stay calm and focus. Momo advised steady concentration, Jiraiya aimed for the top 10, Kirishima encouraged everyone to keep their composure, and Kaminari looked confused. Present Mike counted down to the start. When the signal came, the gates opened and Shoka used her ability to freeze the ground in front of the opening, leaving many competitors momentarily stuck. Izumi cursed softly as the contest began. Izuku walked toward the stadium and felt a comfortable warmth when he saw his friends waiting for him. Nijire bounded up with her usual energetic affection, which felt unfamiliar to him but he tried to adjust. She asked if he was ready and he nodded. Mirio joked about seeing who would win that year. They showed their tickets to the guard and were guided into the venue. Inside they passed stalls selling exclusive hero merchandise for the festival. Mirio hurried off excitedly in search of a particular item. Tamaki offered to watch him. Izuku wondered aloud what Mirio was looking for, and Nijire, with a snack in hand, pointed out that Mirio had found something. Mirio proudly showed a limited edition All Might figure in the American-themed uniform. Izuku explained there were 3 variations of that figure and compared one design to a classic American comic hero that All Might admired. Mirio reacted like a true fan. Nijire remarked that she had not known Izuku collected such things. He admitted he had once collected a lot of All Might merchandise but had stopped to be more responsible with his money. Mirio said that collecting was a nice hobby if one could afford it, and Tamaki teased them about the public displays of affection when Nijire suggested sitting close together. The group teased each other good-naturedly and moved to find seats with the help of an usher. Present Mike took the stage to announce the proceedings. Midnight then appeared in her usual performer's costume and delivered a few playful lines for the crowd. When it came time to present representatives from Class 1A, Katsumi Bakugo was called forward. Katsumi declared her intention to defeat her brother and vied for the spotlight. Bakugo shouted back at his sister in anger, and a tense exchange rippled through the audience as another blonde student nearby ranted in frustration. As the event continued, Yu received a notification and her expression changed. Nijire hurried to comfort her as she struggled to hold back tears. Izuku moved closer to offer support and glanced at her phone. The headline reported that a teacher from Kashyyyk High School had been killed by the bogeyman. Izuku looked up and recognized a faint resemblance between the image and someone connected to Yu, and the group absorbed the shocking news with heavy hearts. Izuku offered to help, and Nijire assured him it was okay, calling for Yu as she nodded. They both stood up to take a breather and likely leave. Despite a reputation as a harsh fighter, Izuku felt guilty about what had happened. Yu had been a good friend to him and the others, and the situation weighed on him for a moment. Mirio warned that the event was starting and looked back at the obstacle course, a giant hole in the ground, scattered mines, and a line of standard robots. Izuku thought the first blockade looked a little too simple. Mirio explained that after the zero-pointer incident, agencies had decommissioned all zero-pointer mechs, though their principal kept a few models for himself. Izuku asked why the principal was so attached to them. Mirio said support had insisted it would cost a lot to dismantle and store them. Izuku filed that away, thinking he might have an idea for those machines. Tamaki pointed out the door as Present Mix announcement echoed. When the door opened, a blast of ice covered about half the contestants. Shoka and Shoto surged ahead. Izumi swore under her breath and braced herself, expecting a reckless move from Shoka. Katsumi cursed as she blasted the ice beneath her and propelled herself forward. Izumi leapt over the ice instead, conserving her telekinesis because overuse gave her migraines and relying on one for all instead. As she ran, Izumi saw creative strategies among the competitors. One contestant was being carried by several others, looking relaxed and unconcerned. The carrier's eyes were blank and trance-like, suggesting a mind control quirk at work. Mei flew ahead on her jetpack while Present Mike rambling about logistics filled the air. Three-pointer exam bots were being deployed. Shoka and Shoto froze parts of the course and moved through the first blockade, creating an opening. Izumi shoved a hand downward to trip Shoto, knocking him slightly off balance and allowing another runner to surge past. Bakugo barreled through, shouting loudly as he passed. Katsumi made a beeline after. Shoka called out to his brother in worry, and Izumi stopped to help Shoto to his feet. Shoto insisted he was fine and told her to go on. She tried to move but found her feet frozen in the course. Shoto urged her to escape first. Izumi concentrated, compressing the ice with her telekinesis until it shattered, and then she ran on. Later, while they ran, Nijire told Izuku that Yu's aunt, who had been like a second mother, had died. Nijire warned that the culprit was far more dangerous than he appeared. From what she had heard, he had been injured during the USJ attack, but here he seemed unscathed. Izuku considered the possibility of a quirk and expressed sympathy for Yu. He admitted he had also lost someone important. Nijire suggested that sharing his experience might help Yu cope. Izuku worried that bringing it up could offend her, but Nijire thought it would not hurt to try. He agreed hesitantly and kept his gaze forward, not daring to look directly at Nijire as the students continued. Mirio pointed out the giant fissure ahead. Tamaki explained that it was a 50-meter deep hole that could only be crossed by ropes attached to the sides. Contestants could try to jump it with a quirk or use the ropes, and there were mines as well. Mirio added that the mines were not precisely placed. Izuku asked what was at the bottom of the hole. The others warned that falling could cause severe injury or even be fatal. Mirio recalled that during their year many students had come close to falling, and the discovery that there was nothing to cushion a fall had unnerved them. Tamaki said that after the zero-pointer incident the course had been redesigned to be safer. Izuku compared the setup to sending a child into danger. Mirio mentioned that the final obstacle remained an enigma. Nijire admitted she wanted to spoil it, but Tamaki insisted it was better to let them see it for themselves. Observing closely, Izuku noticed that the hole did, in fact, plunge deep into shadow. He thought a safer setup for the ropes didn't mean it would be easy, only that it might be safer. He wasn't sure, but if what they said about redoing the school's safety measures was true, it was unfortunate. He pictured some careless student losing their footing and hoped the precautions would be enough. Izumi saw the large hole in the ground and felt a flush of fear at how deep it was. She hoped the organizers had taken precautions. Falling into nothing but dirt could be deadly. Choosing a safer route, she activated one for all to boost herself and cleared the whole gap in a single bound. She couldn't help looking back at the students navigating the course. Some ran on the ropes with ease, but she had to keep moving. A plume of pink smoke rose in front of her. Izumi wondered what the smoke meant, and then heard Present Mike's announcement explaining the final part of the test. Present Mike described a staged minefield as the last obstacle and clarified that the colored smoke would mark anyone who triggered a mine. The smoke indicated those contestants were out of the game, their outfits would register the trigger, and multiple camera angles would verify the results. Aizawa explained that the minefield was designed to test awareness and dexterity. He said some contestants would set one off, while others would avoid them entirely, and that the pit was filled with water, presenting about a 30-foot fall. He handed the microphone back to Mike and leaned back in his chair. Cementos mumbled that he wished they'd had something like this when they were students. Aizawa only shrugged. Izumi breathed a small sigh of relief when she noticed Katsumi right in front of her. She smirked and launched herself ahead. Katsumi let out a startled cry and barely missed one as a mine detonated nearby. Bakugo voiced his excitement, and Shoka cursed as another detonated. Aizawa commented that he'd never seen so many mines go off in such a short time. Present Mike joked that contestants should perhaps pause to observe before charging in. Izumi told herself she could do it. She used her quirk to propel herself off the ground with the force needed to clear the mines. When one detonated beneath her, she smiled, confident it would work, and sprinted forward. Shoto noticed Izumi clearing the area, and Shoka followed closely behind to take advantage of the cleared path. Izumi said she was laying a trap as she used her quirk to propel herself, gaining a clear view of the four ahead. She redirected them to the side with a sweeping move that caused a large plume of smoke and allowed her to cross the finish line first. Present Mike announced Izumi Yagi as the winner. She smiled and looked back to see both Bakugo and Shoka covered in pink smoke residue. Bakugo demanded to know what she was doing in a harsh tone, and Shoka admitted she had fallen for the trick and accepted some responsibility. Two other contestants staggered in. Katsumi was coughing. Shoto checked on Katsumi, who admitted she had inhaled the smoke and was wheezing. A pro hero monitoring the challenge handed Katsumi a water bottle, and she drank it, complaining about how intense the run had been. She taunted the others in a brusque way, and Bakugo immediately protested, sparking another argument. Izumi chuckled while Shoka observed that some things never changed, and Shoto simply agreed. Izuku summarized aloud that the pink smoke marked a deactivated contestant and that breathing it could be irritating. Mirio added that the mines had been closer to the surface historically, making the challenge easier for some. Tamaki noted that the hole was filled with water. Nijire asked if hitting the surface would still hurt. Izuku acknowledged that a 30-foot fall could be dangerous depending on how one hit the water. Mirio called the whole setup a safety hazard, and Izuku agreed. Yu returned, and Nijire urged her to sit. Yu sounded hollow as she did, keeping to herself. Izuku offered her some water, and she took it, her eyes red and the tear stains obvious. She was still shivering. Yu said she couldn't believe someone was gone and apologized, worried she was bringing everyone down. Mirio and Tamaki told her not to think that way. Izuku told her she had every right to grieve and that it would be inhumane to expect anything else. Letting it out was okay because they were there for her. Nijire nudged Izuku, and he recounted having someone close to him once a friend who had been like an older brother. He told Yu that the friend had gone missing and that, after 11 years and a note, it seemed likely he was gone. His friend's mother had been crushed by grief and deteriorated. She had blamed Izuku, and those words still haunted him. He explained he never held a grudge against her. She needed someone to blame, but a piece of him had died with that loss. Yu sniffled and asked if he still kept in contact. He said no, and when she asked how he kept going, he admitted that trying to move on was the hardest thing. Yu acknowledged that his answer sounded simple but hurt deeply, and she asked why he was telling her this. Izuku said he didn't know, only that she was in pain, and the least he and the others could do was be there for her so she wouldn't be alone. As Yu began to sob again, Nijire hugged her and Mirio sat beside her. Mirio assured her that if she needed someone to talk to, they were all there. Yu thanked them and said she now knew what she needed to do. Mirio said they all shared the same idea. Tamaki nodded, and Nijire vowed that those responsible would regret meeting them. Izuku felt a pang of guilt, realizing he was complicating his own feelings, but like so many things, it seemed to upend him no matter what. He cursed himself inwardly for making things more complex than they needed to be. Shigaraki leaned back on the sofa, bored, while Dabi sipped his drink. Dabi asked in a mocking tone when their fabled bogeyman would arrive. Toga hummed to herself, distracted by a tune only she seemed to hear. Shigaraki noted that the bogeyman was on an undercover mission and was supposedly acting as a positive influence for the students at UA. Dabi scoffed and wondered whether he would betray them. Shigaraki replied that he did not care what the man did. Whatever choices he had made would not let him escape his consequences. Toga shivered with excitement and described, in a shaky, eager voice, the image of a hammer striking in her imagination, the sound resonating like a bell. Shigaraki, annoyed, asked if they had located someone. Dabi reported finding Toga drinking from a cup she had brought with her from a chaotic scene. The sight of her behaving oddly had unsettled him. Stain had stepped in and kept her under control. Kurojiri requested that Toga remove a knife from the counter because the residue on it might stain the wood, and she grumbled before sitting elsewhere. Shigaraki turned on the TV, more to kill time than to watch. The screen showed highlights of a school sports festival and the low-budget obstacle course students were racing across. He remained uninterested until his phone chimed and a new email arrived. Noting the news about the bogeyman, he realized the rumors had been confirmed. Toga snatched the phone and gaped at the details, her breathing quickening as she imagined the scene. Dabi plucked the phone back from her with minor irritation. Kurogyari wondered aloud whether their master was done with his meeting. Dabi muttered that he would prefer to be setting things on fire rather than waiting. Before anyone could decide what to do, a black portal opened and Stain stepped through. He commented on how loud the group was and implied the bogeyman would have better manners despite his brutal methods. Stain declared that Dabi and Toga would be included in the operation. Dabi asked about Stain's role. Stain explained that he was operating under a different status for now and that the others would have to behave until the young leader proved himself. Kurogyari offered to organize rooms and quarters and to show Stain to where he preferred to stay. Dabi warned that respect had to be earned and voiced his desire to test the bogeyman in combat to see whether he truly deserved the fear he inspired. Shigaraki scolded Dabi, calling it a death wish, and Dabi shot back, annoyed. Toga watched, intrigued. Ochako returned suddenly, bursting into the room with an enthusiastic greeting before freezing at the sight of the others. Toga reacted with a dramatic gasp as she blushed, and Dabi rose, teasing that Ochako should run. Ochako nodded and hurried away. Later, Izuku spoke with his mentor. The mentor warned that Izuku's new teammates might seem strange but that, in time, they would prove themselves powerful allies. The mentor explained that one teammate's quirk carried drawbacks she struggled to control and that Izuku would need to help her manage those tendencies. Izuku joked that he might as well become a teacher, but the mentor reminded him that sooner or later he might have to face those same teammates as enemies rather than friends. The call ended. Afterward, Izuku was handed a small package from a passing figure who said it was last week's payment. Izuku protested that he did not need it, but the stranger insisted he take it, worried the amount might draw unwanted attention if left unspent. Izuku sighed, accepted the money, and muttered that it felt like pity, likely an attempt to draw him back into old contracts. Nijire tugged at him, calling him to hurry, and he followed, trying to shrug off the unease. At a different time, Principal Nizu outlined theories about the bogeyman over the phone. He explained that some believed the bogeyman to be a typical villain while others suspected a rogue pro-hero. His descriptions focused on the bogeyman's feral, berserk fighting style and brute strength, which bore a troubling resemblance to another villain known for a taste for violence. Nizu suggested there might be a network of assassins or affiliates behind the attacks. All Might listened with growing concern as Nizu went through a chart of potential targets, which alarmingly included many students. Nizu noted that by linking several incidents from different regions and victims it seemed likely that the bogeyman was not a seasoned adult but rather a young person, possibly a barely legal teenager. All Might reacted with disbelief and fury at the suggestion that someone so young could be responsible for such devastation. He lifted Nizu in anger, incredulous at the notion. Nizu remained resolute, insisting that the suspected young individual could not be ignored and that compiling a suspect list was a necessary, though painful, precaution. He had delivered a small humiliating speech and put the man down. Yagi admitted that not a single day passed when he did not regret saying that to him, not as his father, but as his idol, the only thing the young man had left. Nizu observed that this was why the man was on the list. It would not surprise him if the man had entertained thoughts of killing. Given what he had read about the man's life, it made the perfect alibi. He understood and asked Nizu for one promise. Nizu agreed. Yagi insisted that they keep the matter here and not tell anyone until they were certain, because they could not have anyone pointing fingers this early, especially Izuku, who had been through enough. The photograph Yagi carried showed Midoriya in his work outfit, but they did not know who had taken it. Izuku stared into the distance as the teachers set up the next course. He was lost in thought about everything that had been happening. He felt the quirk inside him rejecting him and had been nauseous. Ojiko had said that quirkless people were perfect specimens for making nomus, and that an enhanced nomu was much more difficult to retain, so his quirk was becoming unstable. When he was 13, He remembered calling to his sister Izumi after enduring their long abuse. He had still been oblivious to how much they hated him. He had asked Izumi if she wanted to come with him to the hero convention, admitting that no one else would go with him. Izumi had agreed, saying she could go and that it might be fun. Izuku had been ecstatic. He told her he already had 2 tickets, hugged her, and she had awkwardly returned the hug. He had run off, thrilled. A week later, he crouched behind a dumpster, hiding and tearing up from pain and fear. Bakugo had been yelling for him, and Izuku had looked down to find a severe burn on his leg that left him numb with panic. A man appeared suddenly in front of him, and Izuku feared his bullies had found him. Bakugo's voice had echoed nearby, but the man had stood up to face him with a cold stare that made even Bakugo pause before he and his group ran off. The man then turned back to Izuku and asked to see his leg, calling him son in a way that felt strange. Reluctant but hopeful, Izuku had shown the injury. The man had asked if the boy who attacked him had caused it and reassured Izuku that he was not in trouble, that he only wanted to help. The man had spoken with genuine concern and had urged Izuku to tell him what the attacker's quirk was. Overcome, Izuku had answered between sobs. The man had removed one glove and asked Izuku to rest his leg on his knee, guiding him to breathe slowly. For 30 agonizing seconds the man had worked, and then the pain faded. Izuku had gasped when he saw the burn had faded. The man had smiled and said he was full of surprises, then offered to walk Izuku home. When Izuku asked if the man was going to take him away, the man had clarified that he only wanted to help and had offered his hand. Izuku had taken it and thanked him. That was all Izuku could remember beyond the hero convention. Izumi had shown up and they had a good time, but when her friends learned about it they had become jealous and took it out on him. Later, when Bakugo had nearly caused a serious injury, the same odd man had stepped in to help. Izuku did not know what that man's quirk was, but he hoped someday he would see him again to thank him. Nijire told him that it was starting, and Izuku said he was coming. Izumi rallied the group and urged them to get started. When Midnight announced that the winning headband would be worth 10 million points, everyone looked at Izumi, and she paled at the revelation. She scanned for teammates. So far she had Shoka and Katsumi, but they needed one more. Izumi worried that they were short a member. Katsumi swore under her breath and called out to a purple-haired boy. The boy shrugged and agreed to join. Katsumi thanked him and introduced herself as Katsumi Bakugo, extending her hand. The boy gave his name as Shinso. Shoka noted that was all he offered, and Shinso confirmed it. Izumi insisted they form a plan and asked Shinso about his quirk. He was quiet at first, but then explained it was mind control. Izumi said it was okay to share, and revealed her own quirk was telekinesis. Katsumi identified hers as controlled explosions, and Shoka as freezing things. They reacted positively to Shinso's ability, with Shoka pointing out that his quirk could help avoid bloodshed and protect lives. Izumi agreed, saying no quirk was inherently evil, it depended on how it was used. Izumi outlined the plan. They would snatch other people's headbands. Shinso would shout things to catch opponents off guard and make them hesitate, allowing Izumi to use her telekinesis to take the bands. Katsumi would provide long-range support, and Shoka would disrupt the others. Shinso agreed to try the plan, and Izumi thanked him. They took their positions, ready to face the other teams. Shoka observed that Todoroki was likely to head straight for them, and Katsumi suspected most people in the match would target their team. Izumi told them to be ready as the gate opened. Nijire remarked that the winner's headband was worth about 10 million points this year. Mirio compared it to last year, when it had been 9. Izuku listened and wondered about the purple-haired boy's quirk. Nijire admitted she did not know. Izuku sent a quick message to Shigaraki and received a single-character response that nearly unsettled him. Izuku assessed Izumi's team, Izumi with telekinesis, the blonde with explosion-based quirk, and the white-haired girl with an ice quirk. He considered that the ice might be defensive, but overall they had several offensive abilities. He suggested a flank from behind with a distraction or a full-on charge. He also judged personalities, one hot-headed, one sassy, and one more reserved, which led him to identify who he thought was the more impulsive student. Nijire giggled, and Izuku then noticed Momo Yaoyorozu in the crowd. Nijire called out to the team that included Yaoyorozu. Mirio reminded everyone about the student who had been shaken by a past villain incident. They discussed how that experience had affected her and hoped she would do fine. Momo panicked inwardly, lost in thought and worried about seeing the monster from her trauma in the corner of her eye again. She tried to compose herself. Normally she devised detailed plans for situations like this, and she had to overcome her fear. Jairu snapped Momo back to attention and asked for the plan. Momo apologized for being distracted and asked Todoroki if anything could set Katsumi off. Todoroki explained that Katsumi was a bit more patient than her brother but could still be provoked. Momo instructed Jairu to use her jacks to reach for opponents' headbands. Kaminari was to provide concentrated bursts of electricity through a copper-lined wire Momo would fashion, with a warning that his power was limited before he would be exhausted. Jairu joked about avoiding extremes, and Kaminari replied lightly. Todoroki was assigned to defend by freezing the ground around them to throw opponents off balance, with the caution that Izumi's telekinesis could potentially turn their own defenses against them. The team nodded. The plan was set. When the gates opened, Momo assembled her equipment and they rushed out. Momo ordered them to prioritize getting headbands. Jairu and Kaminari moved into action, and Todoroki prepared his defensive technique. The first obstacle they encountered was Monoma, the student who had taunted them after the previous incident. Todoroki froze the ground under their feet, and Kaminari swung the copper wire. Itsuka Kendo grabbed the wire, not realizing Kaminari would send a jolt of electricity through it. Because several students were in contact with one another, the shock spread and stunned them briefly. Jairu seized the opportunity to detach several headbands. Momo praised the execution and felt the plan might work after all. Meanwhile, Shigaraki checked on an arrangement with a small doctor named Ojiko. Ojiko confirmed that preparations had been completed since their meeting with Stain and admitted the meeting had been tense. Shigaraki muttered that even Izuku wanted to kill Ojiko, and that he found the doctor's ego trying at times. Kurogiri also found the doctor's behavior frustrating. Ochako entered to inform them that the second round had started and asked if they were going to watch. Shigaraki said he would be in there soon and continued the discussion with Ojiko. Ojiko handed Shigaraki a small earpiece and explained that the programming for the Nomus was set, they would follow commands and could be monitored remotely. He demonstrated by pressing a button to show about 15 of them. He examined them in order, each was different. One was infused with a strength quirk, another had elongated hands, and another bore red bat wings and talons capable of carrying anything away. He liked it. Shigaraki noted that each one was different. Ojiko told him that how he used them was up to him. He smiled at the thought of having this much control over so many at once. He would need time, but he intended to make the most of it, arranging his units into groups ready to strike the enemy AIs. Unlike a video game, it would be continuous. There was no taking turns. Shigaraki said he would take some time to decide and instructed the doctor that he was done for the day and should take the rest of the day off. Ojiko thanked him and went to the next room to begin his other job, tending to their sensei's condition. Shigaraki thought that with this advantage, he would leave a strong message. He returned to watch the second round and paused, remembering when he first arrived here and how he had been forced to become something he never asked for. Sensei had been the one constant that offered help without expecting anything in return, asking only for loyalty. Kurogiri, despite Shigaraki's restrained expression, was family to him. With Izuku in the fray, Shigaraki did not see a rival trying to steal his thunder. He saw the brother he never had, the ally he had needed from the start. They knew they could never have a normal life after this, but that did not mean they would take a normal life from others. He swore his life on that. The crowds grew louder as they witnessed the intense battle for the 10 million point headband. Students were eliminated in fast, stylized exchanges. Momo's team had used the strategy of isolating opponents one by one until she lost her headband to Bakugo's team. The round swung back and forth, then ended with the headband being taken by Jairu, earning her the victory. The cheering rose to a roar. Jairu covered her ears, both pleased and overwhelmed by the noise. Then Momo saw something that made her falter. She noticed a silhouette above the audience, hidden from the public eye and staring directly at her. She stumbled back. Izumi and the others rushed to help. Jiru called for Momo. Momo pointed and insisted that she saw him. Izumi told her that he was not there and tried to steady her breathing. She gripped herself, rubbed her eyes, and the figure was gone. Another illusion, perhaps, but unsettling nonetheless. Momo excused herself and walked away to catch her breath. Midnight announced that the one-on-one duels would begin, the final part of the festival and the big chance to see who the heroes would choose to intern and mentor these students. Unknown to them, the event might also become a life-changing moment. Chapter end. Midnight announced that the match had been eventful, and the crowd roared in response. She then introduced the climax of the event, the one-on-one duels. A large screen behind her filled with names, and to the surprise of many, the 4 students had made it in. Momo Yaoyorozu and Fumikage Tokoyami were set for the first match. Midnight invited the audience to applaud the students for their effort. The crowd cheered. Pro heroes in the stands felt proud that so many UA students were driven to become heroes. When the first round began, the screen displayed Tokoyami and Momo. As the two entered the arena from opposite ends, Momo worked to steady her breathing and keep a panic attack at bay. The arena fell into an unnerving silence while everyone watched only the two of them. Nijire broke the quiet by cheering for Momo, and Izuku smiled and waved from the stands, making Momo flush and regain some composure. She allowed herself a small confident smile. Near the stands, Izuku felt his phone beep. A message from Shigaraki confirmed that something had been set in motion. Izuku now had a time to prepare for what would happen in a few hours. Nijire noticed his expression and offered a reassuring smile. Izuku told the group he had been called away for a mission. Nijire asked him to call later, and he agreed with a brief, supportive gesture before he slipped through the crowd. On his way out, Izuku passed several pro heroes signing autographs. Death Arms joked about bumping into him and asked if he had seen him before, trying to place the face. Izuku politely declined and continued on his way. Death Arms was left puzzled. Izuku then headed toward Kamino Ward to begin the next mission. As he turned into an alleyway, a portal opened before him, leading toward the Nomu room where Shigaraki was waiting and remarked that Izuku had taken too long. Back in the arena, the duel progressed quickly. Nijire cheered Momo on and watched as Momo created an item to use in the match. But Tokoyami's shadow extended unexpectedly, and Momo stumbled out of bounds. The match ended in an instant. Midnight declared Tokoyami the winner. The crowd cheered, though some were confused by how fast it had ended. The pro heroes exchanged concerned looks. Cementos sighed, and Midnight commented quietly on how unfortunate the situation had been. Mike asked if they had seen what happened. Aizawa cautioned that no one should ridicule Momo and instructed staff to remove anyone who did. He explained that Momo had been held hostage and had undergone something that affected her performance, and all they could do now was offer counseling. The senior heroes agreed. Nijire offered to speak with Momo personally. Mirio encouraged her, and Tamaki and others joined, determined to support her. After the match, Momo formally thanked Tokoyami. He remained stoic but showed clear concern for her well-being. She fought a private battle with guilt and frustration, wondering why she had felt so weak and why the encounter with the villain had left her shaken. Memories of her encounter with the villain returned in a flash. She remembered being seized and forcibly brought to a place where he spoke about misery and cruelty as if it were a lesson to be shown to the world. He held her and used intimidation to silence her. He spoke in riddles about truth and pain, insisting that understanding required suffering. The memory was a blur of fear and humiliation, and it ended when the villain vanished through a portal. The details of the violence remained vivid enough to unsettle her, but the worst images receded into a frightened haze. Shaken by the recollection, Momo cried out, and Nijire moved to comfort her, offering steady, calming words and a gentle presence to remind her that she was not alone. Mirio held Momo's arm and hugged her while she tugged at her hair. Tamaki was on his phone contacting Recovery Girl. Yu reassured Momo, asking her to listen to their voices and reminding her that they were there. Momo looked to Nijire and asked if she was there. Nijire said she had seen what happened and slowly nodded, confirming it was him. Mirio growled in anger, the situation worse than he had imagined, and Yu shared the same expression. Yu vowed to stop the man responsible, listing how he had taken Momo's aunt, ruined lives, and terrorized heroes until many feared becoming one, and how the trauma inflicted on a first year had left her unable to feel safe anywhere. Mirio promised they would stop him. A few professional heroes arrived, and Recovery Girl approached Momo. Recovery Girl took Momo's hand and reassured her gently. Momo reluctantly rose and followed. Principal Nizu arrived as well. Nizu watched them leave and turned to the 4 students. Nijire raised her hands in apology to Mr. Nizu and insisted Momo had not told them anything. Nizu explained that he was already informed, that they were not in trouble for helping, but that he would ask what Momo had said. Mirio described finding Momo pulling at her hair and crying out for it to stop. Nizu said he would make a note of the incident and inform Recovery Girl, and then dismiss them to return to their seats. Mirio stopped Nizu to ask why the man was not a priority target, arguing that he had ruined too many lives and that the big 3 were the strongest students and capable of stopping him. Nijire insisted they must be able to do something, and Yu declared that, even if she was not officially part of the group, she was not weak and wanted to help. Tamaki nodded in agreement. Nizu sighed and told them he admired their determination but forbade them from going after the bogeyman. He explained that new details suggested the man might have more than one quirk, making him significantly more dangerous, and that professional heroes were being sent to handle him. Nizu urged them to continue training, as their current skills would not be sufficient. Mirio struggled with the restriction, feeling helpless against someone so threatening and aware that this was exactly the kind of doubt the villain wanted to inspire. Nijire resolved that they should keep training. She was tired of the bully who tried to spread fear, but she believed such cruelty also created those filled with bravery. Mirio agreed that he was not afraid and wanted to make sure no one else would be hurt. Yu said she would follow them in their efforts. Nizu said that when they were ready, the villain and the rest of the League of Villains would have a hard time against them, then he walked away. The students shared a hope that, with everyone's help, they could stop him. Mirio said he was confident they could in time. Announcements for the next round began, and Nijire urged them to hurry back. They rushed off. Later, Izuku questioned the plan being discussed with Shigaraki. Shigaraki insisted they had to maintain authority. Izuku asked what would happen if he disagreed. Shigaraki retorted that they would be seen as a group of unhinged teens. Izuku responded with exasperation and told Shigaraki to give him time. He would be out soon. He left and walked past the test chamber containing the Nomus, noting how diverse they were in appearance. One Nomu stood out. It had a pair of red, bat-like wings that felt very familiar to Izuku. He approached to read its former name and realized his hunch was correct. The name belonged to a bully from his childhood who had followed Bakugo and Katsumi and tormented others. Izuku reflected on how the situation had turned, seeing the former bully now reduced to one of these creatures. He allowed a small, bitter smile at the twist of fate, then left to change into his outfit so the newcomers could meet the bogeyman. Midnight announced that they had seen round 1 and were moving on to round 2. The screen now showed the contestants. Midnight introduced Lita Tenya versus Mei Hatsum. Lita said it was time for him to go. Izumi wished Lita good luck, and Lita thanked Izumi before walking down. She looked across to see Nijire and the others watching intently, though they seemed troubled about something she could not place. Nijire understood some of it. Momo's match had been an upset and everyone was talking about the unpleasant encounter she had experienced with the bogeyman. On the bright side, several heroes had expressed interest in taking her on as an intern. Even the well-known Iwabami had reportedly applied. The match between Lita and Mei had been stranger than the last. The crowd had sympathy for Momo's trauma, but the bout itself became a showcase. Mei slipped and dodged Lita's attacks as she displayed her support gear, which had drawn attention from major companies. Then, anticlimactically, Mei stepped out of bounds and surrendered the match, leaving Lita standing confused. The audience was upset, though the mood shifted as the teachers prepared the next match to give the crowd what they wanted. Nijire made a mental note to ask Mei later about her support gear, as she was curious how they worked. Elsewhere, Dabi expressed doubt that one person could have killed so many without being caught. Kurogiri explained that the situation was complicated, The culprit left misleading trails and created scenes that were difficult to interpret. Kurogyari recalled an instance when a young pro-hero had been found dead in his own home, a cryptic message left behind, and the only trail led into the hero's room and stopped at a closed closet. Flashing back, police followed subtle clues into the house and found evidence that the investigation led straight to the closet. Officers signaled each other and slowly opened the closet, tense breaths filling the air. They searched thoroughly and found nothing inside. The trail ended there, as if the suspect had simply vanished. Back in the present, Toga expressed admiration for the bogeyman's presence, and Ochako admitted she felt unnerved at first, though she could not compare it to worse things that had happened before. Stain told them to behave. Dabi said he wanted to see if the man was truly as intimidating as rumored. He heard raspy breathing behind him and turned to find the man standing there. The figure's imposing height and the dark stains on his attire made it clear he was not someone to be taken lightly. The infamous hammer at his side and the overall aura of menace made even common thugs hope to avoid him. Izuku's presence went unannounced but was immediately noticed. Dabi reacted with a challenge and tried to push past the initial shock. Kurogyari identified the man as the bogeyman. Toga gasped with excitement and sprang forward like a child meeting a favorite idol. She introduced herself as Himiko Toga and claimed to be the newest member of the group, pointing out the grumpy one as Dabi. Izuku, surprised by the sudden closeness, reacted on instinct and grabbed Toga to restrain her briefly. Dabi was ready to respond with flame until Kurogyari intervened. Izuku warned that it would be unwise to escalate things. Toga, embarrassed and playful, urged him to hold on tighter. Izuku simply let her drop back to the floor. Shigaraki face-bombed at the scene while Dabi swore under his breath. Izuku asked the newcomers to explain their quirks and capabilities. Dabi responded with a sneer and deflected, suggesting that Izuku show his face first. Izuku said that Dabi reminded him of someone he once knew and leaned in to whisper a name. Tuya. At the sound of that name, Dabi's expression changed, and he reacted instinctively by producing a burst of flame. Shigaraki and Kurogyari remained unfazed. Toga shouted at Dabi. The fire had no visible effect on Izuku, which left Dabi incredulous and questioning how Izuku could possibly know that name. Izuku suggested they had shared similar experiences in the past and hinted he could demonstrate again later. He told Toga she was remarkable in her own way and then left them to prepare. Ochako whistled at the odd encounter. Dabi, meanwhile, was left trying to understand how Izuku knew that name. A figure identified as All for One observed that Izuku had met his new companions and emphasized the word friends. Izuku reflected that one seemed overly attached while another acted like an edgelord who thought he could do anything. All for One noted that both could be valuable as allies and useful in other ways. Izuku catalogued what he knew: blue flames, the ability to mimic others after close contact, and Stain's tendency to immobilize opponents when he confronted them. He was surprised that Toga seemed unaffected by any lingering consequences from her encounters. AFO began by explaining that problems could arise from drinking large amounts of blood or even from overconsumption of iron. He observed that, based on Himiko's quirk, her body had changed as it developed from childhood, giving her greater tolerance for consuming blood. He added that in her brain the quirk triggered a dopamine release similar to tasting sugar. Ojiko had taken blood samples and found her immune system stronger than the average person's, AFO warned, and Izuku acknowledged he would follow the advice. AFO then hinted that, perhaps in the future, he could share something about Izuku's father. Izuku raised an eyebrow and wondered aloud whether AFO knew his father. AFO refused to divulge any details, calling Izuku his prize student and telling him to go. There was new work to be done. A portal opened and AFO walked through back into his room. Izuku wondered briefly if AFO had really known his father, then shrugged the thought aside for now. The announcer declared the next match, Shoto Todoroki vs. Katsumi Bakugo, and pictures of the two fighters were displayed as they headed up to face each other. Meanwhile, in the medical bay, RG asked Momo if she was feeling all right. Momo sat on the edge of the bed and finally recounted what had happened, leaving some parts out on purpose because she did not want to relive them. RG told her it had been brave to push past her fears and say it aloud. Aizawa stood outside the room listening. The situation was worse than he had first thought. He muttered that the path to the truth was littered with the bodies of the ignorant, then noted that Momo was recovering and that he would report the matter to Nizu. He considered the idea that the subject might possess multiple quirks far-fetched. The immunity to gas could be due to a gas mask, resistance to electricity might come from protective clothing, while the ability to regenerate wounds could be a true quirk. He had heard tales of the quirkless, evolving durable bodies capable of surviving things that once would have been fatal, so training the body to become exceptionally resilient did not seem impossible. Back at the arena, Katsumi fired another focused shot. Shoto recognized that her explosions were concentrated, which made them more powerful than a simple blast. Katsumi acted an ice wall and then performed one of her signature moves, known as breach, holding her hand over the ice and creating a small, concentrated explosion that caused the wall to collapse. She leaped over the debris and launched another attack. But Shoto was nowhere in sight until he appeared behind her and immobilized her with a sudden burst of ice. Her body was frozen solid except for her face. She swore in frustration as she realized she had lost. The announcer declared Shoto Todoroki the winner. The crowd cheered, and Shoto, as emotionless as ever, walked off the stage. Mirio remarked that it had been quite a blast and that the excitement had cooled down. Izumi cringed and asked why. Nijire exclaimed that it had been a good one. Mirio admitted he had not known who he wanted to cheer for. Yuyu noted that it was too bad Midoriya could not see this. Nijire observed that Yuyu was finally warming up to Midoriya. Yuyu protested that she was not warming up and insisted she would still be watching how Midoriya treated Nijire. Nijire reassured Yuyu that Midoriya was gentle. Mirio hesitated about whether they should comment further. Tamaki preferred not to. Nijire wondered what the next round would be. The next round was announced. Mirio made a small sound. Nijire used the word her with such venom that Yuyu and the others thought for a moment it might be someone else. Even Tamaki was surprised. Yuyu looked at the screen and thought it was going to be an intense fight. Match 1. Izumi Yagi vs Shoka Todoroki. The entire city seemed to have its attention fixed on Izumi and Shoto as they prepared to fight. For Ida, it might have appeared to be a regular day of refining and enforcing school rules, but he felt a shiver along his spine, an uneasy sense that something bad might happen. He could not put his finger on it and told himself it was probably nothing, forcing his focus back to the battle. Izumi and Shoto had proven far more powerful than he had first thought. Ida still felt humiliated by his quick defeat at Shoka's hands, but he expected to face hard opponents. Back and forth the match went. Izumi punched through Shoto's ice repeatedly, and Shoto refused to rely on only the other half of his quirk, which irritated Izumi. She accused him of cowardice and of not changing, and he bristled back about his own reasons. Ida glanced to the other side of the stadium and saw the big three with an unfamiliar extra person. Nija, however, looked unusually annoyed and was staring at Izumi. Ida wondered if something had happened between them. He did not want to admit it, but he thought Izuku Midoriya was sometimes a poor example of how an older sibling should act. Izumi cried out as she was launched back when the ice shattered. Mina commented that the match was intense, and Siro agreed. Jiro asked whether Izumi could beat Bakugo, and Kaminari said he was betting on Izumi because of her quirk. Jiro teased that Kaminari's admiration was not purely about her abilities, and Kaminari responded with embarrassed denial until Mineta made an inappropriate confirmation and was promptly reprimanded. Sata noted that both fighters were strong on their own, but Katsumi warned that strength alone might not be enough. Shoka observed that Shoto had not been giving his all. He had struggled to use his flames and had been hard on himself about it. As the crowd watched, Izumi attempted to force Shoto into the ropes several times. She pushed hard, nearly sending him out of bounds, and noticed that his hands were going numb from the cold. He could not sustain prolonged use of the ice without consequence the way some others could. Izumi believed both aspects of a quirk should be used in balance, and she did not blame him for what had happened with their mother. It had been something outside their control. Izumi accused Shoto of using only his ice side out of cowardice. Shoto responded that it was not pathetic and insisted that Izumi did not understand. Izumi replied that it had never been his fault and said that if Fuyumi and Natsuo were asked, they would probably agree. Shoto insisted she did not know what she was talking about and vowed never to be like Tuya. When Izumi mentioned Tuya again, Shoto warned her to stop. Izumi said that he spoke about becoming the best but that using only half his potential showed he had not changed. She accused him of trying to make himself better while hiding from part of who he was. Shoto retorted that both of them knew why Izuku was distant and not wanting anything to do with them, which only made Izumi angrier. Shoto told her not to claim she was better than the rest. Izumi admitted that they had all been at fault: Bakugo's family, Shoto's family, her own, and the rest of the world. She acknowledged her own guilt for letting things linger and confessed that she wished she had told someone she cared, believing in their potential as a hero. She declared that she would become a hero to make things right and help that person become one as well. Shoto warned her to watch her words as he glanced toward the crowd. Their conversation carried through the stadium and even surprised several professionals in attendance. It raised questions about what Shoto had been through and how he was coping. Nijire scoffed at the exchange and, feeling irritated, said she needed a breather before walking away. Mirio indicated that she should be left alone. Tamaki explained to the others that Izumi's brother was Midoriya and that they were not on the best of terms. Nijire knew why, and that was part of her dislike. Yuyu remarked that seeing Nijire dislike someone was surprising and that perhaps Midoriya had influenced some of her habits. Mirio admitted that he worried about relationships while being a pro-hero, remembering Aizawa's lessons. Tamaki added that a dangerous individual had been targeting certain schools and new pro-heroes, and he feared that when they became heroes themselves they might become targets. Izumi raised her voice and urged Shoto not to let pride and shame dictate his life. She told him not to let his father's words define him and reminded him that nothing could bring Tuya back. She said that he had people who cared about him and loved him, and she urged him not to be ashamed of his quirk. Her words seemed to give Shoto pause. Across the country, viewers noticed the sudden stop in the match and wondered what would come next. In the stands and in homes, reactions varied. Fuyumi called out to Shoto with concern. Natsuo urged Izumi to break through Shoto's walls and tell him he was not like Tuya. Mitsuki and Inko watched the exchange with shock. Yagi felt both proud and nervous, glad that Izumi cared so much for her friends. Masaru hoped Shoto would listen, noting that he tended to keep to himself. In a quiet room of a mental health facility, Rei Todoroki watched the broadcast and reached toward the screen, silently pleading for Shoto to listen. She wanted to apologize for her part in the past but could not reach him. The distance between them felt painful, and she could only watch and hope that her son would hear what Izumi was saying. To him, taking away an innocence he used to have with one rotation of her wrist, giving him that mark. Shigaraki muttered that it was cheesy. Ochako observed that it was kind of funny, and admitted that when she had been left for dead she would have preferred to die rather than be saved by that person. Toga made an unsettling remark about blood and then changed the subject. Kurogiri asked if she had a preference, and Toga replied in a dismissive, disturbing way that made others uneasy. Normally this would have irritated Dabi, but it did not produce the reaction it used to. He was more invested in the fight itself, and inwardly he seethed. Dabi thought about how he had taken the blame when others would not stand up for their mistakes, about the way it had led him into madness, about Fuyumi and Natsuo and how the family had deserved better from those who claimed to be their allies. From another room, Izuku was cleaning and fixing his hammer when the tension in the air made him slam the ground, cracking the floor. He yelled that friends helped one another only within their own group, and criticized pride as the root of shame. He recalled their mother's words and called out to Nijire, convinced she could see the same thing. Having seen Izumi leave earlier with no interest in the fight, Izuku turned his focus elsewhere. Stain asked if Izuku wanted him to bring her. Izuku said he wanted her to experience murder, reasoning that she was the only one in their group who had not yet grasped taking a life and that this would be a test. Stain questioned what would happen if she refused. Izuku replied that patience would provide other opportunities if she did not, and Stain agreed. Izuku then glanced at a framed photo on the wall of the pro-hero Ingenium and noted how this would add tension to the already strained control over society. Izumi stared for what felt like an eternity, watching him close his eyes and thinking about her words. She wondered if she had been too harsh, if she had spoken too much, if mentioning his mother had only increased his anger. She did not know. All she could do was wait, and the crowd waited with her. Shoto called her name, and when she looked up he met her gaze. Shoto admitted that she was right, he could not keep up if he did not give it his all, and his greatest fear had always been becoming like Endeavor. Having Endeavor here, observing every move and tactic and then coming home to criticize everything he had done wrong, had haunted him. Flashback to 8 years earlier, Shoto cried out as Endeavor lashed out with flame once more. Endeavor dismissed him as weak and compared him unfavorably to his mother, forcing Shoto to face mirrors set up around the room, each reflecting his injuries and the pressure placed on him. Shoto tried to make excuses on behalf of someone else, but Endeavor demanded no excuses. He pointed at others outside the window and insisted they meant nothing, that only Shoka could be great and that the rest would be Shoto's downfall. Back in the present, Shoto reflected that the more he thought about it, the more he realized his effort was not just about proving something, but about showing he could protect his family along with the others. He thanked Izumi. The fire in him reignited and he combined flames and ice in his attacks. Izumi smiled, delighted, and joined him in giving her all. The fight continued and the crowd cheered. Mirio noted that Shoto had been holding back. Tamaki suggested it might have been a last resort. Yu wondered if he had only the ice quirk initially. Nijire observed the flames and ice together and wondered whether Izumi had been playing herself by intervening earlier, questioning the point of it all and when she had begun to care. Yu saw the sadness in Nijire's expression and told her they would have a long talk later with the others. Mirio remarked on how they had been dragged everywhere and Tamaki agreed. The fight ended when Izumi stood beside Todoroki and extended a hand for him to reach out. Mirio admitted he had not expected that outcome. Yu said it showed Izumi would only get stronger, and Tamaki guessed that every villain was likely watching the event. Nijire urged them to continue training as requested by Nizu, and the others agreed. Back in the lab, Izuku threw a chair in a burst of anger, watching it break on impact as screws and parts scattered across the floor. Ojiko scolded him for destroying property, but Izuku slammed his hand on a metal table and snapped that he was not to be told what to do. He was in pain, breathing heavily, and he swore at the man who had pushed him so far. Kneeling on the ground, Izuku forced himself to calm down. The doctor took a syringe and injected a compound that altered Izuku's physiology. He experienced tremors in his limbs and his breathing became difficult for a moment, but he managed to control it. He checked his phone and saw a message from Nijire telling him Izumi had won her matchup. He replied to thank her, and she asked if he was okay. Izuku responded that he was managing and glowered at the doctor as another wave of discomfort passed. Ojiko made clinical notes about the results, murmuring that their master had been right about using Izuku as a tool for their cause and speculating about how his mental state might change to their benefit. He prepared another compound called Extremophile, designed to allow Izuku to endure extreme conditions that would normally incapacitate a person resistance to cold and heat, as well as some protection against chemical agents and radiation. Ojiko acknowledged there were limits and vulnerabilities to the enhancement and that certain concentrated attacks could still affect him. Izuku read the report with irritation and thought that the upgrade had amounted to very little. Ojiko told him sarcastically that he was cleared for now and that his sensei wanted to speak with him. Izuku hummed in response, pulled his outfit back on, adjusted the gas mask, and walked out. Something else was noticeable now. His genetic makeup had altered. He looked the same, but faint purple veins had appeared along his arms subtle enough to be missed unless someone looked closely. If he continued with this testing, might become something he never wished for. Midnight announced that it was time for the final matchup, the one match that would decide this year's winner. Present Mike asked the crowd to give a round of applause for the contestants who had given a good effort this year. The participants waved from the other side of the stadium as the audience cheered. Midnight called for the final match, and the screen lit up with Izumi Yagi versus Katsuki Bakugo. The crowd leaned toward Izumi. Bakugo's earlier brutal win over a contestant with vine-like green hair had left many uneasy, while Izumi's defeat of Shoto had helped the latter feel less alone. Izumi stood in the arena facing Bakugo across from her. Izumi noted that it had come down to this. Bakugo answered that she knew it. Izumi reminded him that it didn't matter who won, they both had to show they were capable of being heroes. Bakugo scoffed and insisted he was already the strongest among them, deriding Deku as a failure. Bakugo claimed Deku had chosen a lowly path serving wealthy clients. Izumi told him to stop. Bakugo urged her to accept that Deku wanted nothing to do with them anymore and that their earlier choices had been justified. Izumi became irritated and vowed to knock some sense into him. Bakugo smirked and welcomed the challenge. Midnight signaled the start. Bakugo fired at the ground, creating a dust cloud. Izumi surged forward, using OFA to blow the dust away and fling debris at him. They closed the distance and collided, their fists striking with such force that the whole stadium trembled from the power emitted by both of them. Far away, a hero in knight-like armor shouted and released a jolt of energy from his elbow guards, pursuing a supposed villain who had caused a commotion downtown by sending debris into storefronts and markets. The hero was Ingenium, and the figure he chased had her face obscured by a yellow-visored helmet. It was Ochako Uraraka. She had grown stronger through training and had fully recovered from her old injuries. Ochako leapt from rooftop to rooftop, using the fading light and shadows for cover even as her visor flashed faintly. Ingenium recited rule violations and ordered her to submit quietly, threatening severe consequences if she fled and harmed more innocent people. Through her earpiece, Stain urged her to leave a mark and incapacitate the hero. Ochako glared and prepared to act. She reached behind her, producing a small kunai attached to a chain and letting it float with her quirk. Ingenium got into a battle stance. Ochako spun the kunai to make her next move unpredictable, and she began to run, swinging the weapon overhead to try to unbalance him. Ingenium deflected the kunai with his arm bracers and stepped aside. The floating weapon dropped, but Ochako snatched it and swung again. Ingenium deflected and jabbed at her midsection, causing her to grunt, but she managed to push on. She found an opening, wrapped the chain around his leg, and disrupted his balance. She activated her quirk to make him float, then attempted another strike, but Ingenium adapted, spinning free and kicking her away. Her visor cracked from the impact, but she caught herself and tried a drop kick. Ingenium used his legs to hold her, spun, and launched her again. Frustrated, Ochako tossed the chain to coil around his legs and then deactivated her quirk so he would stumble over the kunai. The kunai clattered against him as he stumbled. He recovered and tossed it aside. Ingenium closed in and struck her visor, kicked at her shins, and grabbed her to suplex her into the ground. He used his quirk to amplify his motion and slammed her through the building floor into the apartment below. The crash revealed a kitchen with knives and other appliances. Ochako seized a kitchen tool as an improvised option and prepared to continue the fight. Ingenium called her a novice who had never seen real combat and demanded to know why she was doing this. Ochako ignored him and launched a rapid series of strikes to keep him off balance. Ochako made the appliances spin and hurled them at him. He used his quirk to repel them, and Ochako then released the objects with her quirk and pulled the chain again. The returning kunai grazed his elbow, forcing them into close-quarters combat. With one engine disabled, he could no longer rely on it, so Ochako used her quirk to launch herself into the air and performed Izuku and Shigaraki's signature flying kick, striking his head and knocking his helmet free. A shallow scrape near his eye made him wince. Ochako flinched when his face was revealed. He strongly resembled the man who had caused trouble at the entrance exams, and she wondered if he might be his brother. Ochako had thought things were under control, but suddenly an attacker leapt at her and pinned her down while trying to put cuffs on her. Ochako cried that she couldn't break free, and though she struggled, she was not strong enough. A hammer suddenly struck the assailant, sending him reeling. Ochako was shocked to see Izuku standing over her. She trembled at first, then forced herself to stand. Ingenium glared at the figure on the ground and identified him as the killer, the bogeyman. Izuku noted that there had been some damage and urged her to hurry. Ochako braced herself and launched into the attack, focusing fully. Her kunai struck and tore through the villain's armor, weakening him. She slashed at his limbs and face, dislodging his glasses, then trapped him and used her quirk to spin him free. With a final push, she sent him tumbling through a shattered window, crashing along the building's side and finally striking the fire escape before collapsing onto the street below. A sharp sound echoed from the fall as he struggled to rise, groaning and gasping for breath. Izuku landed heavily in front of him and Ochako came down beside him. She turned the man over. Stain observed at last that the job had been done, though the heroes had had help, and he warned that the situation was grave. Ochako, shaken and breathing hard, asked what to do next. Stain urged her to finish the man, to kill him. She stumbled, looking to Izuku for guidance, and then at her kunai. Ingenium pleaded with the young man, insisting he was not a killer and did not have to take that step. Ochako hesitated, torn between her sensei's expectations and her own conscience. She whispered an apology, closing her eyes. Ingenium, with a faint chuckle, told her to take care. As she began to bring the kunai down, it was suddenly seized and her grip was broken. Stain raised an eyebrow in surprise as Izuku intervened, shoving her aside. The attacker demanded to know what Izuku was doing. Izuku moved without looking back and delivered a disabling strike to the attacker's knee, causing a howl of pain. Izuku told him to be grateful that was all he would be given. Izuku took Ochako's hand and, together with Ingenium, they entered a portal. Stain was shoved in as well and raged at the interference, drawing his blades before being pulled through. Ochako stumbled backward when released. Stain demanded to know why anyone would spare a scum like him. Izuku explained that crippling one veteran hero would serve as a message without creating a martyr. He wanted to keep the tension high. He praised Ochako for following through, admitting he had doubted himself while training her but was glad she had acted. Through her helmet, Ochako felt a flush of pride and gave a stammered thank you. Izuku then removed his gas mask, revealing unsettling dark veins across his skin. Ochako asked what had happened. Izuku brushed it off as an upgrade and told her not to worry. He instructed her to head into the bar because a new plan had been set in motion and everyone needed to listen. She agreed, and as he left she exhaled in relief. The act of nearly taking a life haunted her. She felt guilty for what she had done and prayed there would be no more bloodshed. A short, neutral pause settled over her before she moved on. Nijire could be considered an airhead in certain situations, but over time she had developed a deeper sense of consideration when serious topics arose. She remembered the night Izuku had called her at midnight to talk about his family. That conversation had taught her that people often keep things they do not want to remember, and while she wanted to help, she could only learn so much before risking hurting them. Mirio and Tamaki had been friends with her since their first year, and she wondered whether she really knew all of her friends or whether they, too, kept things hidden. People were strange, she thought, but given time she might learn more. A shout from their friends pulled her back to the present. Yuyu called to Nijire, and Mirio announced that the event was over. Nijire saw Izumi standing as the declared winner of the sports festival and noticed the late hour. Mirio suggested they congratulate the winner, but Nijire declined, saying she already knew enough about the victor and that the winner happened to be Zuzu's sister. Yuyu remarked that Zuzu must be deeply affected if he avoided watching the match. Nijire decided to visit him and told the others she would meet up later. Tamaki and Mirio agreed, and Yuyu warned her not to do anything rash, a warning Nijire brushed off with a familiar facepalm. As Nijire left the stadium, she nearly collided with a couple of people. Inko, Izuku's mother, apologized and asked if Nijire was all right. Tenya Yagi, identified as Toshinori Yagi and introduced as Izuku's stepfather, also checked on her. Nijire explained she was fine, and Inko reached out with concern, gently checking Nijire's face as if worried. Inko complimented Nijire's hair and introduced herself properly as Izuku's mother. Nijire was surprised to meet his mother, and Toshinori offered a brief greeting as well. Inko mentioned that Izuku had never spoken much about being in a relationship, only dropping small hints, and said she trusted Nijire would look after him. Nijire admitted she cared for him a great deal and accepted the responsibility. She then asked a sensitive question about Izuku's biological father, offering a small photo she had found of Izuku as a child with his father. Inko asked where Nijire had obtained it. Nijire explained that Izuku had kept the photo with him and she had been curious. Inko sighed and explained that Izuku's father had been working overseas and had not contacted them for years, since Izuku was very young. Tashinori added that he was a hero in America. Inko and Tashinori exchanged a look and Tashinori suggested that Nijire deserved to know. Nijire asked if Izuku knew, and Inko hesitated while Tashinori prepared to respond. A quiet moment followed as the conversation paused. Inko had intended to speak to him about the matter. Nijire asked if Inko had decided to tell her before talking to him. Inko admitted that Nijire was framing it the way she had. Nijire insisted she was putting it that way and demanded to know if she was expected to keep it from him. Yagi told Nijire she did not have to. Nijire bristled at the implication that she should keep a secret. Inko asked Nijire not to blow it out of proportion. Nijire decided he deserved to know and resolved to tell him the next day. When Nijire pointed out that he had said Inko wanted to talk to him, Yagi cautioned that the situation was more serious than she thought. Nijire noted that Yagi even knew her last name. Inko explained that their daughter attended the school and had encountered Nijire a couple of times. Nijire acknowledged the point and announced she would go see him, hoping the meeting would be brief, then walked away. Inko called Nijire a strange girl, and Yagi observed that she was still one of the 3 strongest students at the school. Inko suggested they go see Izumi, and Yagi agreed. They moved through the staff area, showed their identification, and passed through without trouble. Nijire walked toward downtown, irritated that someone had chosen to tell her before him and resenting the way the situation had been handled. She disliked being angry and tried to shake it off. Suddenly, she saw a cluster of ambulances and police officers running toward a scene. She ran toward them and found Ingenium, the pro-hero, badly wounded and his armor in shambles. One of his legs was bent at an unnatural angle and his body showed the signs of a fierce fight, but there were no graphic details to be seen. Nijire demanded to know what had happened. An officer explained that the bogeyman and his new partner, the hero killer, were responsible. The officer had no further details and said Ingenium needed to get to the hospital immediately. As the ambulance drove away, Nijire clenched her fist. If the bogeyman could take down such a well-known hero, the situation was far more dangerous than she had imagined. She realized she needed to see Izuku as soon as possible. He should be out now and possibly at home, though he no longer lived with her. She steeled herself and set off to find him. Meanwhile, Shigaraki gathered the group and announced that now that everyone was present, they would get started. He referenced their previous attack at USJ and said they had built a reputation. Now they would move on to something bigger. Shigaraki pulled a cover off a table to reveal a small diorama of Hosu City and presented it as their next target. Dabi asked why Hosu City had been chosen. Shigaraki explained that with Ingenium out of commission they could strike the area where Ingenium had been most active, and that new heroes were being dispatched there. Dabi observed that this meant they could cause maximum damage. Shigaraki added that the city had been chosen for one specific detail. Stain said his crusade would continue through that area and warned everyone to stay out of his way, directing the warning especially at Izuku. Izuku defended himself by saying he had interfered only because it had been vital to the broader cause. Shigaraki dismissed the excuse. Dabi said they should have dealt with him decisively. Toga, with her usual unsettling enthusiasm, suggested in a playful, exaggerated tone that smashing him with a hammer would be satisfying. Izuku deadpanned that he understood. Dabi exclaimed in exasperation. Kurogiri noted that he sometimes wondered how anyone managed to keep Toga from killing someone. Toga expressed affection, and Izuku decided to carry her briefly to keep her calm. Shigaraki asked if this was a daycare, staring sternly. Izuku explained that carrying her kept her from causing trouble. Dabi said it looked strange on many levels to see Toga being carried. Shigaraki returned the group's focus to planning and announced that the operation would take place within a week. He told everyone to rest, wished them luck, and warned them not to get caught beforehand. Dabi shrugged his disagreement. Ochako acknowledged the plan. Shigaraki said he needed to speak to Ochako directly, and she flinched. Kurogiri's voice came through the intercom announcing that the teacher wanted to speak about her mission. Shigaraki responded to the teacher and bowed so hard the table cracked, ignoring the pain. Kurogiri offered to clean up and lightly tapped Shigaraki on the head, annoyed. Dabi muttered that it was best not to anger the teacher. Stain remarked that there were two things one should not do: ask a man his wage or mess up Kurogiri's bar before taking another sip of his drink. Izuku watched the scene in silence. Toga remained clinging to him for a moment longer, and he wondered if he was resigned to keeping another person close. He pried her off and left for his quarters. Once inside his room, Izuku removed his face mask and rubbed his eyes. A sudden surge of pain made him head to the bathroom to check his face in the mirror. His eyes were intensely red and bloodshot, a stark contrast with his green irises. After a tense moment, the redness faded and his eyes returned to their normal appearance. He could not explain what had happened. Nijire hummed the songs that Izuku liked and called him repeatedly. She wanted someone to talk to. She appreciated how he always offered thoughtful perspective, and they often discussed the bogeyman together. In a memory, Nijire asked about the bogeyman's motives, whether he was trying to prove a point and why he had killed so many people. Izuku offered his opinion that, despite the monstrosity of the acts, the bogeyman seemed driven by hatred and a desire for revenge. He suggested that the heroes or parents may have wronged him in the past, shaping his path. Nijire reflected that evil was often taught rather than born, a lesson her father had shared, and Izuku agreed. The memory ended. Ingenium had been left crippled, and the future felt uncertain. 4 days remained until the Hosu assault. Izuku stood before the mirror, feeling a fierce hunger for revenge. Dark veins had begun to spread beneath his skin, like an infection creeping outward, and his eyes flared red again for the second time that week. From what he knew of the extremophile quirk, its drawback was severe strain on the brain. It could manifest in unsettling ways when his body had been pushed. He suspected the injury he took when he landed in front of Ingenium had triggered the symptoms. At that moment his phone rang. Nijire greeted him cheerfully over the call, and Izuku returned her greeting. Izuku answered the phone with concern and agreed to meet. Nijire suggested the little bridge over the riverbed where they usually walked, and Izuku promised he would be there. After the call ended, he let out a long sigh. Shigaraki noticed Izuku's distraction and told him he was growing attached to Nijire. Izuku replied with a sarcastic question about what made it obvious. Shigaraki brusquely suggested Izuku should just decay her. Izuku reminded him of the time Shigaraki had been shot and exposed vulnerability, and Shigaraki snapped back. Izuku pushed back, recounting that he had been in the group for nearly a year, had worked hard to prove his worth, and quoted their mentor's lesson that failures teach more than constant success. He accused Shigaraki of childish behavior and of not learning from failure. Shigaraki insisted he was the mentor's true apprentice and didn't like Izuku assuming favoritism. Izuku argued that both of them were pupils and that the mentor wanted them to cooperate, but Shigaraki still refused to let Izuku contribute to planning. When Izuku warned that the mentor might not always be there and that exposing themselves would only increase the risk of being found by heroes, Shigaraki dismissed him. Izuku said he needed to know if he could be trusted and asked to have input in plans, insisting he was not merely a weapon to be used. Shigaraki muttered that Izuku was a tool. When Izuku demanded clarification, Shigaraki coldly claimed the experiments were not for Izuku's improvement but to make him a disposable instrument for higher purposes. Ignoring Izuku's protests, Shigaraki left, having planted a seed of doubt. Izuku struggled with the thought that he might be nothing more than a tool, but he pushed it aside because he needed to meet Nijire. Before leaving the base, Izuku strode past the common room and walked up to the television with a hammer. Dabi and Ochako reacted in surprise when Izuku swung the hammer so fast it left an afterimage and destroyed the screen. Kurogiri sighed and warned others not to provoke Izuku. From another room, Shigaraki's furious shouting at a game could be heard. Kurogiri explained that the two leaders sometimes clashed and left angry. This spat was one of the worst ones in a while. Toga worried about Shigaraki and Kurogiri.